She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Blast TV Austin Major Regional Qualifiers for Europe. My name is Lucy, that is Brandon. We're on day 2, Brandon, which means that we've gone through 2 rounds already, which means we've got teams that are already in the 0-2 and also 2-0 bracket.
I can't believe it. We can have a look at the invited teams. Look, 16 invited teams, only a select number of spots, 6 spots at the major. And you take a look at these teams. Obviously, they're ranked on VRS points as well. But when you actually take a look at it, you think there are certain teams here that you shouldn't be anticipating to be in 0-2. Look at this already. Gamer Legion, 0-2. 500 in the 0-2 as well. Bait and Paravision in 0-2. And then on the inverse of that, you've got OG, Medisport, Heroic, and Namiga all fighting a little bit later on to immediately qualify 3-0.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would look at this bracket and think that was going to be the 2-0 and 0-2. You could flip the 2-0 and 0-2 and it might even make more sense. Like, it feels very upside down, but you can see all the results of those best of ones through there. For Bait, who we're covering this morning, a very crushing double OT loss versus Saw to send them here. But that's the nature of the best of ones, Brandon. They do really have a lot of unpredictability and anything can happen.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And for Bait, it is sort of heartbreaking. You can just see it there. Like, they lost the Medisport, then they lost like OT to Saw. Here's how everything is shaping up, right? We had the visualizer there, and now we've got it in table format. Heroic, Medisport, Namiga, OG all sit into 0. And as mentioned, 500, Bait, Gamer Legion, Paravision, 0-2. For Astralis and for Fnatic and for Big, they're able to recover just a little bit yesterday, which was good to see. BC Game lost the second match, so did BetBoom. And Ents, after a good start against 500, couldn't really do too much either. So there's plenty more chances to play. That the teams that are 1-1 play best of ones today, because it's not a progression or an elimination game. And then tomorrow they'll be going in towards the best of 3. So everyone will be playing best of 3s tomorrow.
Yes, and there's 5 spots that you get straight from the group play, which is what those little blue ones were there. So all your 3-0, 3-1 teams. But then, yeah, you'll have some teams that'll have to battle out in like the single elimination bracket, which will include, even if the teams win here today, they're going to have to go through that grueling grind because they've started 0-2. We can take a look at that schedule for the games that are coming up today here on the B stream, because we've got some pretty exciting ones that are going to be across the broadcast today. This morning, we'll be starting with that Bait Paravision elimination best of 3. Then we're on to the mid-round games, BetBoom team versus Fnatic. That one's going to be very exciting. Fnatic bounced back yesterday after a pretty disappointing opening game. Astralis versus Ents, another one that I think a lot of eyes will be on. Astralis, I think people peg as a team that should be going through. And then Heroic versus Amiga, that progression game to the major to round out the day.
Yeah, we start off sad because I have to say goodbye to a team, and then we end happy because we put one through straight to the major. So that's quite a nice way to frame it. When we take a look at our matchup for today, Bait versus Paravision, as you said, a game you would not expect to be a 0-2, a game that has got major winners of old within it. One in which Bait, it's such a shame for Bait because they went back-to-back RMRs going 2-0 and then not qualifying, and now they're going back-to-back 0-2 and trying to make their way through there. The journey's going to be really difficult for them. We need more out of Head Trick. We need a little bit more out of MPL. We saw potentially what Kenzie Zor is all about, the newest signing in from Bait over Captain Kirka, and Essential and Alex were reliable in moments, but not consistent throughout the entirety of those best of ones. Especially when you've got a 7-map pool like Bait do, you expect them to do well in best of ones.
Yeah, but the thing is, in some of these best of ones, I feel like the maps have ended up on aren't their strongest, right? They had Inferno for the first one, and then we just had Anubis against Thor, which, again, is one of their weaker maps. So that is kind of the downside of playing the full map pool is, sure, you can flex it a little bit and hope maybe you can catch a team off guard, but it does mean you're not always playing in your comfort zone, and we've seen a few of those stars not quite shining. On the other side, Paravision, right? We talk about this team, we talk about former major winner James, he's here with Paravision. You're expecting this team to do a lot better than they have thus far, considering they've had some pretty decent results within the Tier 2 space over the last couple of months. What's going wrong?
I don't know, kick at ball is just not what it used to be. Last time they were 0-2 in a tournament I covered, they went on to win it, and that was a CCT event. So they have done it before. Like it's not out of the realms of possibility, but they've made things a whole lot harder for themselves. I think the biggest issue with Paravision sometimes is that they get too comfortable within games, and it almost feels like they know exactly what they want to do, and then they run out of time. Actually, the best example of that was the big Nine Pandas game where it felt like for a lot of that game they knew exactly where they wanted to go, and then they left themselves too much to do with too little time. Like that happens a lot with Paravision, which is kind of funny because that's kind of what you expect out of a VP-esque old team. Obviously having the core of James Kicker and Dastan, but for Travis, for Nota, for Belchanok, you need these really important players to step up. Nota, we know what he can do. He can bring out a lot to the table. Same with Belchanok. Our head-to-head features two new boys, Kenzie Zor and Nota, because in this head-to-head, when Bait last played Paravision, it was these two that were stepping up and doing the most. Nota's not even had a bad MRQ. I mean, how can you say they've had bad MRQs? Well, because they're 0-2. But they've only played two best of ones. Stat-wise, he's not doing too badly, Nota.
Yeah, and Kensaw had a much better game versus Saw than he did in the opening series, where it really felt like he didn't get to get started. But you do need these players to be online. And for Paravision in both of their games, sure, it was versus Stralis and versus Heroic. So on some level, you got to say, yeah, these are really unfavored matchups. Like they were the underdog in both of those games. Maybe it's a bad draw in that second round for them. Kind of unlucky. You just got to roll with it. But it felt like they had one player taking over and actually really highly performing in both of those maps, right? We had Travis versus Astralis and then Belchanok versus Heroic. But then where were the rest of the team, right? That's been the issue. It's kind of like you've got one or two players that are really performing so far here in the MRQ, and the rest are just not showing.
Yeah, that's weird because you don't really associate that with Paravision. Let's have a look at this veto. Let's see where we're going to go. Because normally between these two teams, you are going to get a Mirage, you are going to get a Dust 2. Bait actually banning Train, which I think is really interesting. I mean, it makes sense because they always lose to Paravision on it. So Paravision go for Dust 2, it's a safe pick. There's that Mirage pick, Ancient Decider, Bish Bash Bosh, it's what we thought.
Yeah, this is about the most expected veto, the safest veto for these two teams. Each gets their kind of favored map that they've been dominating on, and then Ancient as a comfortable decider, which Bait, we know historically have always loved. There was kind of the potential for the curveball because of that 7-map pool. And these two teams have a long history in this year. They've played 3 times, right? And in the most recent outing, which was only 2 weeks ago, Bait beat Paravision, and that was with them banning Dust 2 and then allowing Train to be picked. So they've decided not to go down that path. They're allowing Paravision to have their best map. So they know that, you know, it's going to be an uphill battle for them on that. But I think they just didn't want to go into train in this sort of elimination game.
Yeah, and it makes sense. And to be honest, I don't know if Paravision would have picked into it. Maybe they would have, but I think it's a risk for any team to sort of lean into train potentially in an 0-2. But Dust 2 makes sense for Paravision, as you said. Mirage makes sense for Bait, because Paravision just cannot win a game on Mirage. And every time I watch them, their CT sides are really good, and their T sides, to be honest, they suck. Like, they're really bad. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I spoke about yesterday about that game versus Paravision, but big in Paravision on Mirage, where Paravision were winning 12-1. They were winning 12-1. They had an 11-1 CT side. They won the pistol, and then they lost the game. How does that happen? Like, how is your T side that bad?
They had the same thing versus Astralis yesterday. Well, not the same thing, but they got 2 T rounds.
Yeah, it's because they play so slow, and it's just so obvious what they want to do. Everything feels really coordinated with utility, and it's such a shame because when you look at the other maps of Paravision, they don't play it in that way. They let Nota, they let Belchanok have a little bit more freedom. There's a lot more flexibility role-wise on other maps, but on Mirage it just feels so constricted, and it feels like they have to do everything by this book or the spreadsheet that Kickets provide. It's like a flow chart for Paravision. We have to do this at this time on the T side, and then we move into this point at 1 minute or something along those lines. It's weird how different it is, and it's one half in their entire map pool, and it just feels so rigid.
It's literally like half the win rate of all their other maps. Like, it's remarkable. And, you know, we often will kind of make up the storyline that, you know, in this series, this team needs to win their map pick if they want a chance to take the series. Paravision do need to win Dust 2 here, because it's rare that you have such a disparity on a map choice in this Mirage. We're talking 83% versus 35%. Bait have been dominating Mirage, and yeah, they're going to be feeling very confident going into that. But Dust 2, where we kick off.
But not right now. A reminder, this is an elimination game. Yes, don't let the 2 team names at the top fool you. One of these teams' journeys in the MRQ ends after this best of 3 between Bait and Paravision. And with Bait starting on the CT side, that should give them a little bit of comfort. Only slightly, though. Paravision are extremely good on Dust 2. Here, you need to look out for Travis. Here, you need to look out for Nota. These 2 players that were performing pretty decently yesterday, and then you've still got the Jame factor. And if you are a little bit unfamiliar with how Paravision's set up or what it looks like now role-wise, Jame is not in-game leading in this team anymore. All that responsibility gets put over on towards Kicker. And Jame is just free to look at his crosshair, focus on the AWP. He prioritizes the AWP all of the time. And he's been playing at this level out of his mind. Like, some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen from Jame. Obviously, we had that idea about him dropping out of Tier 1, going into Tier 2. What's he going to look like? It's looked amazing. And for Bait, on the other side, you've got Headtrick, MPL, these players that we know can be stars, but need to step up. It's a completely different scenario for Bait, because they've had all the highs of going through the MRQs and having the best of ones be in their favour, and then not being able to convert the best of 3s. I think we're still in a situation where Bait have not won a best of 3 in these RMR/MRQs ever.
It's a pretty damning statistic, really, considering the amount of times they've been in this scenario. So they're going to have to bring their A game here today. Dust 2, Paravision's map pick. Bait have double dualies, and you anticipate with that sort of setup that they'll be heading over towards either lowers or pushing B, maybe a crunch, because the dual brothers you don't necessarily want at the long range. A lot of utility for Paravision. 2 smokes, Molly and Flash. That, to me, signals potentially a long play. And here are those dualies set up lower. And they fall back.
This is very slow.
Double doors, double doolies. Very B-heavy lane. Oh, they've full-on counter-stratted this? What do you think?
Yeah, looks like it.
Unless this goes short. Nope, they've completely...
It's going short.
Yeah, they've anti-stratted themselves.
Good news is that you can catch wind of this pretty early because you've got these players up close and towards the doors. And you can rotate immediately if you're Kenzie Zort. But that deep smoke in towards CT is going to provide problems. He feels like he doesn't know what's going on the other side of it. So a flashbang in towards mid, a re-swing from MPL and Headtrick. They're scaling short quite quickly.
Yeah, bomb to be planted there when it's planted so the player at long can play and there's no one down there. So it's a tough retake. They do have the dual Berettas, but they don't have utility, don't have a kit. So they need to fight their way forward and they need to find these frags fast. Grouping as a unit out from short, looking for the shots. There's a team kill in there. James taken down Kick It, and that has not made things easier, especially with MPL running rampant. The dual Berettas strike for 3, and it's a seamless retake.
Jane, what are you doing, man? That's not. That's just wrong team. Oh dear. I tell you what. What's really good about this from Paravision is that from Bait is that they react. We spoke about, yes, the fact that they've put 2 in towards the doors, 3 in towards the B site. Kenzie's also sees that deep CT smoke. Hedrick and MPL just scale, and everyone goes instantly. They do not give Paravision a chance to set up in this afterplant. They don't give them a moment to move off the site. It is just so difficult for them. And the MPL dual Berettas just destroy Paravision. Odds about even, powered by 1xBet between these two squads because it's so competitive between the two of them always. In this head-to-head, Bait come out slightly on top. For Paravision, they're hoping that changes. Flashbang, a force bite in towards middle, but notices nothing.
MPL is present and will look to regain this space. Mid to be smoke, but he's ahead of it, so he'll have the information. This is not necessarily the play. The second B smoke, but because they're ahead of it, they know everything. Hedrick drops his utility in response. Paravision might just commit through it. Yeah, off the flashbang, they will swing. Hedrick has a lot on his plate as they start to progress. The flashbang comes from long. He'll swing off it. Flames at his feet. He will burn alive. 2 sets of mollies. But now the headshots rain in. MPL is on a tear today. Another triple kill back to back. Leaves it to Nota. In 1 versus 2, he's been spotted by these players scaling short. They don't want to give him the space, give him the time, give him the freedom to do a single thing. He's being run down. And Bait will convert against the force buy.
MPL is on rails, as you said. The fact he's able to get 3 kills from that position when he's just in the open, after the head trick gets completely destroyed by this double molly setup, he's got nowhere to move. And then MPL just says, all right, I'll just stand my ground in the middle of the site.
Dude, he's hitting shots. Those headshots are clean. Sort of sequence you dream about. All headshot angle. Really nice. That's good because he was really absent in that opening best of 1 that we covered yesterday.
Yeah.
A notable presence that was missing.
He just chewed them up and spit them out, and that is a real hard one for Paravision because obviously they're unaware that their smokes got countered. But even with the smokes being countered, they still scaled all the way through on the catwalk. Those double mollies burned out head trick. That was the way to get that opener, and yet they just can't find anything off the back of it because Bait have got that pre-existing rotate, because they've already got that idea in mind that this isn't going to be the play. It's the right idea from Paravision, but MPL has just completely dismantled them. No bomb plant either. Which, from the position they're in, you'd have guaranteed a bomb plant at the bare minimum. They didn't even get that.
Yeah, you killed the 1 player that was on site. Like, you think you're secure, but MPL denies. Now Kent Swords in prime position to get some SMG money. Nade is great. He's going to swing off the back of it. And him and Headtrick will deal handedly with the pistols. So a quick 3-0 start for Bait. Immediately we get the Jame AWP in play. Bait have shown that they're very responsive thus far. Those first 2 rounds, basically, as soon as Paravision started to move, Bait were on top of them. That was not the molly you wanted, Alex, and he is punished for it.
Look at this, though. At MPL, you spoke about responsiveness. Nade goes deep in towards top middle. That has given Kicker an idea that there could be players already here. And he just immediately pivots to this little headshot angle. MPL doesn't get anything, but he at least has separated Kicker from the rest of his team. Difficulty is that there's still 2 players with the bomb just lying in wait. And Paravision are more than happy to grind this round down to a screeching halt because you've got that opening pick. And Jay was out long the entire time. There's already a smoke that's been deployed. Bait are looking for even more info. And with a jiggle on towards top mid, they decide that it's going to be A. And they're right. 3 players are in the right place at the right time.
Be careful here with Jame out long. A flashbang being set up. This is going to be everything. Kenzi's all set to swing, and he'll just run out. That's the bomb. Dropped even. Quickly swaps to a rifle. And the Sentry in response on the ramp. He is decimating them. Kenzie Zor has played them for fools. From a man advantage, they're now on the back foot. Kickit looks to scoop up the bomb, but still 2 players on site. MPL tucked in towards Gandalf. Essential in towards CT. Jame is called upon to come forward to help Kickit find this space.
Oh, that's one way to open it up. He just wallbanged MPL, and now Kickit looks to move. Had another glance at that box. He might think there's another player in there. We'll get the bomb down. Planted for Jane, for that AWP. It's all about survival. Kicker's got 5 bullets in this AK to try and get a kill. And now he's being pressured by the wall bang, but not from Essential. Last bullet of the magazine connects. And now for Head Trick, this retake becomes basically impossible because you need to get past Kicker, who's never going to peek you. And then James Holden with the AWP. 17 seconds left. He's got to get out of there. Paravision turn it around.
Yeah, Jame with the big wall bang, and what was Essential looking at? Like, surely, like, there's only one spot that Kicker can be. I don't understand how Kicker gets that kill. I mean, crazy shots out from him, but Essential should have had him dead to rights, and that would have been the retake going. But brilliant from Jame, gets the open up, and after Kenzie Zor gets this insane triple kill, playing around the utility, you think he's done enough to win the round. Jame with this one. Brilliant. Okay, so Essential's looking out towards long. Wants to try and crawl on the AWP instead.
Oh, nice idea there for Bait. You break the... throw the nades to break the vision for Jame, and then you get a Head Trick peeking really late after that AWP shot fires off. First time we've seen Head Trick with his AWP. Jame is 1 round with it and 1 round a success story with his. Very slow default. It's what you come to expect. Paravision love short. They love going for these short hits. This one's a fake that they've thrown from top middle. The smoke lands in towards the doors. And Travis has dropped a lurk as well. This has anchored 2 players. Essential and Kenzie Zor are now stuck and rooted on B.
They're going to need support. MPL at least is watching middle. He's got a gap over the boxes. This is going to be a B finish, at least at this moment in time. The bomb is posted there. 3 players in the halls. Essential is going to fall off the line he was on. He still has a lot of utility he can put forward as well. Another smoke remains. And MPL looking for the headshot over the box. 2 players creep close, and now the hit comes through. Travis scaling. First kill is his. Essential spotted. Essential dealt with. Sure, MPL finds his in mid, but it's not going to matter. The B defense comes up trumps.
Yeah, what a cool round here out of Paravision, because they put so much pressure all over the map. They fake out the B hit by not going off the back of it the first time around. They then make deliberate noise in towards short. And that just keeps everyone exactly where they were. And then with 25 seconds left, they re-execute. They've dropped that mid to B smoke again. It's been recycled continuously in towards CT. And MPL feels like he just has to remain there the entire time. And even with the counter flash thrown in by Bait, Paravision, they don't allow themselves to just strafe into these angles for MPL. So by the time MPL realizes there are players in towards mid, it's too late because the tunnels pressure comes through and Travis gets 2 entries without trade.
Oh, they were holding onto the utility a little too long there on the B bomb side as well. Got to re-smoke that at 40. But the AWP out in short, and MPL again getting aggressive off the back of it. Hedrick holds the line down lower, and MPL scales 4. That HE does let Paravision know. That's the only problem with this play.
Yeah, the only time they've done that is when MPL was pushed.
However, he's gotten past, and I don't know if Belshanock's aware of this. From his position, he has no idea. He's about to get blindsided. MPL should have a freebie here. Might even get 2. Oh no, MPL! Nothing in life is free. And you got to feel for him because a couple of seconds earlier, it would have been 1 player. It would have been an easy frag, but he sees 2 and makes a meal of it. Oh, and then James caught out Essential. Knows that this is the free space on B.
Don't overcook this Paravision. Yeah, okay. It looked like they were going to go long, even though James got B, which was terrifying. MPL, that is a disaster, unfortunately. But with Alex getting one back... Oh, okay. No, the rounder is still on, if they want to go for it. I don't know if they do, because Hedrick's still got the AWP, but the money is a little bit low. And so is Alex. And Kenzie's also a little bit worse, so we're on 50 HP. There are options to go for it if they want to. Bait are going to take the passive one. They're going to be a lot more conservative. They're going to bring Hedrick's AWP into the next round. And to be honest with you, Paravision done a really good job at avoiding him. I don't think he's been able to get a kill on the AWP yet, and he's had it for about 3 rounds.
Yeah, no, he's been completely circumvented. Started that round in short, peering down lower, but didn't get the opportunity. He's just there to facilitate MPL's push, which worked so well. He got the timing and everything, but yeah.
Yeah, it worked so well till he had to shoot.
Yeah, that's something I can relate to.
He was 6-0 earlier. If that was in round 3, he would have killed 4.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Good little spell here for Paravision. 3 rounds won in a row. 3 rounds in which the bomb was also exploded. So the maximum amount of money. They've got a 100% win rate ever since James has brought out that AWP. His impact has been invaluable so far for his team. As he looks to go on towards long again, he holds for the smoke to land. He holds for the flash to go off, but the timing doesn't quite resonate this time. Are they going to get aggressive here? Kenzie's also flirting with the idea of pushing in towards B tunnels.
Dangerous stuff, and he will be given notice that there's a player present off the back of that molly from Travis. Hedrick's running around, desperate to find a fight, but he's not found anywhere he goes. Back to more scheduled programming for Paravision, where they're not given that opening kill early.
Well, I think they're going to go back to mid to B, because where Travis has been jiggling so much, he hasn't heard an AWP fire off. So I think they're going to just try and dodge Hedrick again. It's exactly the same round as it was before, except only 1 player is going through middle. It's not going to be a split, it's going to be a lurk.
Kenzizor is very close up towards the entrance. He still has his full kit at utility at 30 seconds. Yeah, drop that smoke. Will time be the killer for Paravision? Kenzizor gets close by. Charis does have a HE to blow this. they're just going to try and burst through. Kentizor under pressure, can't step up. It's essential in backside. He goes down. And it's simple as that. Kick-out lurk not even required. Paravision just brute force through.
Do Kenzis is Kenzis more than essential here? But they've both been victims of it in the past couple of rounds. Do they need to be that aggressive when it's like 17 seconds left? Yes, you're susceptible to a little bit of a pop, but for Kenzis in particular, the way he's dropped that smoke is a little bit deeper in towards B tunnels. Those flashbangs are going to fly over him. Yes, if there was a nade break, it's a different story. But there wasn't one. So does he need to just start spamming the smoke for no reason? I guess he's trying to get ahead of the play, but it feels a little bit touch and go. And yet again, it's the B players finding absolutely nothing. There is no trades. Every single time Paravision go B, I don't think the B players have got a kill.
Yeah, I feel like in that situation, you just want to drop your incendiary and fall back, not be standing in the open like he is. Like, you drop that incendiary, get back around towards Car, and they have to run through the flames. You've got essentially can throw a HE over without revealing himself, and you've probably decimated them with utility damage before the fight even starts.
Yeah, as I was sort of saying my spiel about him spamming, I kind of actually felt a bit bad, because I actually know it completely makes sense why he's doing that. It's just the wrong play to make to what Paravision were doing in that situation, but how was he supposed to know that? But I agree, you could have played it safer. And now look at this. All the conditioning that Paravision have put in towards B nets bait to start there early. And Paravision, they know this. And they don't care if you want upper tunnels because they want long. And they've got it all for free, baby.
At least you can just park Kensistol here and rotate everyone else over. Metric's down lower. He's begging for this fight. He's had this all for so many rounds and hasn't fired a shot. He's not shot a single bullet. And he's still not in the right place for it. As you mentioned, long. At least the smoke will land delay. They have the read on it. Metric's pushing top mid, in fact. You're not going to find too much there.
Oh. Another situation in which you have got players in the right spot here. 4 players. Hedrick actually recoils from top middle. He goes in towards short. You've got everything you would want and more. And with 30 seconds left, Paravision cannot rotate.
Surely Fate have done everything they need here. Sure, Noda finds that kill. I don't think it changes the outcome. Alex is very close to this. Oh my god, they have started to rotate. But it's going to be this A play. And now Noda has won the round by himself. Hedrick gets the fire off the shot, but it doesn't matter. If they just held their ground. But Noda getting that one lurk kill draws the entire ire of Bait.
This is the pressure. This is the pressure. This is what it means. You lose this best of 3, you are out of potentially qualifying to the major. No more chances in the MRQ. And Paravision are playing with Bait's rotations and they are manipulating them so much. For about 60% of that round, Bait had 80% of their entire roster on the right site. And because Paravision never peak, apart from one player just jiggling long as if he's just a lurk, as if he's just been a little bit of a nuisance, and then Nota activates. And then you're completely in the dark because you've over-gambled. They take the risk. It doesn't pay off. And Paravision, these late round masterclasses are completely undoing all the hard work Bait put forward at the start of the game.
Great round from Nota. That double kill in mid is also insane. The spray transfer on the player trying to escape. Oh, now James got the opening pick. Kenzo tries to peek down bottom middle. He gets punished for it. Falling apart here for Bait. Nota's getting emboldened. That flash does catch him though, and Essential will get on the board with that frag.
Tell you what though, look how paranoid they are. Hedrick's already rotated over towards mid. Essential moved over as well for MPL. And now suddenly, you've got one player here that needs to defend. He's done this before, but he can't do it again. MPL goes down empty-handed. And now Hedrick is walking towards this A bomb site with just this Deagle out. They've got no money. They've got to save again.
Hedrick's had a rough game. We're about to be into round number 9, and he's barely had a chance to get involved. But it's because of this puppet mastery from Kickit and Co. Pulling the strings, and he is dancing to their tune.
I've watched so many Paravision games, and they do have the tendency to go for slow rounds like this. Game time. It's the classic caveat, right? But this is the most extreme version of it I've ever seen under this organizational banner. This is excruciating. And this must be so difficult to play in if you're bait, because you know nothing. And you feel like you can't push. Because remember, last time you pushed in towards top mid, you walked away empty-handed. Not once, but twice. You go in towards lower tunnels early. No one's there. So you even are trying to vary your approach. Another peek in towards middle, a different outcome. Hedrick finally gets the best of his counterpart.
Hedrick's bored. Wants more frags, pushes all the way up with some support. Will fall back. They find themselves in a rare advantage early.
Great nade. It's huge onto Nota in lower.
I feel you've done the hard work now. You remove Jame. Ken still gets ahead of the mid smoke. Won't see too much.
That's
This
what they
mid
want.
hold has been a little weak. At least Hedrick is here this time. Essential's tucked on the left. Spotted. Travis, another freebie. Hedrick has to continue to shine. If he goes down, suddenly all the bait's hard work falls apart. And it's a retake you feel they have to go for. 3-on-3. Hobbling all the way out in backyard. Alex will clear him. Travis is low. Bait have the advantage on this. It's Belshanock's game. He sits back towards the big box. Travis underneath. Pressure coming in from tunnels. Alex gets that frag. Over the top comes Kenzizor, and Bait pull off the retake.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant retake. And as you said, needed. It was essential that they got that. I think Paravision have been realising, based on some of the timings that they are hitting and some of the stacks, they've actually been progressing through their smokes. So this mid to B deliberate smoker, I think, is really brilliant. Because as you saw, Kenzizor gets ahead of it and he sees nothing. And it's a false sense of security. Oh, they're not going mid to B. We'll just keep our players on A. And then bang, immediately in towards that B bomb site through tunnels. Fortunately, the difference maker you've got here is that Hedrick got a kill. He won't have one in this round, though, because Jame gets revenge.
Yeah, James come out on top more times than not in that peak. Different angle for Hedrick to approach it, but same result for Jame at least. Central wants to try his hand with the sniper. Top mid, but Kickit ducks down. Spam does a lot of damage on the Belshanock from Kenzizor, and that was also a confirmation of a few bodies. Further damage being inflicted. Nothing fatal.
This is another good scenario, though. Again, Bait, they're just putting more bodies in towards the area of contention, and they're correct once more. This is a really nice little bait and switch. MPL just playing close to the doors, anti-flash. Kenzizor looking at the crack, can't see anything. Jame might get caught off guard here. No, he just ducks underneath Xbox in time. That molly will start to agitate him, though. They move away. 35 seconds. And again, the call, where do you go? Where do you look to if you're Bait? Lurk smoke dropped at B. Essential now just smoked off. At least Kenzizor is here, but it's these two defenders again. And now Essential's mollied. And again...
Oh, and a molly goes where he's going. This has not been a fun round for Essential. Kenzo gets one, but it doesn't matter. Alex will find the lurk, but in a 2-on-3, I think they want to keep these guns for the final round of play, especially the double AKs. Essential might have even had some safety where he was, because the molly, I think, went a little too deep at back box, but decides to play it safe and try and get away, but a lovely double set of mollies keeps him at bay.
That U2 has been phenomenal on this T side. The overall game plan, but the fact it's so grossly exaggerated by the mollies as well. You think that's that double Molotov in towards the ramp that burned out head trick completely. Same situation for Essential there. And yes, he goes down to bullets, but they got him exactly where they wanted him. There's a ridiculous shot by James on the opener. And this B defense is being exploited round in, round out. And because Paravision are waiting until 20 seconds to go for these executes, you have to keep players on A. You have to.
Yeah, I feel like Paravision could have just gone B every round and probably won out this half as well. Like, it's just, this B hold is just not coming up with much at all. James gonna go for the pick. Might be given the opportunity. Kenzel's jiggling from backside to jump pick, and yeah, they are just going to commit into B. So much success has been found. The molly gets dropped, and well, notifies Essential immediately. A lot of damage has been inflicted, but the spray is wild.
Wow.
Look at the HP. Definitely gives a chance in this retake. Love that HE to go onto Noda as he tries and plants. The bomb will go down. There's a decent chunk of utility for these remaining CTs.
They gotta wait for Alex. He's so far away. They speak about the utility for the CTs. The T side are just being annoying. Another smoking towards the doors. The nades going over in towards the window continuously. How's this timing for Alex? It looks pretty good. Travis is considering it just for a moment, but he gets rid of MPL, and then Alex slides out and gets free. But Travis will still headshot him anyway. The player that originally was supposed to be looking at tunnels will finish off the job. Paravision walk away with 8.
Incredible T-half from Paravision. Dust 2, they're map for a reason. Doubling the round count of Bait, and that was with a 3-0 start. Bait looked like they were coming into this hot to trot, but this B defense has just not worked out. Every time Paravision came here, they came out ahead. No matter how many defenders were on site, they could never find more than one.
I'm
A
looking
masterclass on the T side.
I'm just looking at the rounds, and I think the entire for the entire half, when Paravision executed B, before they planted the bomb, the B defenders, I think, got 2 kills total in the whole half. They just could not get any kills. And even when Paravision just changed up the pace, they don't even drop that much utility. They drop 1 flashbang. The car player, unaffected. Should have had Nota dead to rights. No, dead. And the player at backside should have had a kill. Doesn't. It's such an egregious amount of errors for Bait. They'll be feeling so hard done by, so frustrated. But that's the reality of Paravision's Dust 2.
And now Paravision hard favoured by the betting odds provided by 1xBet. Okay, the group long. Travis gets the first kill. Alex on the trade, and they're just going to accelerate off it. Flashbang's coming over, but not enough to delay. There is this incendiary. Delshnock's holding forward to delay that bomb plant. It has been a nuisance. Can't they do anything off the back of it, though? It's just waited out by Bait. They're allowed to plant the bomb. Hedrick will get that down. James has removed Alex, but he's still got MPL out long. This crawl from the route. No, kick it, swings wide, removes MPL immediately, but it's Essential with the double. A 2v2, another long play, a flick back, Essential. Doing everything right now with the Glock, but the second shot, not enough. He's still standing. Nota continues to scale, and it's on to Head Trick. 1 versus 2 made in 1v1 off the op with the pistol, but it's James that prevails. There's a kit, and there's time.
Heartbreak. Heartbreak for Essential. Because he gets those 2 kills in towards CT. He insta-gushes Kicker out long. It wasn't Kicker, but still. No, it was. Like, oh, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. He gets 2 quick kills. He insta-dinks the guy long, and it's still not enough. It comes down to the 1 versus 1. Headtrick feels like he's got to swing because he's got to be crunched upon by James, and James just bops him off of the bomb site. This was a 3-0 start. A 3-0 start for Bait, and they are losing 9-4.
Bomb plant and down to 1-on-1. They will fully invest in. Got a decent buy. This round gives them the way back into this map. Paravision will be fully aware of this investment. The full-on control established by the CTs. It has a lot of responsibility. It's a very passive A setup, which means if this is this B hit, if they successfully get past Belchanok with minimal casualties, Paravision can't retake.
They'll see the smoke now. That they should be aware that this is going to be the play, and Belchanok comes up empty-handed. But he will scream all the info. Guys, they're on B. Time to save.
Yep, that's simple as. Turns out the B site's kind of hard to hold.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to hold, especially when you wide swing into 5 players. That was
With an MP9. Yeah, that doesn't make it easier, does it?
And you're on your own. Kick it for a HE in towards tunnels about 20 seconds prior to that. That was all your help, mate. They gambled A. They were hoping it would be that. No, instead, Bait give Paravision a little sample of what they've been experiencing for the last 20 minutes. But they only lose 1 MP9. They keep saving all these M4s. They've got the FAMAS as well. Here we go. Ready? Ferrari peak.
Time 2 players start B, and PR with the recovered MP9 goes quickly with Kenzie-Saw, so they've immediately got all the control of lower, all the control of the first stage of short. And Paravision are looking the other way this time. It's 3 players over towards B. I wonder maybe if they're going to take a timing to push through, or if they're just going to hunker down.
Great nade. This time, Kicker will find purchase with the shrapnel. The entire goal for the A players is just to deny short control so much that Bait elects to go in towards this B stack. The issue right now is that's not happening. Good timing on this counter utility. There goes that smoke in from Kicker. Bait consider moving away. Meanwhile, Travis is starting to push in towards the long doors. He might go around this corner, but if he does, Kicker is still isolated.
Make the right read again, but kick it on the wide swing, wins out that duel, falls back down, so Bait still continued to commit. It's only Travis here, but Paravision are very quickly moving over. They're not gambling B. They want to support their teammate, charging in all of the utility too, separating these Ts. They are having a rough time. But Kickout has been burnt out. Kenzie-Saw is begging for this fight, looking for the headshot angle with the MAC-10, and he's found the damage. In fact, it's a team kill. Nota takes down 3, including Travis. So it's on to James to clutch up, and he can't do it with two at once. Paravision try and fast rotate, try and deny bait, but they burst through.
What a moment. I really like the way that Paravision are playing that, because they're forcing bait to plant for sure. And they're restricting all this control in ramp, and they block each other. They block each other and kick at birds, and then Nota kills Travis, who's done such a good job at surviving, only then to be removed by his teammate. In essence, there are 2 team kills there. Both accidental. And that forces Paravision to use one of their first timeouts. The first timeout they've called all game. Limited money. And now we've got to talk about the elephant in the room. Belchanok, who had a great game to kick off the MRQ against Heroic, he's got 2 kills. He has 2 kills.
He's having a struggle. It's been the tale for these B players, hasn't it? Essential in the first half. I think he ended it with 1 kill. Double up and almost 3 in the pistol. But they're broken through. Now Essential looks to maybe add a few more kills to his tally.
That's a really cool smoke that they throw, because it lands exactly where the retake one's put. But you don't expect it. You expect the corner to be thrown out by the T side. So by doing that even deeper, it gives you more space. I don't know whether it missed or that is the lineup, but that's really cool if that's deliberate. So it just means that you can actually peek on towards that corner and there's a gap in it.
It makes it uncomfortable if anyone's kind of out in that corner either. I'll leave Alex to hang out and lurk, and he'll have a field day. Rest of bait will move over towards the bomb site. This will be a easy conversion. Can Alex get the 3 kills here? Don't think he's aware that Nota could have crossed, but with the smoke down, he might... Oh, okay. Hedrick arrives a little too late. And he's put on notice too. Which means this AK can be picked up. That's a little gift for Nota. We're going to have a 2-round game after Paravision had a brilliant run on that T side. Hasn't got the pistol.
Yeah, worst case scenario for the CT side. Win pistol, lose force. Yes, you saved them all, but you still invested a little bit behind it anyway, so you had to eco. At least James can bring out the AWP in this round. But you're right, this is looking to be a lot more convincing from Bay. A huge amount of respect now goes towards them, because they were losing 8-4. They were getting battered, and they were being pulled around all over the map. But now they can decide where to go. It's just been very simple CS. It's been pack mentality, Counter-Strike out of Bay. They haven't tried to reinvent the wheel. They've just been running the same old defaults, and it's been working. Go B with numbers. Go short with numbers.
Fun nade. James boosted up in a good position. Expecting a flashbang to get him off the line, so he'll just wait. And then swing off that flash. Perfect from James, anticipating that exact play to get the opening pick.
One of the most intelligent players we've got in Counter-Strike. By far. So measured, so controlled is James. And his AWP is going to be a bit menacing for Bait. After losing the opening pick, they decide to go back to the control that they've guaranteed got. And that is the B bomb site. Currently, no one is home for Paravision. They've bitten down very hard on this mid to B smoke. If this was pure contacting towards B, that would be amazing. Instead, it isn't. Smoke starts to fly over. Belchanok now catches wind of it and will pass the first test. Belchanok holds for a double at the doors.
Not even plan triple. Yeah, he will. Belchanok. There we go. But a multi-kill madness from him. If it had just been contact, or if they'd waited for the smoke to land, it's kind of, you had to go for one of those 2 decisions there. But with the smoke still in the air, not quite blocking off that doorway, Belchanok just stands there ready for the fight. They make the right read.
Yeah,
The wrong approach to it.
why would you not wait? Surely you should be waiting there for the smoke to land. Oh, that feels basic. They wouldn't have known that Paravision were out in towards mid and gambling over towards that side of the map and leaving B open. Just make a choice. It feels like they rushed it. That's a shame. But again, we go back to the AWP being in the hands of James, the success of rounds for Paravision. I think they've only lost one round where James had the AWP in his possession.
Well, he copped it leg early from Hedrick. The bait, it's a slow crawl to get short control.
Oh, the utility just keeps being a problem for Bait. Double nades onto Kenzizor. He hasn't seen a player. He was on 36 points of health. And look at this setup. Paravision have got 4 players on B. Sorry, on A. James holding long, baiting in Nota. This is where the bombs come in. 30 seconds left.
Paravision has a palm in their hands. James gets that first kill. Nota can just fall back, and James might even want to post in the angle. The flashbang to allow it as well. Both of them find another kill apiece. That's the round done. Straight into James' open arms. He receives them. And even keeping these weapons barely allowed. MPL will keep an AK, but that is it. 11 for Paravision.
So important. He's so important. And I know what you're thinking. You're going to look at the scoreboard. You're going to think, Brandon, he's got 10 kills. Why is this stat relevant? Why did you just bring that up? The amount of space, the amount of important kills that he gets. Because look, this right here, this is an opening kill. This is an opening kill into the round. Nota then drops a flash to push Hedrick off the angle, and then James can still maintain the space. Completely cordon Bait away from this long pressure. And there's 30 seconds that they have to go into it. They have to fight this AWP. I think the majority of James' kills so far this game have been openers. Is that reliability? Something you can't say about Bait's buy. Hedrick, AWP, MPL, AK, the 2 stars you want to have weaponry, but everyone else is broken, it's battered, but at least it's something from the AWP of Hedrick.
Now just try and force the issue. James gets glocked. They're bursting through. Kenzizor will now start to charge in. Belchinok's feeling the pressure. He'll stand for that burst. He keeps going. Belchinok runs out of bullets, but he might have done enough. Alex gets that kill back, but the bomb is in mid, and Kickit finds another. Bay look like they've done everything right. Hedrick still has a chance. A 1 versus 2. And he knows that Kickit's close by. Travis, in towards mid doors, is ready to swing as soon as his contact comes. Hedrick needs to hit that shot and be ready, not anticipating Travis's swing. Bay do everything right. They get the 2 openers that allow the mid to be, but Belchinok from the heavens with 2, and that is enough.
Because Belchinok decides to swing because he's got that support. Communication flowing here for Paravision. Just swing, Belchinok. We will come through the smoke in towards CT and back you up. Here it comes from Kicker. And that is everything, because it drops the bomb, it denies. And even in that 1 versus 2, it's the player at CT that swings later. He's not the one that takes the first contact. It's so difficult for Hedrick because he has to commit and wide swing into that angle. Occupied by the other player. Everything is just done to perfection for Paravision. Bait are suffering at the hands of another masterclass of a Dust 2 performance.
2 massive high-impact CT rounds from Belchinok. After a really slow start to affairs, he's come in at the most important juncture. Bait, they need 5 in a row for overtime. going to burst through. Mid to B. James is here with Belshanock on this site. Belshanock holding the line from doors. He'll have the first fight, but he goes down. James has removed the tunnel's threat so he can focus over towards these players that are flying out the window. And he can't close it in time. MPL on the lurk, getting spammed out, getting removed. They anticipated him. Absurdity. Headtrick's forced off, and Paravision looked like they wanted to go for it.
No, they want the AWP. the thing is, they can't have the AWP. It is the danger because James on the B site. So instead, they're going to hunt. They're going to keep bait just exactly where they want them. Kicker's got more than enough money to facilitate this. So yeah, they're going to try and close the doors on upper tunnels. If they can get rid of all the weaponry here, this would be amazing. Well handled. Really well handled from Kenzie Zor. Keeps that AWP alive. Double
Fantastic
AWP?
burst through. Double AWP. Okay.
No. Everyone
an
just wanted to
accidental.
drop Jame an AWP.
Yeah, all right. Oh, unless they are going to run an AWP on B, Belshanock might just lock it down with an AWP. No, okay.
And James been legged
James
through the
been
mid
legged.
doors.
Yeah, Headtrick's got that leg on him 2 times now. It's been a fun head-to-head to watch.
Four rounds needed for bait. They win this, they break the money. It's a step in the right direction. But one mistake, one slip up in one of these rounds, Paravision take their map pick. They move one step closer to survival, at least for today, in the MRQ.
Jay wants this fight. How far does he want to extend? No further than this. Knows it. That low HP. Doesn't want to get caught on the jumper. They're getting ahead of the mid to B smoke. Drops his own encounter to slow them down. This might be another round where Belshanock is called upon. Maybe not. Bait move back. In towards short. And Paravision have a good setup to deal with this.
They do and they don't because James worried about long, right? So he can't really commit his entire body into holding this. But 30 seconds, this is another time-pressured moment. And Travis has been loud about running away to then try and get James back on the angle. It's the rifle that swings first. But the utility is good to separate these CTs. 10 seconds, you've got to put the bomb down. But look, lying in wait in the corner was Nota in Goose the whole time. At least there's trades, and the molly will burn out. This is a complete mess. And James, I thought he denied the bomb, but no, not quite. It falls to Belchanock. Trying to do something, anything, but he can't do it. Bait just about survived that scare.
Dude, James just flies up the short boxes to deny the bomb. I think he kills one play, might even hit a collateral there. But because he's got the AWP, like, he just can't deny that bomb going down. It goes down with like a second to spare. Check this from James. Yeah, it's the collateral, but he doesn't get that second kill. MPL lives with barely any HP. James almost wins the entire map off that play,
Oh my god.
but body blocked.
I didn't even...
Insanity.
So the way everything was happening so fast, I didn't even realize that was a call out. I thought the bomb was being planted on the other side of the box. No, it wasn't. That is absurd. That is absolutely absurd.
How did Bait win that round? CDs have a flash for long, but it's just USPs. So you're not... Okay, it might come too late anyway. And indeed, it does. Double digits for Bait.
No warp for James.
He's been prolific on it. Although, again, if he'd had a rifle around before...
Yeah, I mean, they just win the game, sure. But, I mean... I cannot believe that collab was just laying on top of each other. Free start B for Paravision. The majority of bait also congregate here. Oh no. This is a little bit scary if they go in towards B. What? Just through the smoke and go fetch, Nota.
Yeah, what was that
I
about?
don't know. Pulling rank.
He's just like staring at him. Like he's having a conversation with him. What an interesting gamble.
Well, good news is that Nota's moved off B just a little bit, but James is here, and he's holding counter util. So is Belchanok. Tucks in, dodges one flash, but not the other, and James just gets completely iced out, as does Belchanok, as does Nota. Insane entries from Bait, and they just keep on going. Finally, there's resistance from Travis, but not for long. What an explosion onto B, and Bait are still alive.
Holy. It looks like Paravision have the read. They've got limited utility, so they reinforce that B bomb site. Kicker knows what's up. He puts all the pieces there, but it doesn't matter. The scaling is brilliant. And Alex just doesn't slow down. 3 clean kills.
Look at the money.
Beautiful entry pathing.
They got no money. They have nothing. Wrestled this back from... It felt like it was done. It really felt like it was done about 20 minutes ago. The B hit after B hit was relentless from Paravision. Bait lose the pistol. They win the force buy back. They get some ridiculous intervention where Jamer has hit a collateral and he kills the player that's not planting the bomb. It's ethereal.
Yeah, divine intervention is often come against James in these big games. Fight out long, head trick. Looks to post up, Essential by his side. Oh, wants to go ahead of it. Okay, thinks better of it. They should know Paravision don't have the best investment here, so they don't need to force the issue. There's one M4 in Kiket's hands. Re-clear on B.
I don't like how solo Kicket is. He's so independent of the rest of his team.
Is James setting up a flash for him? Is that going to be the play? They're looking for a timing, maybe? Yeah, there's that flash. Doesn't see a thing. Which you kind of really wanted to get something off that.
But now Bait can move, right? Bait can now mobilize back in towards short because they know this player was just there and he splashed for control and saw nothing. Kicker's actually rotated all the way around towards CT and has been dealt with by Kenzizor. That's the rifle gone for Paravision.
And now Paravision start to scramble. Nota will pick that rifle up. So it's not all for naught. He had a 5.7, so it's quite the upgrade. But the A split is the perfect call. Players out from long, from short. Travis has an MP9 on site, and he is removed immediately. Kenzizor is doubled down, but James does the same. His SMG does wonders. James has done everything with just the sidearm, but maybe Alex, no, denied. In the final moments, it's James with an MP9 to secure victory for Paravision.
Forget divine intervention. That is James intervening at the perfect moment. He does his best MPL impression, but not with an M4, with an MP9. That is absurd. Bait had the correct read, they had everything. And yet they come away with nothing. It is heartbreak at the 12th hour in map 1. No overtime. And the M4 did nothing. The M4 did nothing in that round apart from get the final kill.
That was a 3-on-5. And Jay just with an MP9 in the worst position imaginable steals that away. What a shocking end to that map. Bait had done all the hard work in every round prior to that. Into that round, they did all the hard work. They found the 2 kills. They had an isolated fight on A that they win. 3 players coming up long. and the MP9 is what ends it.
It's the instant ding. So we've got the highlights from the game here, but just how surgical. Look, remember that highlight. Remember this highlight right now, and then we'll see the very last one as well. Paravision won some absurd rounds in this game. It has to be said. That first 2vx situation where James hit the wall bang, and then Kicker has been able to get that kill on sight with 1 bullet remaining.
The Notalurk we just saw.
Yes, the audacious MP9 to close. In the same breath, Bait
James
also
clutching the
had some of
pistol.
those.
Yeah, Paravision, I think they definitely clutched out a little more than Bait.
This round as well was ridiculous. Like, this one shouldn't have been anything, and then Kickit comes through the smoke at the perfect time and drops the bomb. So many of these individual moments, but it was a real team effort from Paravision. The synergy was perfect. Bait, you felt like they were a little bit slow to start, and they got undone by that B defense right at the tail end of that half.
Let's just let this last highlight play out, because this is the 3-on-5, and Jam. Ridiculous. And Alex, you think maybe he can pull off that 1v3, but no, here's the scoreboard. Alex, Kenzie are having brilliant games. Look at their kills compared to anyone else in the server.
Yeah.
Dragging Bait through that, but it's Jame in the big moments that delivers.
Absolutely. And look, you raise your eyebrows at Essential. You maybe raise your eyebrows at Belchnock, but Belchnock won 2 rounds individually for Paravision just on his own, even with 8 kills. Like, so important. Alex and Kenzie, yeah, can't believe it. Remember, MPL was 6-0 to start this game. Ends 15-11. Headtrick, same breath, completely nullified in that first half. Felt like wherever he went, he wasn't there. I'm surprised, actually, they didn't start him on B in any of those rounds. And the best bit is they did once or twice, and Paravision just waited until like 20 seconds and then went B anyway. It was a heist right at the very end, but ultimately a remarkable T side gave Paravision just the slight edge there over Bait.
Yeah, had to really fight for it in the end. Bait really showing what these MRQs are all about. Elimination on the line. They are now 1 map away from going home. Well, not making it through, I suppose. They're already probably home. Will they be able to survive the test? We'll find out. Map 2 coming up not too long after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Madness and heartbreak for Bait at the tail end of Dust 2. Paravision will just about take their map pick. Overtime not needed. But we had some Mirage. Bait's map pick. Paravision, not very good on the T side. Surely that's got to give Bait some hope here, Lucy.
You'd think so. At least they will be starting on CT side so they can build up that early lead early. But yeah, it's the close that I'm worried about here because their T sides have not been good historically, not been good at this event. They got 2 rounds yesterday versus Astralis on the T side. So their backs are against the wall. We said that they would have to win Dust 2. Didn't anticipate it in the fashion that it came across, but they got it done. And that's the hard work, you feel. Bait now on the back foot. They've yet to win a map here, and this might be their last they play.
Please go and look at the match page for that first map and just have a look at the ratings because it is absurd that Paravision are winning that map. Alex is on a 1.4 rating and he just doesn't win the map. James has 15 kills. Obviously, has that triple kill right at the end, which is the most important, but had 6 opening kills. 6 opening kills in that game. It was so impressive to watch from him. He was so influential. The thing is, he needs his team to step up around him. You're looking at Belchanok, you're looking at Nota. Now this is the time for these boys to show why they deserve to still remain and have a shot at making the major.
Yeah, I feel like we got what we wanted out of the individuals on Bait, even if it took a little while for them to really come online. I think on that T side in particular, we really saw Alex and Kenzie shining. Like they were doing so much great work. But yeah, it took a little bit on that first half for them to get online after they got put on the back foot. But for Paravision, again, it's been that same story in so many of their maps here so far, where they have a few of their players really delivering, but there's a couple that are missing. And Belchanok was one of those. Hoping that's not going to be the case here. He's already had one really good map so far. But they only just got through Dust 2, like skin of their teeth moments, and it's an elimination game. We need to see a little bit more out of both of these teams.
Let's see then. Can Bait do it? They need to win Mirage to stay alive at the MRQ.
CT side for Paravision, much their preferred. And I don't think we are live, Brandon. I think, well, yeah, no, they're just hanging out.
They've done it again.
They are just hanging out.
I had this at D2. And now we got this on Mirage as well. We'll get that reset. We'll get it restored. And we'll get the game going. So, sweatier palms now for Bait. This horrible statistic that has been plaguing them throughout these major qualification runs. The lack of winning a best of 3, not through lack of trying. So many RMRs squandered. So many opportunities yet to be realized.
These two teams have played Mirage twice in the last month, really, or 2 months. Each time Bait have won. But despite the damning statistic about Paravision's T-sides, they've been very close games. 13-10, 13-11. And that's in lower pressure games, so to speak. Not elimination from the MRQ at any rate. So, you know, despite Paravision having a very low win rate on this map, despite having lackluster T-sides, it has always been close for them. So you don't want to count them out of taking this 2-0.
You can't count them out of anything. That MP9 round should give you all of the belief that Paravision can do it. That they can pull rounds out of absolutely nothing. They live up to the mantra, don't they? Paid by the round. You can kill the man, but not the idea. It still lives on. You see it in the VP team, you still see it in the Paravision team as well. Everyone from Bait Sport, so it feels like it's an issue on the Paravision end. So it means we've just got a moment to think about the implications for Paravision in general. What if they don't make this as well? They wanted to make the major so desperately that they changed these two players right before the season kicked off. Bringing in James, bringing in Nota, bringing in Dastan, the coach as well. That core that has won the major back in 2022. These are the moments that you feel like you're built for. Yet you find yourself here losing 2 best of ones in a best of 3 that's a nail-biter map 1 as well. It would be a disaster for both of these teams if they were to be having their journey short-lived and cut at the first earliest exit. We've got that timer. Finally, we can get into Mirage. That CT side was a little bit touch and go from Paravision on D2. They want to rectify these mistakes on Mirage. And for Bait, well, they need this map. Clean and simply put, they head A with the bomb.
Yeah, but they have a player mid and a player that will likely come through underpass. So you're expecting this is kind of like a default gun round, but with pistols. Central top mid, James gets curious and off a flashbang will spot him out, but can't quite convert the shots. Decides to fall back, and it is going to be this hit up the A ramp, scaling out Palace at the same time. Kentidor clears Belshanock. Travis with a fast trade. Nota will spot that Palace player. And they're still worried about this mid presence because 2 players are here. And Bait disengage. 4-on-4, Alex at half HP. MPL and James have crossed each other. But Essential removes Jota, and now James is stuck in this smoke. Has no idea MPL's waiting. He'll find that kill. And Bait looking like they're going to take this pistol. Travis's arm is spotted. And MPL's calling the troops over.
Yeah, don't overcomplicate it. Just go straight back in towards A. You got all that space through MPL. Kick it. Lying in wait. No flashbang to get him off the angle, but that's fine because Essential will instead. Travis, 1v4, will deny the bomb plant. At least the guy behind it would be the ace. Smoke dropped on the bomb. No kit in play, but at least he knows the location of one of them. Head trick now starts to move. Gets curious. Close by the smoke. Up over. Travis hits the headshot once more, but he's only got 3 HP. He just starts to stick. MPL will finish what he started. Nearly the ace, but denied. Bait finally get a breakthrough.
Yeah, lovely attempt from Travis. All those frags coming through looked very nice. Especially that one onto the bomb planter. It's a real shame the bomb gets down because that would have really given him a good shot in that round. And he's so selfless after getting those 4 frags that he's going to drop an M4 over to Nota as they force into this round.
See the odds there. Over double the odds for Paravision to take the series, provided by 1xBet. If you still haven't registered, click on the banner in the description, register the promo code Austin25 and get up to 100% first deposit bonus.
Nota feels like he needs to get active with this M4. He's been given a lot of responsibility with it. Paravision are going to put the lesser weaponry over towards B. So Nota roams around. They're aware that mid is where Bait currently lay in wait. In fact, it's going to be the gamble on B. So it's Nota versus the world. Bait begin to crawl up the connector. He's in the perfect position, doesn't need to worry about Palace. He needs to frag out. First kill is his, second can't convert. Look at the damage done. It's that last second headshot, but it's not enough. With Hedrick finding the frag, unless the Deagles can catch someone off guard, but with Kickout falling, that might just be the end of this forced investment. Kenzizor, an awkward engagement. So much damage has been inflicted, but the kills not found, and Paravision have no way into this round.
Yeah, you see Bait are scared. They just go, do you know what? We'll just put these smokes down in really awkward angles, just so you can't kill us. We want all of our weaponry. He jumps over the scout shot, Kenzizor. Travis will swing out to apply a little bit of pressure. He's hoping he can draw some players back in as that bomb explodes, but no, there's more than enough time for Bait to get out of here. They want to prioritize their own Kev and weapons as well, Paravision. So the gamble doesn't pay off. The secondary gamble, giving no to the M4, nearly does. It's a kill and a half, but it's still not enough that is required.
Brutal trade.
Starts.
Yeah, Bait have been good at starting strong, but it's the close. Seen that one back. It was such an influential trade kill. And we still have the scout in play and a couple of pistols, but a burst around from Kenzizor. Yeah, they don't want to play this one slow. They don't want to allow the damage to come through. That slow chipping from the scout, the pistols, not a chance. A speed run from Kenzizor into this one. Again, a 3-0 start.
Yeah, Bait don't want to play your game, Paravision. Look at that, lovely. Absolutely lovely. With the HE and Kenzizor just swinging through the murder hole. See you later. Nota and Belchnok, what I will say for Paravision is they have to be influential because they're in the positions to succeed. Belchnok's going to be on short, patrolling that quite often. Nota's going to be dancing in towards connector and floating between that and the A-bomb site. Really high-octane young players that have their own dreams of qualifying for the major. Have a point to prove it as well. Being the trusted ones from the region to accompany James, Kicker, Dastan, Travis. So a lot riding on their shoulders as well. Pressure can get to them.
It's going to be a straight up A hit, and there are only 2 players on this side of the map. Kicker starts to move forward. Essentials ready for it. And that's your A defense undone. Nota will spam from stairs, but he is smoked off. Rotations will come from CT. James is here, and there isn't a smoke down. They want to scale this way. But nice flick down. Kenzizor wanted to go fast with that MAC-10, but the response has been quick. Hedrick looking to plant the bomb. Travis looking to deny it, and he will swing through with the FAMAS. MPL will finally get the kill back, but the response from Paravision is brilliant. They look like they've done all the hard work, but maybe Alex can put in some hard yards of his own. HE does a lot of damage. And look at the reposition. Nota has run all the way round through underpass. He's scaling to come through the back lines late. James disengages. They're going to allow Alex to play this. Slow it down. Make it uncomfortable and allow that flank to come into play if it's even necessary. James says no. Paravision get on the board.
I'll tell you what, they made a good decision and then, to be honest, a bad decision there, Paravision. Because the idea to go through CT after the MAC-10 gets found out by James, brilliant. Because you can get James to hold all these deep angles, and it allows the space for Travis to maneuver with this FAMAS. It forces Hedrick off the bomb, there's no extra money, and he can go around the corner and also deal with Essential. Here, the Nota disengage, the James disengage. It's scary how much James is peeking in towards CT. He gave Alex a really big chance, but not to be. And then Belchnok removes Kenzizor. Yet again, Kenzizor finding an opening death to kickstart these rounds.
Essential's ready for this aggressive play. Kicker with the MP9 will fall short, and Nota in a lot of trouble. Dancing with Essential will actually win that out somehow. So keeping it in the advantage, just about. MPL on the boost up will slowly ascend, but Belchnok will use that timing to find Alex. Now, MPL is the unknown element. Okay, now he's known. Well, sad situation with Hedrick holding a Glock against a running MP9. Again, a round where he doesn't get to use the AWP. And Paravision back to back.
Back to back and no bomb plant for Bait. So you can buy into this if you want, but it's not going to be pretty. This kill from Nota is absolutely everything, because we talk about the sight lines that James holds to sort of give a lot of leverage in the previous round to Travis and give all the room. By Nota getting that kill on A, he shores up that bomb site, and it means the players can remain in middle and deal with that impeding threat. They didn't have to rotate prematurely. So a really important kill from Nota, standing up when his team needs him most. How many times are they going to break the smoke with this nade? 2 or 3. Another molly goes in towards the back. They want to prevent Bait from having any scaling in towards middle. And then Nota and Belchnok swing at the same time. Jane will at least deny one. Nota trades on towards Alex, but Kenzizor is still finding impact.
But it was just these two hero rifles. Oh, the Deagle though. Best Jame. Travis is not clearing this close angle. MPL lying in wait, activates his trap card, and it falls to kick it. Spots out that player and is anticipating a mid play, but I think he's already maybe looking to pick up this AWP. Hedrick scooped it up. This was not the round that Bait were meant to be winning.
But you take it. I think what's really cool here is that they still remain to fight in towards middle. The molly that Paravision threw, the incendiary towards the back of the boxes, is the CT molly. So it's not going to spread all the way. So you just stand on the corner. Belchnok swings, anticipating that you're going to be out wide. You're going to be forced into the open by that incendiary. No, he's just tucked on the corner. Is Alex. And then Kenzil gets the important one on towards Nota. And from there, just some bangers from Deagles. Stolen away. Very much like Paravision stole Dust 2 away. It's a little bit of revenge. It's a little bit of a sweet respite. What happened to Belchnok in mid? He get knifed by his teammate.
He got knifed by his teammate.
Great.
Yeah, not ideal,
Travis,
is
you
it?
want an M4, mate?
Gets knifed and then gets given an MP9. Yeah, unlucky. Yeah, just putting the pressure on. Jameis found Hedrick. This back and forth between the two. It's been a delight to watch on Dust 2. Continues here on Mirage. Essential anticipates Kiket's hanging about. They dodge each other.
Oh, Kicker. You're playing a dangerous game. Yeah. Essential will get rid of him. So now Jamie is alone. At least Nota is hearing towards CT as well. The bomb maneuvers its way towards this A site. And Belchnok has cleared all of B, so he can now be a quick piece to be a lurk.
You go through the underpass? I don't know, they were a bit worried that there was maybe a player, but yeah, they are going to have the rotations here. Nota moves towards where Kicker would normally be found. You've got Jamie in CT, 30 seconds. Beta playing Paravision's game. Kenzizor is clearing B free. And I think that's now alerted them maybe there's this flank. You can see MPL is considering it, but the timing from Belchnok, it might just be perfect. He's going to come around the back lines with the MP9 in hand. Starts to accelerate. Kill is his. MPL swings back around, but there's no time. 7 seconds remain. You need to plant the bomb, but Kenzizor has come around and has found that opening, and he finds the closure too.
What a decision. What a decision from MPL right here. And I'll tell you why. Because Kenzizor's got all of B. He can now make this two-way decision. Do we commit in towards this A site? Do we let them think that they know what's going to happen? Because Kenzie's can activate late. Or do we go all the way back towards B? If they went back towards B, potentially that MP9 could have found even more, even though Belchnok was quite low. Instead, Kenzie's plays late. Bait escape once more on that T side. An incredible round. When you think it's all said and done, when you think Paravision have done enough, they deny the bomb plant, they tuck behind the corner in towards CT, and then Kenzie's gets the 2 kills. And the best bit is he could have come from jungle. You do not know that he had all that space on B.
Now, timing is everything, though. If he's a couple of seconds later, it's done for. MPL does not have the room to plant that bomb. You can see they were about to pounce on him.
Also, though, that MPL double kill. He's
needed
on a
those.
swivel. He's on a swivel. Bang. Onto Belchnok. Looks back in towards Firebox. Instant shot with the AWP. He's not the AWPer. And yet he finds a break point for Bait. 1 economically, 2 for Paravision. They've got nothing. And Belchnok has just got to watch on from the spectator screen.
Good to see Beta. Haven't been too crushed by how Dust 2 ended. The T side's continuing to look so solid. Kenzizor is a menace on the aggress.
It's really nice to see Kenzie's obviously brought into this team, the one new sign-in that was hand-picked for Bait. And he's really good on Dust 2. Started off Mirage strong. Nota, that is ridiculous. On to Alex. It should be fine.
Yeah, Headtrick is just holding the long angles. They're going towards B anyway. And Kickout's the closest responder with the 5-7. And he won't be able to do too much here. Will he? No. Headtrick got a triple in the round. This one with the Glock. And despite being brought down to 4 HP, he's still going to get aggro and hold an aggressive line. So we get 6 on the T side. Now, remember the conversation we had. This is a Paravision that has a, well, suffice to say, disappointing T side on Mirage.
It's really not good.
Yeah. But they had a really good T side on Dust too.
They did, it's true. But they are currently having another lackluster CT performance. Kickert's yet to get a kill. Let's talk about that for a minute. Notice hit some brilliant digs in this one, hoping to hold on to the AK-47. But he's being swarmed from T-spawn, from Palace. He's claustrophobic, and he can't get away with it. Bait will rise up towards 6. A reminder, they need to win this map to stay alive in the MRQ. They're doing a good job on their map pick so far, but James is now reacquainted with his AWP.
Yeah, Bait yet to pick up a map here in the MRQ, but they've had some very close affairs against Sword, double OT on Anubis, against Paravision, 13-11. That opening map that goes Paravision's way. Gamethorpe, as mentioned, firing off pot shots from the window, letting them know his presence, and they scale. They want to get away from it, close towards the connector. Nota is here, and again, being very loud. Nice ball in the smoke. Reveals Kenzizor, but he's the one that provides the surprise. Belchnok forced forward by the util, but Kenzizor falls back. Not going to give up that potential for the trade.
Oh,
But he just goes looking for it.
He dropped on him. And MPL was round the corner. Now, this will be misinformation, because you won't know potentially about MPL. And MPL has now just heard that rotate away from middle. He's got space.
Kickert's on the off angle. James in CT again. Can't hit the flick shot. So it's Kickert. He's going to be feeling the pressure. And he's been having a rough one, and it continues. Alex with a great shot. MPL activates, but Belchnok gets the better of him. A tuck in. Alex on the line. HE gets it done from downtown. You've still got Travis. You've still got James, and they're just forcing the issue. Swinging out wide. No one's finding anything until Alex and Essential hit their mark. And it's a flawless execution onto the A bomb site. isolating each fight one by one.
Yeah, look, they have the right read again, Paravision, because of the Belchernot pushing towards short. He goes in towards under, he gets the kill, he's rotated away. He can then set himself up to a quick piece in towards jungle, but Kicker is just completely on his own. James playing isolated as well, can't hit these quick flicks. Every kill is given in isolation. There's no promise of a trade there for Paravision whatsoever in the round. And Alex has seen Travis. Ouch. At what point do you change the perma, boys? Like, at this point, ban nuke for forever. But the Mirage is just such a horrible map for Paravision. And I don't really know the answers as to why either, because some days it looks really good on the CT side. Other times they look like they're just completely lost, and it's not through a lack of focus. It's not through a lack of comms. It just feels very individual. I think ultimately that's what it boils down to. Very individual plays, and Belchernot's making another one here onto short.
Here's the individual that's required to step up with that hero M4, and well, talk about heroic. A push out with the single rifle, and he has found 4. MPL forced to clutch. Is aware, I think, of the position of another player on site, but James catches him off guard. Belchernot on the timing push dismantles bait.
Yeah, and the individual did need to step up, and he did. Really important round for Belchernot. This is what happens when you feed him on short. The timing here is everything, and Hedrick just thinks, one of these guys will trade him, right? One of these guys will kill him? No. So preoccupied with Connector. They get away with one there, Paravision, because that was a really low buy. And now James upgraded to an AWP. Travis Nota got AKs. Can Kicker get a kill? All questions to be answered.
Ooh, well, the kills are coming through short. It's a burst up so fast. James, though, quick on the response and continues to be lightning fast on the trigger. They're still charging at him. I don't think he's aware. They're right there on site behind him. Yeah, Essential with the jump scare, and he's not slowing down. A further swing, another player present. A 2-on-2, though, bombed down. And continued harassment with the utility. Travis and Kicker stuck in towards the marketplace. Essential on the close angle, but off the flashbang, they scale. And Hedrick, called upon to close, hiding in at the bench, sees Kicker on the cross. Decides to play the discipline, will now secure it. And oh, head trick! The double headshot, tap. Bait, again, destroying Paravision.
Oh my god, that's what, 2 versus 4? James gets 2 quick kills, out short, out apartments. And yeah, Essential and Hedrick. Look at this from Hedrick. Lives up to his namesake. Unbelievable behind that bench. The discipline. And Paravision are left wanting again. That's a 2v1. Stolen away from them. Back-to-back player disadvantages, and it just gets worse. Nota will at least trade out James. Paravision hopeful, needing a 4th. It's so essential to them for the survival of Mirage.
This map is so much more aggressive than Dust 2 was. We're seeing so many brawls in middle in the first 20 seconds. Kenzie Zora is so hungry for those fights. Last round, he's up short in like, straight away. He just runs there. The smoke on Con, though, gives Nota the free line. But look at this, taken into A. Kicker up on top. Finds that first kill, but Essential doubles down. Belchernot, good readjustment. It's Hedrick again. You can't allow him to pull off back-to-back 1v2s. This time the AWP in hand, the weapon of choice. He'll move forward. Looking for Travis, scopes on the line, hunts forward, finds his mark. But whereabouts is Belchernot? You knew he was in short. You're not ready for this reposition into CT. This time, Hedrick will be denied. And so finally, Paravision win out one of these rounds.
We'll find out whether Bait can carry on after this ad break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
Eight-4, but we know that doesn't guarantee that the map is over just yet. But Bait have given themselves a lifeline on their map pick. A burst in towards B, about to be greeted by 3 players of Bait.
Yeah, let's see what this T side has to offer. 2 rounds versus Astralis yesterday. Can they deliver? Well, not the first kill in the pistol, that's for sure. Essential. The tap back for 2. Travis has answered with a double off his own. Kick it again. Another frag into the server. Alex and Essential, though, they're putting them down. And it's James. We've seen him pull off a clutch on the pistol last map. Can he do it again? Seems to have the read on the position. Good damage done, both on half HP. And it's James through the edge of the box. More clutch magic from James.
Oh, James sees the shadow on the floor of Alex, and that's enough. And Alex, you feel like has played that really well because he steps into the shadow of Essential instantly. And James initially wasn't ready, but as he checks every single corner, as he's diligent with it, he spots that shadow, he spots that tail, and then just wall bangs him. 8-5, an important pistol round for Paravision. Now, when the roles were reversed on Dust 2, this was when the CT side did win, and they sort of deny. So I have to see whether that shapes up in the same vein. Kickett's got to be feeling happy. He's actually just on the board, gets an important contribution in that pistol as well. Another stack on towards the B bomb side, but it's all through underpass, it's all through middle, and it's Travis getting all the information as these players just escalate the situation out ramp. Essential will trade at least. But they still remain on B. They don't rotate, they do not budge.
Yeah, it's the fact that Essential saw no one else, just this Travis lurk, right? But you do have to be worried about Connector. That feels like the next obvious location. He's going to dump his utility, make it seem like there's multiple players, and Paravision might fall for this. They've lost that A lurk, so they don't have the control.
No, they
One
go
way
there.
to re-establish is just to go back there.
Yeah, I think when you get the info, look, the guy's dinked. You just have to go back into it anyway. And you've seen no follow-up in towards middle. You've seen nothing further as you've reset and gone in towards T-spawn. They have to be stacking somewhere. And yes, they might be stacking through A. Notes is going to go find out that it's on B. But as he clears, he goes, guys, I don't see anything. All tucked behind the corner, and he thinks better of it. Paravision, no.
Now, time won't be an issue because it's a forward plant that Essential can't swing and deny. For Bait, they want to hold onto these weapons to give them a chance into the next round. So, for Spike, while the push does feel like the right call, it's Paravision making the follow-up decision that nets success. And meanwhile, Brandon, the A-Stream game's concluded. Would you believe? At best of 3, speed run. Game Legion obviously expected to win out over 500, but yeah, dominant fashion that they've done it in. 13-2 on each map.
Holy. Okay. So that means that 500 had 3 13-2 losses in the MRQ.
Oof. Poor Ted, having to cover that.
He had to watch all of it, didn't he?
Yeah,
Unlucky, mate.
like a car crash in slow motion.
Bait are hoping that they don't go through the same thing, because one thing about Paravision is that it will be slow motion. This was 8-4, it's now 8-6. And as you say, at least they held on to all the weaponry in the previous round, Bait. 1 casualty suffered. That's absolutely fine. And this time the stack is going to mobilize in towards Palace. And Travis, right place, right time once more. MPL really wants that trade and will get it again. It's the same game state, just the roles reversed of where the stack operates.
Yeah, damage wasn't really inflicted either on MPL at all, so it's actually not too bad for Bait, but
look,
it's
they're
very
going
loud in that
B.
jump up. Ken still knows this happened, but yeah, B has been taken. Kiket's going to give up his life. That was not needed at all. It's still Paravision with the bomb to be planted. Bait with the man advantage and still a lot of utility to use.
Yeah, that death is really horrible, because now you're susceptible towards short. Now you're susceptible towards this B-Apps lurker as well. Nota is just in the open on a really tricky angle. At least it's an off angle, but Essential will kill him. Meanwhile, James and Belchnock both finding frags, both playing in together, and Belchnock is surviving and succeeding. Essential can't find anything further. Belchnock will bring this bounce to within 1 round.
Yeah, talk about a resurgence from Belchnock after a bit of a shocker on Dust 2. He is rising to the occasion here. 14 frags deep.
And Essential, to be fair, he had, what, like 3-4 kills in that whole Dust 2?
Yeah,
and now
it's
he's
the
on
2
17.
players that bottomed. They just need a map to warm up. Yeah, 5 kills for Essential, 8 for Belchnock. They've already almost doubled. Essential's tripled his kill count. That was the kept over force for Bait, so they were playing for this round really, and they made that one very close. Kick it almost gives Bait the way into it. And they're loving to get aggressive on this CT side. A ramp push in the round 2 prior, Palace last round, now again ramp.
Yeah, this is really nice to put Hedrick on this forward line. It just means that your rifles can be a little bit more active. A break on the window smoke, a boost in for one of these players once more. Hedrick will receive confrontation here. Belchnock and Travis, how do they approach this? Hedrick's just going to go searching. And they're holding for exactly this play. Hedrick round the corner. How quick is he? Very. And Belchnock can't trade off the back of it. Hedrick goes looking for shadows. Instead, he then goes back to the scene of the crime. Awesome double up from Hedrick.
Yeah, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. That's the bomb at least thrown forward. He was facing backwards, so Nota can collect that. Meanwhile, Kicker and Jame are looking to take the space on B. This is the only way into this round. If they can find these kills. It's been the disengage. Kenzor will arrive, and here's Jame running about, but they don't know the Kicker's inside. Okay, now they do. Now they do, and Essential will deliver. Kenzor will deal with Jame. And Nota, with the recovered bomb, tries to go for the long-range spray, only takes down 1. So they get that CT round for Bait that they've been looking for.
Oh, Kicker's just been a liability to Paravision this map. Gave his life in that previous round. They didn't know. And of course, how was he supposed to know that they don't know? Like, valid. But at the same time, do you really need to be charging headstrong round the corner there? When James is disengaged and moved a little bit back in towards B apartments. James also just given all this audio. They should be looking at the apartment. You have that timing. You should try and take it. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out in that manner. Look at this buy for Paravision. It's going to be really weird. Tech 9s. But also an AWP. And a singular AK on Nota. They have to buy into this. It is the first stage loss, but this is less than desirable.
Jam, a lot has been put on your shoulders into this round.
They even ran on his head by accident, so if he wanted
Yeah, I
to go for
know.
a window peek, he couldn't.
No, just got the AK. It's that early fight. MPL, oh yeah, boosted above the smoke, catches the timing spam onto Jame. That is frustrating. Kickout has quickly scaled into Con, but I think he's going to reveal himself. Alex, they're already in. MPL will fall. Zor looking to trade in. Nota has found another, but Kenzizor looking to alleviate. Ahead of the flames. Nota, yeah, you're in trouble somehow. Kenzizor will find that. It looked very iffy. Travis and Belchenok just have pistols. And Belchenok gets domed. Kenzizor providing the necessary double. Travis does have a wrong way to be. The rotation should beat him there.
Yeah, okay. Did he make the jump? No. Okay, so bomb plant can come in. Kenzor actually goes all the way under. Travis being given an opportunity, maybe. Did Hetrick see him cross? This is a really fast timing. Oh, it's messy. It's scrappy. He doesn't even get the kill on the AWP. But at least he gets the plant. But more importantly for Bait, they survive that mishmash of investment. They get double digits, and they can
I don't think it would have
going.
mattered if the kill comes through there. Like,
No, it doesn't. But at
MPL
least
was
it's
very quick.
another rifle being saved rather than having to be invested again on what could be already a fragile CT economy, and you get to keep the AK on Essential. No, he wasn't winning that. There's like 0% chance he's winning that round.
The trade would have come immediately. Not pretty, not pretty. Maybe that's why the T sides have been average. Need to get some Tech 9 DM in. All right, Travis has been hitting it. Gets kill into Alex, but Hetrick with his own Tech 9 picked up will do the damage back.
Uh-oh.
Just spam one out. Actually, re-smoke forward.
Oh, no,
No
it's
utility
faking
set this
this.
up. Oh, they're going B. They're going B, but MPL comes over the top, removes Nurture, and now they've seen no one is here. So whatever window they had is rapidly closing, but the bomb once more should make it down.
And now James can take deep space. He says, Belchenok, go and play. I'll plant for you. And they go in towards short. It's a really good decision. No one's looking at short whatsoever. Maybe Belchenok can get round the corner in towards ladder, play late. How good a hide and seek a Paravision?
There is a smoke, though. That's the thing. And so, yeah, he wants to get up close with the Tech 9. James so low HP. Good spot, but kill's not being converted. MPL gets that one, and Belchenok with the sidearm has found the first kill. Tap on the bomb, not sticking it, and the overwhelm. Hetrick wins out the Tech 9 head-to-head. Bait, find 11.
What I will say is, on Mirage, Bait have been playing these sort of man advantage situations brilliantly. They're leaving nothing to chance. On Dust 2, it was a little bit touch and go with the way that they were swinging things. But here, MPL and Hetrick converging, swinging from either direction, but together. Making sure that Belchenok cannot win that round with a Tech 9. But it's another back-to-back plant for Paravision. No AWP for Jane, but it is the AKs. This feels like it is do or die now for them, though, on this T side of Mirage. They have to find something, anything. If not, we go Ancient.
And it doesn't start well. Very fast, but Hetrick is ready for it. Travis dealt with before he could scale through. That gives the indication this was going to be a B play. A dump of utility, but not the commitment. Nota actually will extend a little too far. And despite a good start to this T side, the woes of this half continue for Paravision. Sure, you're finding some space in these bomb sites, but it's all a ruse, all by design. Kicker spotted. We'll get the kill onto Hetrick, but a 1v5. Not even going to get started. That is map point for Bait.
Yeah, and that's a really nice design on that round for Bait, because you put Hetrick in towards ladder to deal with any players scaling fast in towards top mid or catwalk. So he's able to get that kill. You've then got that jump to denial as well coming in from Connector. It's just instantaneous. And Paravision, they don't have backup plans on T side. If something doesn't go to plan, then they just sort of flounder about and they're not really too sure what to do. And that has been the case for the majority of these rounds on this T side. 5 chances to get one right. It's got to feel so much better for Bait because, to be honest, in this CT half especially, they felt more in control than Paravision did in map 1.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Oh, hello. They're aware of this.
They're so aware. Well, but how aware? Like, are you aware that...
Yes.
Okay. No? Yes. Unlucky, James. You thought you'd threaded the needle, but instead you prick yourself. Belshnock will get the kill, though. That's essential falling. Kenzie Saw and MPL, though, providing a fantastic crossfire and a false Sonota. Bomb in hand, but already a fast scale up short. He is done for. Head trick secures it, and Bait secure Mirage.
Yeah, well played from Bait. And even there, that last round, I don't think that molly landed properly. He had that small pocket of space just behind it where he was able to get these kills. And Paravision get completely caught off guard, as they were all half long, being caught off guard round after round after round. Bait were relentless. They put this early conditioning in where they were pushing in towards ramp, in towards Palace, and then they played passive. They swung mid, they played off their AWP head trick. It looked a lot more convincing. It looked a lot more like they were in control. They had a really good understanding of what was going on. And for Paravision, as you say, it's just the same old problems creeping in. Kickert had a stinker. James didn't have the same amount of impact. And Belchnock had a couple of crucial moments and multi-kills that sort of inflated his stats a bit. But there wasn't really that much importance there for Paravision. You couldn't really point at one player and said, this guy was doing absolutely everything. Everyone, in fact, was doing a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, and I don't think you can look at Kikert's stats and say that was the problem. I think it's the calling, right? It's just how that T side is approached. It doesn't feel like Paravision have any of the ideas they need. I think you mentioned it quite aptly during that last couple of rounds, right? That they have a sort of a plan they want to go for at the start, but then they have no follow through when things go wrong. They just sort of walk about and try and go to the other bomb site. Sure, they've gotten the bomb plan a couple of times in that situation, but they always just get destroyed in the retake. And this is kind of how we set up this series, that Bait were going to be really the team to beat on this map, that they've got such a dominant record on it, that for Paravision, Dust 2 was a necessity. They did get it, just about, 13-11. This could have been a 2-0 for Bait. Paravision bailed themselves out with that victory. But I think Ancient was always inevitable.
It actually starts to worry you now if you're a fan of Paravision, because you're right, they just got over the line on D2. And this was different as well, because you had Alex and Kenzie Zor on map 1 that were doing everything for Bait to drag them kicking and screaming towards overtime. In map 2, it was a complete team effort. Look at the scoreboard. Yeah, Alex had a little bit of a drop-off, but MPL, Kenzie's or Headtrick, and Essential all stepped up, rose to the occasion. The ADRs are so similar between each other, and it was a joy to watch. And that's why you start to get a little bit concerned, because if they're all powering up in that manner, and everyone else is dropping off a little bit for Paravision, who's going to be the guy to stand up and do the damage? Who's going to be that difference maker for Paravision? Because outside of James, I currently don't see one.
Yeah, it was really cool watching that half, the entire map from Bait, because you got Kenzie's on the T side just providing all of those openers, Headtrick doing a similar situation on the CT side, and Essential just that consistent player throughout both halves. Really great to see him step up after that shocker in map 1. We saw some moments from Belchanok, but like one of the T rounds that they obtained was just purely off him getting an insane multi. Like they were not consistent at all. And Mirage continues just to be a massive issue for this team. You mentioned maybe a time to change the veto. I know that James hates Nuke, but
yeah, he does.
You know, sometimes you've just got to deal with the fact that Mirage is not your map.
Yeah, it's certainly not at the moment anyway, or it's a case where you try and reinvent yourself and do some different things. Maybe actually play a bit slower, because those T-runs are really fast and it almost goes against what Paravision like to pull out sometimes. That was map 2. Of course, we need a decider for this. One team eliminated from the MRQ. One team joins 500. Which one will it be out of Bait and Paravision? We'll find out after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
An exchange of map picks and elimination from the Blast TV Major MRQ for both Bait and Paravision. Ancient, Brandon, is the decider for this series. And for both teams, historically, a pretty good map, right? This is a map that I think Bait in the distant past were dominant on. It's always been one of their stronger maps. And this year, it's been no different, right? They kick off the year with a win over G2 on Ancient, and they're not really slowed down. 3 losses out of all of their Ancient games this year. But for Paravision, it's been a pretty good run on Ancient too. They've played a lot of reps on this map.
Yeah, it's basically double the sample size and it's a similar win rate. And I think what's interesting actually between these two teams is when you take a look at the players that perform the best, Jame and Headtrick sit right at the top of the list. So that AWP head-to-head now gets narrowed in on even further. Secondly, you look at Belchanok, you look at MPL. They're the two you expect to step up here on Ancient for their respective teams. So that means you've got that consistency. And if you get one more player that steps up to the plate and takes over, then that's going to be the key factor. Not quite the win rates for... In fact, the names are wrong. The stats are right. Paravision, 29 maps played, 60% win rate on it as well. So it's going to be a tough one. It really is, I think, for both of these teams. What I will say is Paravision, in a number of their victories, they got single-digit wins. So they were winning like 13-4, 13-5 against Big, against Fnatic, teams that already exist here at the MRQ. They've beaten Ents on this map as well. They know what it takes to win against teams at this level on this map. And that's why I do think it is still a little bit of a dangerous prospect for Bait. For Paravision, though, the only thing they have to worry about is the wheels falling off.
Yeah, I think the thing is that Bait feel like they come into this with all of the kind of momentum with them, right? I know Dust 2 ended with heartbreak for them, but they were the ones that were on that incredible comeback on it. They Mirage starts kind of all right for Paravision, right? They get those first few rounds, but from there, it's just Bait all the way through. Bait dominated Mirage, and I think coming off that into Ancient, all the momentum is with them. And for Paravision, it's been this plague that's been throughout where they are having some players have a huge amount of impact, but then others aren't. Whereas I think for Bait, at least on Mirage, we really got to see everyone stepping in at different moments.
It's the tale of tier 2 where you look for consistency, and sometimes you get it in maps and sometimes you get it in series from players. Good news for Bait is they've got it in Kenzie's and the good news for them is that everyone elevated their game on Mirage, as you said. For Paravision, it was Jame getting all those opening kills on D2. On Mirage, Kicker absent. Belchanok got a few kills here and there. Jame did not have the same impact. And you need to find a way to nullify Jame if you're bait. That's the key thing. You get rid of him, you remove him from the equation, suddenly the round becomes a whole lot easier. But it's these aggressive plays that Paravision do like to make, especially on the CT side. They're very controlling when it comes to the space in towards mid, in towards heaven. It's what you expect from a CT side team, don't get me wrong. But the way they do it is not in the way you'd expect the Paravision team to play. They were running it so intensely in the recent games that I watched them in. It bears a lot of similarities to actually that Mirage T side, where the pace was just unexpected, but the pace didn't work against bait when they were on the CT side. So I wonder how it's going to mirror on Ancient.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations, right, where you're in an elimination game where if you drop the ball here, your major dreams are over. And this Paravision team has been brought together. They brought Jane into the mix here to secure that major spot, to do that deep run, right? This is a reshuffle of this roster to chase that dream. And in these sort of pressure environments, sure, you can rely on a player like Jame, as being, that experienced player and being able to provide that stability. But yeah, it's not quite reflecting in the rest. And I think you can get a little shaky here with some of your calling. We saw that on that T side from Kicker, right? It felt like they were lost a lot of the time. And if you're losing that confidence in yourself, it doesn't matter if you've got a player like Jame who can provide that stability. If you lack the confidence, a team like Bait, who is full of these young aimers that are not lacking in confidence, will run you over.
Yeah, and for bait as well, I think it's one of those where it's such a point to prove. You've been hit by this plague about just not getting a best of three, but also just not qualifying to the major in general. They've had so many chances at trying to do it. A couple of times they ran close. The previous major cycle, they were eliminated very early by Astralis. They went out 0-3. They've been in this position before. For the Paravision players, some of them haven't. I guess that's your key difference as well, is that in a weird, upsetting way, you've actually had that experience of going through this exact matchup and know what to expect. And for Jame, it's got to be an unfamiliar position for him as well. I think for Kicker, all the way back to Avangard, maybe. It was a similar story with them making it through to the major, but that was back in 2019, 2017. That was ages ago. And it's one of those where I think Bait, you're right, they definitely have got the momentum with them. It's just whether Paravision can mentally reset when it matters the most.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And for Bait, you've got all these individuals that are having these big moments. We talked about Kenzizor and the consistency he's had across this series with his aggressive openers on that T side, but Hetrick has been brilliant. You mentioned yesterday, right, when we first covered Bait, that Hetrick in the last RMR cycle had a rough one, right? Didn't have the impact you anticipate from him, a player that came into this team and hit the ground running. He's been having a much better time this time around. We've talked about that head-to-head versus Jame. On Dust 2 was a bit more even, but Hetrick has surpassed him now. It feels like more often than not, Hetrick is finding those openers. He's having the confidence. And we're seeing him in the close as well, right? That 1v2 over on Mirage. Hetrick is delivering across the board. And if he's found that confidence, I think this Bait team is so scary.
It really is. It really is scary as well. I think matchups matter a lot as well when it comes to T and CT side and who starts where, because I think for Bait, it doesn't matter. I think they'll be okay. I think Paravision need to start on the CT side, funnily enough. I think they really need to be able to sort of control what's going on the map. And yeah, you can do that in T-side to a certain extent, but I think Paravision overall have got a bigger magnitude of control, especially on Ancient, when they start on that defense. So we'll have to get into it now. Map 3, who goes home?
For Bait and Paravision, this map decides whether their major dreams continue or die. Bait on the CT side, Brandon. Paravision have to do it on the attack.
All right, let's see. It's a classic little pistol. You go Heaven, you smoked off Red Room, and you look to scale in Donut. Kenzizor sees a little bit of flak. The smoke. Look at the way it bounced. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It bounced off a brick and it goes too deep and Nota removes him.
MPL, though, will take down Belchanok in response. Sharp shot with the USP, anticipating this close swing from Nota. But this fight going to be tricky. MPL dancing with him. Essential, meanwhile, spammed out kicker. That's the bomb slowed down, and Essential will actually help out MPL. James doubles up, but Alex 666 with 2, and Bait with the pistol.
Everyone's dancing with the devil in that round because you've got that jiggle between MPL and Nota, and then you've got the burst through. Essential with the dual Berettas somehow fall blind through a smoke, is able to deny the bomb, and then Alex swings from default. Hands are busy punching in the digits for Travis, and he can't trade out Jame. What a moment for Bait. And what a sigh of relief that is as well for Kenzizor, after you feel like he's been hard done by CS2 game logic.
Yeah, it's crazy how that smoke goes. That is so unlucky for him. I mean, they might still have burst through and dealt with him, but definitely didn't make his job easier. So with Bomb Plant, Paravision will invest into this. They've got 1 Galil and a whole slew of Tech 9s and SMG. Against the weaponry of Bait, they definitely are on the back foot.
Counter flash thrown in, MP9 of Essential starts to try and dislodge Kicker and his positioning in towards Heaven. And even Smoke off that choke point. Kenzizor goes searching in towards middle, as does Nota, but again, not equipped with his gun. So a quick and easy conversion, and it limits the map control Paravision have. They're almost subjected to going towards this B-bomb site, and that's exactly what Bait want.
It looks a little silly there for Nota. That's your Galil as well. He wanted to get on an active lurk, thought he had that timing to throw the smoke as he scaled towards Donut. Now it is one-dimensional. And look at the damage being inflicted, but Belchenok hits the header. Essential now called upon. He'll deliver off MPL's damage. A triple down with the MP9. And Kicker, well, what can you do? Especially now they know exactly where you are. Head trick swings, and it is a simple conversion.
It's actually really interesting that Nota's the one that's got the Galil and is going for the lurk, because a lot of the games are coming with Paravision, especially early on. We're talking a few months ago. Belchenok was the guy that was always in Red Room. Scaling towards Red Room, trying to get that lurk time in, always came through Belchenok. I wonder if we're going to see that more on the T side here when everyone's equipped with a rifle. But Belchenok's lurk timings normally do net Paravision a lot of control on the T side. It's something they do rely on quite a lot.
An attempt to maybe breach A here, and the timing looks pretty good for this lurk out. Headtrick is close by. Oh, but Belchenok hits a banger. Travis just trying to stay alive and be a nuisance. Oh. What a shot onto Alex. 2 with the deagles. That's all there really is in this round.
James heard the rotate as well. James heard the drop off from Heaven. So you got to be aware that they could be Donut, Kicker, back turned and back stabbed. And now Kenzizor's just going to swing. These MP9s are going to try and clear every angle, but they overlook Belchenok again. And he gets a kill and a little bit more. Kenzizor so low. And now Jame is solo on A, just lurking, just being a nuisance. He's found his way back on towards this bomb site. They've got so much time to play with here, Paravision. And the rotates go scrambling. And Jame recalls the squad back towards the vacant site.
Yeah, Kenzizor is just feeling so much pressure, but given there's been nothing up B, he'll start to push through main. Travis is holding for this. Begins to accelerate, so the timing might be good for Kenzizor. MPL has the kit, smoke, and M4, and the HP. Remember, there's not a lot here, but with Travis getting that kill, MPL has to do it all. Smoke to eliminate Travis's position, but it's a double up and donut that's going to be difficult to deal with. Maybe have hoped that he kept that smoke for this position. Yeah, this is so unfavorable for MPL. Sees one player jumping up and down, but James just stays silent. And MPL realizes he's just not going to be given anything. A couple of deagle shots. Belchenok and Travis delivering. James Tech 9 armor not even necessary to secure this round.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice idea from Bait, especially after getting the kill on Kicker. They swing, they think, oh, okay, well, maybe they're not out A main yet. They've got to get the bomb. We can cut them off before it even happens. Here's that opener from Belchenok. It doesn't even look like it's on his head. But here, right here, they think, oh, we don't see anything else. And then they spot one player in towards A main. They think it's enough that the bomb's going to be carried over, which it was doing. It was the right idea, but they didn't clear out Bouchnock behind Big Box.
And if Travis doesn't get that kill in main, I think that that's a successful retake because the smoke then goes on towards Donut.
Oh, absolutely.
There's two players focusing forward. A B-rush from Paravision. They're going fast.
Oh.
Alex indecisive and run down by the flying MP9. Sound damage back. MPL fast on the scene, but trades are fantastic. And with a bit of pace, Paravision make it 2.
Oh, you can hear the comms there running up ramp, and it's
Oh.
like, okay, well, do I put my nade out? Do I pull my gun out? And then by that point, you're dead. You can't hesitate in that moment. You got to just pick one. You just got to hope it's the right decision.
What a
James
call.
also just deleting players through the smoke. Headtrick has got the AWP. Can he hold on? I think so. I doubt they're going to hunt him.
Crazy off the back of that round. You go into your first proper gun round. You know
You
Beta
rush.
can have everything, and you just rush B. It's ball up, and it works.
See, that's a great call out of kicker because it's one of those where it's like, okay, well, what would we definitely not do? Rush up B. Okay, let's go B. Really important trades as well coming in towards long. That was the key crucial fight, and then kick it scales that up towards short at the same time. They take everything. Bar that AWP out of Headtrick, there is no money to come and support Bait. There's nothing that could be invested around this AWP. So Headtrick, we said he's the highest rated player for Bait on this map. And immediately, in round 5, he's got the spotlight shone directly on him. Go on, son. How many kills can you find just on your own?
He gets to do it all. MPL will allow himself to have a deagle. He's also kept 3,500, so even if Headtrick goes down here, they're planning for the future. For the timing shot.
Oh, they're so close.
Looks close. The nades go behind him, but nothing connects. Headtrick is boosted out towards B. There is no one from Paravision on this side of the map. It's going to be a crunch onto this A-bomb site. It's just this deagle from MPL and a USP to stop them.
And now James even holding just in case they push out Donut. He's dropped the molly in towards heaven. That stops the scaling out of cave. And now we can try and isolate these Donut fights. And he catches wind of 2 and he thinks, you know what? See you later. We've got this crunch in from main, in from CT. Your time potentially done. Or you can come to me at a different angle of approach. Tucks round the corner, holding for B. And for Bait, they don't go in towards CT. This is now very one-dimensional out of them for the retake.
Yeah, now it's just about damage. Maybe seeing if you can get an AK or 2.
You got to run if you're Headtrick.
Yeah, he really should be trying to hold on to this AWP. But again, you want to stay around your teammates just in case. Damage exchange through smokes, but no kills being found for anyone.
This is bold. Headtrick's now on the elbow angle. They try to do as much damage as possible. They will get Belchernock. Not bad. Can Headtrick find anything on this corner? Doesn't look like it. Kenzie's all explode, but that's fine. You don't care about that at all if you're Bait. But one casualty for Paravision. They're keeping their money healthy.
Yeah, it's catch and there's also
stacks.
no AK recovered either because it was inside that it happened. So for Paravision, they're more than happy with that outcome. But at least you don't have to reinvest that AWP. 3 on the trot for Paravision.
Oh, the elbow smoke missed.
It happens. Not a good time for it to happen. Flashbang,
I like this,
great.
though.
The timing on that was brilliant to allow Essential to get out, but wow. Travis trades him back through that smoke, just about.
Actually, a really important trade. And I really like the idea. Bait are just making the most of the bad situation. Elbow smoke's missed. Okay, cool. Let's just pop it out towards heaven and take the fight. That's the last thing they'll expect. Both teams are sort of mind gaming each other right now as a chess match on the server with who's going to make the next move. It looks like Paravision are looking to deploy not only flashes in towards B to get head trick off the angle, but deep CT smokes, keeping these players anchored, nestled into their bomb sites. Where do you want to go? Because Kicker could still potentially bring the bomb over. He headbutts the molly, and Travis goes through to his death. But so does Alex. Is that worth the trade? I'm not sure. We'll find out in a moment. 50 seconds left. Belchnok's in CT.
I have no idea. You should be aware of the possibility, but not the timing of it.
But Kicker's got the bomb. This can still get tricky with MPL. He can deny the bomb right here, right now. And there's also a timing that they could be coming over that Belchnok could have walked through.
There it comes, but Kenzie's too late on the trade, but time is still an issue. They have to come out through Donut. Kenzie's reposition is brilliant. Into A main. You see, Kicker's worried about it. A tap on the bomb, looking to bait the swing. Kenzie reveals himself. And now the double swing comes through, but head trick pushes through the smoke at the same time. And quick scopes too, close range, combat AWPing. Bait, tie us up.
And breathe. Another sigh of relief for Kenzie's, by the way, because that Belchnok timing, it was commed by MPL. Kenzie's potentially looking to set up a flash play on the smoke fade for MPL as well in Donut. And he pulls a flash out, and Belchnok just walks into Donut and kills MPL, and there you go. Fortunately, Headtrick is the first responder on the scene, and Kenzie's reposition right at the very end wins that entire round for Bait. But it's sweaty palms. It's tight moments. All what you want from a decider game. Which team can make less mistakes?
Now the push down round. Travis is in the cubby, so Alex, yeah, not aware of that. Headtrick feeling, yeah, like an untenable position. Loses the fight to the AK. Paravision get 2 opening kills. Well, it's their oyster. A simple B hit at this moment would be absolutely fine. Essential's the only one here. Don't go off the first volley. That's allowed time for Bait to rotate. Essential sitting behind default, swings off the flash, but Travis, very important trade, and the double down through the smoke. MPL, that is unlucky. At least Kenzie's will trade one back the other way. The bomb is still on site, but okay, scooped up and runs away with it. James is quickly taking that space on A. Kenzie's will try and beat him there.
Or maybe cut off the bomb.
Okay. That was the bomb. That was the bomb. Kicker hasn't picked it up. Both of these Paravision players now move in towards the donut. Kicker and James. Kenzie's all falls off. Doesn't know where James is. That's the problem. He's seen that bomb picked up though. 15 seconds. Has an incendiary. Can he use that to deny this bomb? He's just going to run forward, look for the fight, and he has found it. Now the incendiary lands. Now the smoke, and now the retreat. James has to run through, and he doesn't have the time. The 1v3. The clock beats James once again.
But also, what are they doing? Like, I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. You get 2 opening kills on B. Everyone's in ramp. Travis does this, by the way, on the bomb site. Why the hell are you not going B? Why are you overcomplicating everything? They're in their own heads. You've allowed that to happen. You've allowed Kenzie's to have that 1 versus 3.
Also, James is sitting in donut there instead of helping Kicker get the bomb down. You know Kenzie's was in red.
But even then, they shouldn't even be doing that, Lucy. Like, they shouldn't even be flirting with the idea of going back towards A. Like, Travis dies through the smoke, sure. Guess what? He dies through the smoke. There could be like 2 more players on the site. Instead, James already looking to evacuate. Nota has to go in towards the bomb site by himself to get the bomb and then escape out of it afterwards.
Yeah, you wonder if maybe there's some conflicting ideologies at play there with the calling. Is James saying, look, listen, I know we've got these kills, but I've got A, just come.
We spoke about not making mistakes. Yeah, we spoke about not making mistakes, but you're right. Maybe they're playing too safe. They're overcomplicating absolutely everything. And that was it in a game state where, look, Bait's money is still really limited, but they got that round. And now the same questions can be asked of Paravision. If Bait win this, they break that economy.
Another A hit. They're ahead of the smoke. Belchnok We'll remove Kenzizor. Good little play with the nade to at least get the trade back. No smoke onto the elbow, and Flames come forward. Nota can't plant this bomb. MPL scales off the flash. Brilliant from MPL. A double down. Now Kicker will tap, but can't commit. Really worried about head trick. Resmoke goes forward. That might give Kicker that room, in fact, on the edge of it. And it's these two again. But this time the bomb's down. With Essential low, there is a kit and smoke available. But Jame, at the big box, AWP in hand, ready for these players to come. But all the nuisance, all the annoyance, all the distraction from Donut draws James' attention. He's caught in 2 minds. And he'll go down after 1. It's Kicker. And they know there's only one spot he can be. A smoke in his face. Has to play ahead. And 2 players await him.
Yeah, and look, James actually plays it really well because he sees the first flash come over the top, I think out of temple, and then he's anticipating that Headtrick's going to throw another one in towards Brokey. So he just takes that second to look in towards CT. He dodges the flash. It gets a little bit laboured, but again, look, there's no smoke. There's no smoke for CT because all the damage that Paravision have inflicted upon themselves come into this buy, and their prioritised weaponry are not utility. And how many times are we going to see bait swing through CT and just take kills? So many. They are catching off Paravision. Time in, time out. A break on the smoke this time does not benefit Paravision. It's Nota with one of the hero AKs, and it needed to be scooped back up by Belchanok.
Looked like he played that play out through middle so well too. Scales beautifully.
Tiptoes around both mollies just to get eviscerated anyway.
Yeah, MPL having a field day. Belchanok goes down 2. Jame got spammed, no less. So Paravision, the investment into this one, while it's not the full buy, it's the big gun that's removed. I've got good space in towards cave. Essential realizes that this could be a threat. There isn't the smoke is the difficulty.
Yeah, you gotta flash it or molly your way over, or kick it, or just wide swing, hoping that Travis will trade, but he can't do it. Instead, it will fall to Jame again, seemingly always. Last alive. Who else? To try and clutch something. Try and even get a kill. This is going to be flawless. This is going to be bait, getting so many rounds in a row. Finally, Kenzie's all laid to rest, but a head trick will at least guarantee the trade. How many rounds is that in a row for bait? But more importantly, how many rounds is that in a row for Paravision without a bomb plant?
True, yeah, been denied at it so many times despite getting some good control.
Yeah, 1 out of 4 they've been able to plant that bomb.
1 round lost to time, spirals into bait, running away with this half.
It spirals when they lose that 1v3. It's the back-to-back
exactly.
Kenzie's all right. It's the 1v3 and then the... Oh, my God. Silly. Silly, silly, silly. And this is... The thing is, when things like that happen as well, especially after that rough Mirage, especially after nothing was working on your T side, doubts now start to creep in. Kickit needs to keep composed. There's a technical timeout, but also, where have been the tactical timeouts? I don't think we've barely seen any this series, unless they've gone by me and I've just been yapping about something else, but I don't remember Paravision calling that many pauses on Mirage, and I certainly don't remember them calling any at Ancient after that 1v3, no pause. After the loss, when they finally do get the bomb down, no pause. Surely you need to break momentum here. Surely you need to just take 30 seconds just for your players to calm down.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, coaches are not involved, right, during the qualifiers.
Correct.
Per
But just still
rules.
take one yourself.
But yeah, just for your own mental, right? Just to take that pause, and especially if you are having, I mean, I feel like that round lost to Kenzizor felt like a conflict of ideas, right? That's one where when that goes sour, you need to take that time just to chill out and get back on the same page, because they're reading from different sheets right now. And even that investment into the last round, it's a little disjointed, right? It leaves them, again, in a situation where you got a hero AK. This is so James-esque in terms of these purchases, where you've got this one rifle and then a bunch of lighter buys around it.
Yeah, Kicker, can you save 2700, mate? Because I'm going to hero AK this round and then I want an AWP in the next. The thing is that these buys, where you have got a little bit of investment behind them, they need to actually find purchase. We spoke about, before the map went live, about the wheels maybe coming off for Paravision, about that breakdown, about not being able to find a solution after Bait gets some momentum. They need 7-5, they need 6-6. At a bare minimum. It can't be another one of these 8-4s. It can't potentially be even worse. And the way it's going right now, with the amount of organised chaos that Bait are throwing in, with the amount of rounds in which they're more than happy to try and take these fights, it could get worse.
Well, they don't take the tactical, but at least the technical will force them to slow down a little. Maybe reset the breathing and heart rate. This has been a struggle for Paravision that feels of their own design at times. Remember, one of the 3 rounds that he delivered was off 2 Deagle kills that came on either side that they kind of steal a round away.
That's it. They're not replicable. They aren't sort of carbon copy rounds that you can go into. The nice moment there for Paravision is that they were starting to make some really nice calls. The fact that they were having this faster A play, the fast B rush. But then Bait just swarming. And what I really like from Bait is that there has been a couple of instances. If you think about the Alex moment on B, when Paravision rushed and he was caught in between nades and his MP9, you just didn't expect the rush. But aside from that one little blip, it has been instinctual. Bait have known exactly what they want to do, and they've done it without hesitation. That's been a big difference in this first half so far. Bait are doing things and going with what they feel is right. Paravision are second-guessing every step along the way.
I think Bait, that was what Mirage was like too. Bait is a team that is very quick on those responses. They have that, yeah, you're right, instinctual response to scenarios. Helps when you got some really sharp aimers too that can capitalize off that. We saw MPL, right, when he denies the 2 players on A. I think that's a good example of that. Just the immediate call for the flash, that swing out from CT elbow. Don't allow Paravision to go through the motions, to get comfortable in any of these rounds. Because Paravision, when they're uncomfortable, it's so obvious.
Obvious, yeah, it is. You're so right. You're so right. And it comes back to what we were saying about their T-side rounds on Mirage. There's no multi-layering. There isn't a thing that can go wrong. I guess bar the lurk that has been really effective coming through from Belchanok. But once you execute and say you don't get the early kill, you don't fully commit towards the bomb site, they are lost. They look like they are completely disjointed from one another. The good news is we can now see whether that little bit of a pause can potentially reset that momentum, whether Bait can just keep being in cruise control. Bait know what it's like to be here. Finally, something's changed. They've won a map in these best of 3s on the journey to make the major. And now they're in a really good position, especially with the economy, the way it is for Paravision, to inflict further damage and to push themselves ever so closer to knocking them out.
Hedrick takes a peek down, doesn't see anything, so it's going to be the riflers that take control here. Now, James is pushing out through middle. A flashbang comes over, but they don't see anything. James allowed to scale. That's that hero AK brought down low, but still standing.
A note is in red, but Hedrick's just going to hold. Because you didn't have players initially in towards middle. Double donut. You can crunch on mid. Hedrick starts to mobilize. Nota tucked in towards the corner. You imagine that this scope is going to swish from left to right. And in fact, Nota just gives the kill right to him.
Yeah, look at the call off that kill. That was the lurk in towards red. Headtrick goes back over towards B. That is where this threat is. James is just lurking with the hero AK. Despite the better weaponry, he is not going to be a main factor in this.
That's the
Kenzie
bomb.
Soldier scales up. Ooh, not ready for the second player, but neither is he. And sure, Jame will come back now, but it's too late. It's too late. You invested this hero AK, but you are not a hero. It's all zero. And it's bait. Running away with this CT side.
Yeah, after getting Nota in towards Red Room, James got to go to heaven. They've got to do something. Instead, it's just so slow again, and it just feels a little bit mundane and pointless. I really like this from Bait at both moments, right? Because, as you said, you've got this double donut push accompanied by Headtrick, and as soon as Headtrick rings out the AWP, he just immediately is on his bike. These players can deal with middle, these players can deal with A, and I will pivot to what is necessary. It's great work. Finally, Paravision have got everything. Let's see if they can come up with something. It's a good moment right now because as Bait looking towards mid, they see, they hear nothing.
Paravision's love affair with his A bomb site continues. Got into
It's
B
weird.
once.
Normally it's the A players that see nothing all half.
All right, well, at least Hedrick's here. That's the player you want to be present. He's seeing the shadows. The flames don't disrupt him. And he gets a freebie onto Nota. The side revealed. HT now lands. Jump over Headtrick with the flick. A molly drop back in response. Headtrick is having a field day. And they cannot break through. Paravision have no answers. Nothing at all.
It's lifeless. And I will say, and I will comment on this now because that's happened again. Outside of Dust 2, there has been 2 or 3 mollies that have been essential to Paravision's executes that have missed. Or there's been a slight pocket of space that Bait have been able to exploit. Back sight on Mirage here, big box on the A bomb site. One in towards Donut earlier, I think, as well.
Yeah, how can an AWP ever be in a position on the left side of that box to be able to see a player in main without that player aiming at them?
It's a disaster. This is a complete disaster. It's been a complete breakdown for Paravision. Nothing is working and nothing continues to work. And they've shot themselves in the foot from that 1v3. And from there, it's just been a complete spiral out of control. And they need to go back to just basics. Just start to brainstorm things a little bit clearer.
The one convincing T-side round was a B rush. I mean,
And
look at
then
this.
before
He can
that
just stand
was
here.
Eagles. Yes, it's unacceptable.
I mean, that's a crazy second shot, but the first one, it's a freebie. Nothing disrupts him.
Will the tradition continue in this series? Will it continue to be 8-4? Will Paravision get something in the last round of play here in the first half? Travis will catch a grenade. Kicker just standing on the edges of the ember. But at least he's got the first stage of cave control. This time, Bait are expecting just an execute. They're just going to play passive. They're going to gamble over towards B. MPL, cordoning off mid.
They'd have liked to go for these pushes down the ramp. This time it's a 3-pronged assault, and Headtrick at the front of it gets that kill onto Travis. Kickert has established control towards Cave, but now Bait just look for answers here as well. A double swing comes out. The trade is perfect. And Headtrick's still on the line. He's pushing
Still don't hear
again.
them because you're committing to this fight in towards the B ramp. Nice shot out of Jane, but you've also got Belch knock out A. So is it going to be another one of these plays where you just scale it in towards heaven? Kenzie's all should be caught. Oh, this timing though. Belchanok. They can't peek heaven yet. Belchanok needs to get this kill. It all comes down to timing and Belchanok will find it. Finally, an escape route. An emergency button smashed on the floor in towards this A bomb site. And MPL looks to go in towards CT once more. But Belchanok finally will deny them in towards this space. And Essential needs to clutch up 1 versus 3.
You're not fancying his odds. He has the kit, but nothing else to get it done. Nota on the left-hand side. Shadow spotted. That's a freebie. A chance now for Essential to get this going. James, repause. Over towards behind default. Almost caught out, but it will be, once again, another 8-4 half. Oh, ad after this ad break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
It's the perfect setup. Wait, have all the util. That molly is... Oh my god, it's going to go on Zona's position. He's burnt out. Into the open. Dealt with immediately. So one player falls. Kick it behind default. The smoke actually goes a little shallow. Belchanok gets that kill. A double up in the donut. And Hedrick and Essential deal with it. Despite having everyone here, it matters not. Unless Travis, without that kill, it's an unwinnable position. Bomb planted for Donut. For Hedrick on that cross, the gush comes through. Essential delivers a double out of 2 of them, and bait onto 9.
What an insane kill from Hedrick. That second one, the swing in towards default. They know there's the smoke. It is not good enough. And yet, Hedrick holds. Just like a turret, going from donut to CT, covering all bases, covering everything. That molly is going to be so upsetting for Nota. And now reality starts to sink in for Paravision. They eco. They can see double digits to bait. That would put bait 3 rounds away from knocking Paravision out of the MRQ, denying them the chance to make the major.
First time we don't have a forced investment into round 2. I think that's been the situation every single half of this series. Paravision will have everyone here, but damage should be kept to a minimal. Essential clears it out, and well, with the HE and the spam, that will easily deal with this attempted boost. That double digits will be secured. Ooh, nice shot from Belchanok, but it's onto the SMG. He won't be allowed any more. 1 casualty, bait onto double digits, 3 rounds from eliminating Paravision.
Let's go. Let's see it with Paravision. The time is now. You've got no AWP in this, but at least you've got M4s. This is why you saved. You've got all the utility. You've got all the weaponry. Travis has to go a little bit wanting. But it's do or die. It's these crunch moments. Essential stepped up to the plate again, as to his Kenzizor. Kenzizor's been unbelievable this series. And of course, you got that man, Hedrick. Best performer for Bay on Ancient continues to deliver. It's a fast play out mid. It's a break on the smoke, but it's actually Belchanok that gets the opening kill. And he swings back round on towards MPL. There's so much chaos going on in towards mid, but Travis provides the cover in from Cave, and Paravision able to escape all the chaos.
Yeah, brutalization in middle. Bait, there was a way into that, but Belchenot closes the door, slams it shut with that double up. He's been the one saving grace for this Paravision squad, won that final round of the half for them. And in this one, absolutely runs them down in middle. And Travis providing a critical spam through the cave smoke there, because there was a real chance that both those mid players were going to get undone by that push over from heaven.
If he, to be honest with you, if he doesn't get that spam kill, they're able to come out mid there. And then that means Nota's not alive and he can't get the kill on elbow. That kill wins the round. I mean, Belchenot's double, of course, but that one crucial kill was everything for Paravision. It just is the glue that holds that round together. We spoke about the flaw of Bait and how well they're all doing. Belchenot's the only one with double digits for Paravision. Like, there needs to be another star here. Someone needs to step up and help him out. They need all the players. You can't just have one.
Not quite the boost that Nota was looking for.
Sums up the half and sums up the game.
Why do you still go up? It's the hero AK. And it's struck true for one, but Kicker has doubled down from the ramp and manages to get away. That's the critical thing. He's low, but he survives.
There's a gun, though. Bait can go and get that, so that's 2 rifles. And they got armor behind at least MPL. He's all hopeful to get rid of Travis, and he tries to go ahead of the smoke, but Travis will prevail. And doesn't get spammed out by Essential, more importantly. 4 versus 2. They can't lose this, can they?
Shouldn't. James push A main, so they have all the answers. No need to really budge this B defense. The double smokes come over. That's also a clear sign of what's to come. MPL has the armor, so he has the rifle. Might be able to get themselves a bomb plant, but with James already pushing through T-spawn, not that far away. Oh, in fact, the break on the smoke will mean that Belchenot deals with Essential. So even the bomb plant not allowed. MPL looking to push through. Saw a second there, but there's James finally activating the Paravision. First gun round theirs.
Or you can maybe see in that fall apart, because if they lined up at long, the player in short is 1 HP. James, you're looking at his time and you're watching the minimap so intensely, thinking, just come around the corner, mate. Get going, but no. He times it perfectly. He arrives exactly when he means to.
Hero AK not delivering, but getting some damage. One plant denied means a lot of Galils into this one. Bait have a very different game plan to Paravision on this T side, a lot more active in towards lane and middle early. Paravision have been doing a good job of responding to this. 3 players starting on B, doing a lot of early damage.
Yeah, good spams, good utility here from Paravision. Much more what you'd expect. This double donut setup as well could be a little bit tricky for Bait as they start to exercise control in towards Cheetah and now our elbow. Travis and Essential might go blow for blow in just a second here. All depends on the peaks and all depends on how much these players can find out mids. Travis will just drop the smoke. He doesn't want to get crunched upon. So that means all eyes on Kenzizor as he makes it in towards red. James aware and just slides into the corner. Meanwhile, Kicker's pushing ramp.
Nice double setup, but they are the only defenders here. So if this doesn't find success, 1 for 1, Travis knows he needs to stay alive. James starts to rotate, so he has the support. Kenzizor activates, shot in the back of the dome. They can still take this space. No smoke on long, though. That's the big issue. They have 1 flashbang remaining. Essential scales out, finds sides clear, but long is the fight they need to take. A swing out, can't connect. It's 3 in the feed, and it's Paravision looking a lot better on this CT side.
Yeah, these rounds are a lot more measured, and these rounds, the individuals are making the correct decisions. And it all comes down to Travis saying, do you know what? I'm not fighting this. I am just living. We do not need to give over this B space. They also will put stress on the red setup that we had initially. And even with kick at falling, you can see the implications of it nearly, because Jane rotates away, Belchnot needs to leave A, and Anota thankfully pushes Donut and backstabs that player in red in Kenzizor. No bomb plant again. No money. Potentially avoiding the dire straight situation, our Paravision. They get by this one successfully. It's a 2-round game in a blink of an eye. It feels like they've caught up in a speed run time.
Yeah, it's a lot faster second half when it's bait that are setting the tempo. This one just has a few upgraded pistols. You're not expecting too much. Nota's ready for a swing. There it is, but Hedrick stays alive. And now a pounce out. James gets the info. Nota's under pressure, but Belchnok is there to support. Getting ground, but so far Paravision are okay to concede this. They have the numbers, they have the utility. Now they have the better weaponry that they can put into play. Easily done. Dealing with the upgraded pistols without a problem.
Belchnok does not want Paravision to get eliminated from the MRQ. Let me tell you that. You're still without a player hitting double digits yet. Yes, they've raised the floor a little bit, but Belchnok is getting a multi-kill. It kills every single round. And if he's not killing them, he's doing at least 50, 60 damage onto all of these players to soften them up for his teammates. 4 rounds back in a row.
That's crazy. He's got well over double any of his teammates. This fight to middle happening. It does look like it. Nota cops a lot from the YouTube of Belchnok again into the corner. Undetected. Nota spams out 1, and this mid-fight for Paravision finds success once more.
It's actually amazing that Nota full blind is still looking to dance and tiptoe in between these mollies, but him taking that audio cue actually sets Belchnok up perfectly. Because they never clear. They just think, oh, he's ticking in the molly. That means he's blind. Let's go and kill. And Belchnok just tucks in it, and he just spams. He gets that second fight as well. So immediately, within 20 seconds, you get 2 kills, and the round will now come down to a screeching halt, because look at the piggy banks for bait. They're non-existent. They have absolutely nothing to work with because they can't get the bomb down. When was the last time bait got the bomb down? A very, very long time. About to be a 5-round winning streak here for bait. Sorry, here for Paravision. Nice kill from Alex. But it's only in consolation.
Well, let's hope for Paravision's sake that doesn't come back to cost them, because that is going to split the defenders up.
I like that they're going for it, though. I thought they were saving. I like that they're actually making a decision. They're just going to go for it, because why not?
Hey, you've just got that kill. There's another push that comes out from Belchnok. So he gets the confirmation, but there's contact play up through B. Molly goes deep. They're scaling, not seeing any players, but there is a double up long that they're not aware of. Travis and Kickett take down 2, and now Hedrick decides it's time to save, but he will not be allowed. Another multi from Belchnok. We have a 1-round game.
That's a frustrating one for bait, really, because you go into cave, you see nothing. You go in towards site, you see nothing. No one's fighting you short, no one's fighting you long. And you start to think, where are they? Like, what are they doing here? We've got the B bomb site. Let's try and plant. Hot flash from Travis is absolutely perfect. And he doesn't get ticked by the molly either, so he doesn't even set bait up for an indication that there's anyone there, let alone a second player. Paravision have done it. They have clawed their way back. They are 1 round away from leveling this up.
For all the talk of the T-side meta, this has been the CT sides, and it's the T-side trying to force their way into B with Tech 9s. But a missed short smoke does not help affairs at all. Belchnok lives on 1 HP. Kicker providing the coverage. Kenzizor will get 1, but Belchnok takes 2 more down without any health. He is doing it all for Paravision right now. 27 kills deep.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's this one man. I said, look, that you need someone else, and you are getting these moments out of Travis. You're getting a little bit out of Nota now in towards mid, but Belchanok is proving everyone wrong. He is dug so deep, and he's a player that doesn't really have any of this experience. You look towards James, you look towards Kickert, the more level-headed players. Travis with that time on Amcal as well, making that major run. But no, it's new blood, injecting new hope into this Paravision team. And of course, it's a James side. You wouldn't have it any other way, would you? Look at that round history, 6 in a row. And now Bait starts to scratch the head and think, surely not. We can't be going through this again.
Belchanok is playing without fear. Swinging on 1 HP, winning his fights. Clawing Paravision back in. 10 goes 10. And because Belchanok's been so solid over towards middle, over towards Donut, means they can reinforce this B bomb site with 3. Playing in the dark. They're hearing Kenzizor trying to sell presents over at A. It's double up in Donut. This crossfire. Will MPL be ready for this?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, and that's sold it perfectly. Nota, that's a freebie for him.
Half clear. Again, it's the audio cue. It's the audio cue on the molly, and it sets up another player. Headtrick nearly has the chance to catch out Nota. But now you know that B is still underprepared. What is that from Alex? It's a wallbang from heaven in towards short, and Kicker has just been completely decimated.
Yeah, good comms. Headtrick confirms that damage he did. Alex just spams through from bucket. Nota's given the AWP. James onto the rifle. Holding down this line, but with the smoke landing. Is this really the round that Bait break through? Paravision are loaded. They're going to go for this retake. Nota sits back. His job to stay alive, be a late threat. It's these 2 players coming through cave. They're the ones that need to get it done. Belchanok reveals his shoulder, and between Alex and him, oh no, James! How has he managed that? And now it's Headtrick. With time on his side, gets the critical kill onto James. Nota burns him out. 8 seconds. It has to be the stick. He has to just defuse, and Headtrick will deny it. A 1v2 clutch once again from Headtrick, but that comes down to the wire.
Oh, James just hits the random bullet. It's a drive-by on towards that second cave player. But Headtrick just doesn't panic. Headtrick does not panic. He just takes his time. Knows that he can get the kill and he can get the confirmed damage. He just has to take the gamble that James is going to peek first. If Nota goes... But the thing is, he can't, because the time becomes such a burden. What a sequence of events. Finally, a breakthrough for Bay, and it all comes off the back of an individual moment, but also brilliant teamwork to get that kill on Kicker. Paravision, they immediately put 2 back in towards mid. They go back to the root of the problem. They try and take the space, they try and get the kills, but they come away empty-handed. The Belchanok once again dinks, the talisman for Paravision on low HP.
And again for Bait, it comes back towards B. They've been finding their way into this bomb site time and time again, not always closing the round, but last round gives them that confidence. But 4 players reinforce. Paravision have stacked the bomb site. James is calling A clear. He has that cover in towards red. Bait have not been interested in A at all. And Paravision are calling the bluff.
And they're right. The issue is there's no further smokes. There's no further utility. The only util left is actually on James. Kicker's got 1 flash. And that push in towards cave makes them all squatters. Pushes them further forward. Travis will get the opener though. He's playing with his knife. He's quick switching. Kicker will need to get a kill. Belchanok gets denied as well. This completely falls apart. They know about Kicker. James so far away. And in this 2 versus 3, it's one you feel like you need to go for. You still got stacks and stacks of cash.
But how do you pull it off? It's going to rely on James. This in Sentry? Well, the sound cue comes through, but Hetrick's already fallen out. If James had just held that angle, he might have found that kill. But Hetrick is repositioned back to default. And the spam goes both ways. Kick out falls. James. Nice leg shot, but that's all he's allowed, and he's being chased. He will live with that kill onto Hetrick, but that is bait finding series point.
And potential elimination point for Paravision. And what a moment. That decision. We've spoken so much about these mollies. The one that goes in towards cave, it gives them all this space. And Paravision just runs straight in towards the cave. They don't expect Kenzie's ore. A late break for bait. All the hard work for Paravision potentially undone. And how poetic would it be that it was bait in the first map to nearly get overtime, and it could be bait to deny Paravision overtime on Ancient when it matters most. But Nota and Belchenok again deny. We're going to need all 24 rounds. We're assuming that this 2 versus 5 doesn't have any legs to it. But within 5 seconds, Belchenok says, go next. We are not done yet.
I'm shocked that they go for this mid-fight. Paravision have been trumping them every single time there. Belchenok and Nota have been doing a brilliant hold. That's the bomb dropped in, Elbow. This is the save. We're going to be sitting here for 1 minute and 15 seconds because there's no loss bonus here for bait. They just won the last 2 rounds. 1,100 in the bank for 2 players. Kenzie's ore has $50. The investment into the next will be lackluster for bait.
And what do you call? Do you call the only thing that's worked, which is these B plays? Or are you trying to call the bluff again and go A? You feel like everything you do is a 50-50. I understand I completely agree with what you're saying, but I'm just trying to understand the rationale for bait. I think the reason why they go back to mid there is because B was so heavily reinforced. And they keep going B. They keep going B. Surely they have to start 3B. Surely mid is going to be a little bit more undefended. They say no. Nota goes back to help out Belchenok. And also, Hetrick died.
I think
Essential's going to
dead.
get hunted. I don't think he's going to get away with this AK. It's going to potentially be a disaster. Yeah, Essential can't deal with all these angles. They have nothing.
At least it's before time was up. So he gets that loss bonus, but it's minimal. Look at the money they are working with.
One of the most important calls MPL was about to make in his career. Round 24. Elimination on the line. Fortunately, you're the 1 on 12. You don't want to go to overtime. You want to go next, and they head to B.
It's just fast. It's a B rush to end it. Kikert sees it. James, he's found a headshot through the wall, and Travis, unknown. Overtime will be required unless MPL and Hedrick have something to say. But a smoke lands in their face, the bomb out of their hands. And the inevitability sinks in. Paravision lock down B, a desperate call. Bomb recovered, but it comes at a cost. 25 and 40 hit points. James is holding the cave cross. So even if they attempt to escape, all options are covered.
At least they've got that buffer of it. Of them having 12. At least they've got that. At least it isn't the other way. At least it wasn't like Dust 2. Look at this from Nota. But they're not interested in A main. They're more interested in going donut. This is the one gap that's been left here. Nota starts to push the issue. Travis accounts for red but doesn't see anything. But the players creep on by. 25 seconds left. 65 HP between the two of them. But at least they've got a plant.
Yeah, timing is really good. Nota thinks this is still going to be the B play because he's walked all the way through A main, saw nothing there. But it's comped over. No one is coming B. There's 10 seconds left. It cannot be this B finish. Bomb planted. This is comped over. Nota notes this is a CT plant. Expect them to get aggressive. MPL tries to cross over. Travis spots him. HE goes forward.
Oh, dear.
They're doing the damage. But 3 players now converge on this position. Hetrick up close, swings out, and look at the damage he has done. MPL spray goes wanting, and the bomb's being defused. Overtime is secured.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How close does that get? And it's noted that's the first one there. That is almost the last one to play. They go into CT, they do an incredible amount of damage. And yet Paravision, of course, by the skin of their teeth, will play on, will play for more. Thankfully, at least the economy's going to be reset. At least Bait are going to have all the money now. They're not going to deal with Tech Knights. They're not going to deal with Galils. They're going to have everything at their disposal. But it's still the ramifications of thinking you had that game in the palm of your hand, thinking you had that moment. You are up so many rounds.
10-4.
And now you have to play more. Now you have to play more, and every round feels like a burden, feels like even more pressure mounting on your shoulders.
When you think that Bay took both pistols, both second rounds, it's been the gun rounds that Paravision have been dominant on. And in OT, it is all gun rounds. But you're right, the economy became a problem for Bait at the end. Ironically, the T side having that issue won't be a problem here. We'll be able to get the AWP on Hetrick if they want it. But what is going to be the variance? We saw very little A finishes at all from Bait, save this final round. It has been B-centric. It's been mid, trying to contest that position, trying to go blow for blow with a Belshanock that is fighting everything, blood, sweat, and tears into keeping Paravision in this. We would be sitting here with Bait continuing their MRQ run if not for Belshanock.
But now, you flip that on its head, Paravision potentially can continue their MRQ run thanks to Belchanock. And you did get these important moments. Travis, influential in that last round of play, but also just on the B-bomb site. Nota chiming in with really important kills in towards mid. And James has quietly been ticking along. Everyone is starting to rise to this occasion. The sleeping giant of Paravision has finally started to awake from its slumber. It only took 10-4. It only took you being nearly eliminated from the MRQ to think, hang on a second, let's lock in. And what you do here now, if you're Bait, you're right. You have to now sit here, deal with these ramifications, and then try it and figure out a way. And it's not MPL that's doing the damage this time. It is Hetrick, which is relevant. But Essential has dropped off his form a little bit. The kills slowed up. Stopped coming in. You need Kenzie's all late game. You can't let him go entry. Because he's been the closer. Those 2 rounds, that stretch from 10-10 to 12-10, that was all Bait. That was all Bait and Kenzie's all closing. It really effectively getting these multi-kills. There's so many decisions just bubbling around. We've given you a little snapshot into potentially what could be the conversations, but you imagine the pressure in this moment. It's got to be so much for all 10.
And for Bait, it's crushing, right? Because what happened on Dust 2, you feel like you could have secured that overtime and the momentum was with you just to win out that map and potentially have won this 2-0. In this series, in this final decider, you have Paravision on the ropes. You have such an advantage. You concede 6 rounds on the trot. You finally find that map point and you can't close it out. 2 chances to eliminate Paravision and continue your run. Instead, you find yourself in OT against a Paravision that is ramping up. A Paravision that is putting up the stop sign, putting up a brick wall on this defense, on this B site that you've found so much purchase in. It is no longer so simple. It's not just Belshanock you have to worry about. He slaved along long enough to allow the rest of the team to come online. Experience in spades for Paravision in positions like this before. At least with this moment, this pause before OT commences, it's a moment of breathing for both teams.
I don't know if you want that, though. I really don't know if you want that currently, if you're bait, because then you are alone with your thoughts. Take time out, no one can talk. For the likes of Alex666, for the likes of Headtrick MPL, you got to be thinking this can't happen again. Remember what happened at the last RMR? Remember what happened at the one before that? What about the one before that? It's all brewing. It's all getting a little bit dangerous now.
And this is just the first of the best of threes you have to play to stay alive.
Exactly. And this has to be one of the most excruciating ones so far. 3 maps, all the distance, overtime map 3. If one of these two teams qualifies to the major, what an incredible run it would be. This best of 3, it could be the catalyst that kickstarts all of it.
A fairy tale that starts in overtime. Whose story will it be? Are you really going to fight this mid? It's just the AWP taking the peek. No, can still okay yet. Shopping util. Bait aren't contesting it on the other side anyway. Paravision. Bait will likely look to take this mid late. They do have all the players here.
You might know about that, though, because there were no flashbangs really being thrown in towards mid. There wasn't that intent of control being taken. It's been not really disguised that well that Paravision aren't interested in mid at all. So here comes that retake, as you were saying. They'll still molly the close angles. They'll still be diligent when it comes to all these clears. But it's Nota's first contact, potentially in Donut. It's Travis weaving away from a nading cave. And it's Bait just casting the net wide. The luxury that they've not had in a very long time. Space.
Yeah, a lot of noise on B while this mid-crawl happened. But Jane blows that smoke open in red and sees Headtrick there with the bomb. And off that presence at B, he moves over. But this deep smoke, this smoke that lands in lane, this is the one that signals this is going to be the A play. So James forced over. He gets ahead of it. No, decides better. Just checks to see if they're pushing. Sees nothing, and it's false information.
It's all on Alex. Oh, that nade lands a little bit awkwardly. Actually breaks open the smoke. It doesn't go deep. Belschnock is still holding for this, so Nota's got a lot of responsibility. Flashed off the line. Kick it dealt with on the extremity, and Belschnock falls as well. Nota cannot escape in towards A main. It's an outpour on towards this A bomb site, and it will be Bait that will secure it. 4 versus 2. James wants no part in this retake. It's not happening. He's too far away. So Bait will draw first blood.
Yeah, naturally, the team that was on at map point but couldn't quite convert it. Get the first one in OT. And James, you can see he was aware of that being the round. He gets ahead of the smoke, and because he sees nothing, because Bait aren't really going through red, they have one lurker that's going to play there late. James calls it clear. Thinks it's the fake out, the ruse for a B finish. Because they have no info down ramp. They don't have cave control. Sure, Paravision have blocked off Donut, but all that does is further shield them from the information.
If anything, the most important kill in that entire round is Alex killing Belchanok on A main. If that goes the other way, if Belchanok's still elevated on the boost, then you've got this up-down for Paravision, or Nota can escape around that corner. Alex getting that kill there is absolutely everything. Paravision can't buckle now. Done all the hard work. James just looking, see if there's any fast smokes being floated over. Nota's just running through the incendiary. He's just taking the fight. And he will be traded 1 for 1, but more importantly, he spots Headtrick on that boost. And between the double nades, it completely eats alive the AWP, and then James finds his on towards Alex lurking in A.
Yeah, with all that information, James realizes he can take some space in A main and post deep, and he happens to find Alex off it. This is going to be a straight up commit. Flashbang is brilliant from Travis. Allows Kick at the swing, and now they just set up a crossfire. Can you isolate either of these fights? Hedrick gets on the line, hits his shot, and Essential wins out too.
No way.
So in the 2-on-4, they've managed to equalize. Belchenok reveals his position. You know where Jane was. Hedrick doesn't want to peek into the scope, but off the flashbang, he'll see no one. Is that false info? No. They read James' position, and now you know this final player was in towards Cave, and Hedrick takes him down. A 2-on-4, and Bait walk clear without losing a player.
I can't believe it. They just scale completely up the site, and Paravision just lose their aim jewels. They lose their aim jewels in towards B, and then they do an impeccable job, Bait, at isolating those kills. The Cave spam comes in to try and deny the bomb. It's a helpless action that causes greater ramifications. Because then they know the info. They get everything, and Essential is cognizant the entire time that James could be lurking in towards short. And Alex, in the meanwhile, as we're playing that replay, he's found that opening in towards mid. The quietest player suddenly becomes the loudest. Belchenok Nota removed.
Of all the players to remove that duo in middle who has been causing so many headaches, it's Alex. Oh, and then Hedrick just raised the Jane peak. Bait have kicked it up a gear in OT. They just needed that kick up the bum, and they have just not slowed down. This T side, pure brilliance, looking to go flawless. Travis desperately trying to find some sort of kill back. And even that's not allowed. Even that's denied.
It just gets worse. It just gets worse, and even worse again. Essential just pushes him. 3 straight. After struggling to have any sort of T rounds, Bait go into overtime and give themselves another lifeline. They put the pressure back on Paravision. You say, you really want this? You really want to continue your journey here in the Major Regional Qualifier? Prove it. Do it again.
Was that round lost because of a missed elbow smoke? There were 3 Ts sitting in elbow. That wasn't a blown smoke.
It might have been.
No one says no. It's behind them.
Oh,
One
dear.
missed piece of utility. I mean, it might have still been the same outcome, but that did not help them.
Add it to the catalogue of pieces of missed utility by Paravision. But what a
that
time
is
for that to come
devastating.
in. The same Paravision team that won 6 rounds in a row cannot find anything on their CT side of overtime. And now, on the T side that they struggle with, on the T side that they got 4 rounds on total in regulation, they need 3 in a row.
And the swing comes out from Essential. Isolating Nota. Flashbang, perfection. Paravision on the back foot. In the elimination round, Essential once more, and that costs him. An overextension equalizes.
That's something. They can be transformed into at least an extension of survival here for Paravision. They disengage from Heaven, they reset. But at the same time, look at Hedrick. Hedrick's making the same move Jane made a round ago. Peeking in towards A main, taking a deep line, and Paravision are going to disengage and walk straight into the AWPer.
And he's got the utility to get away from this too. He can get a kill, drop the incendiary, and get out. There's that kill. Oh, he wants more. And that's an overextension. Kenzizor arrives at the scene. Drops the flames of his own, the HE, and between those 2 bits of utility and a bit of spray, Travis and Belchenok brought down low. Jame, a similar fate. So much damage inflicted, sure. Bomb to be allowed, but already a push to A main. Bait in the position, but Jame hits the shot. Here's the flank from Alex. And it's Belchenok, the man that has drawn them into this overtime, kicking and screaming. 30 kills deep, needs to find 2 more, or Paravision's dreams end here. First is his. Kenzizor, a tap on the bomb. Belchenok plays it perfectly, a swing out. Doesn't quite convert. Kit has been collected. 10-second mark. And Belchenok slides around. Creeping, crawling, striking from behind. Paravision, stay alive.
And that's his first kills in a very long time, by the way. He was sat on 29 for the longest. Couldn't break it, but once again, when it matters most for Paravision, Belchenok steps up in a huge way. He doesn't call the bluff. He goes back and uses his movement to guarantee that he's not on the defuse and then reroutes through Temple. But that's a nail biter, and that's only the first round. They need to do it again, and then again.
And again to A. Paravision, they love this A-bomb site. Hetrick started here. Has that support in Donut. And he's going to need it. They are on their way. Donut contact comes first. Both players find a kill. Nota gets the trade on Donut. That's given some space. Hetrick's still here, behind the flames. Locking off this position. An advantage for Bait as the retake comes in.
You know MPL wants to go through this CT smoke. And Travis just deploys another one. No safe passage, no easy access. Jame now will cut off and try and at least get rid of the red rotate, but he's with the orb. He's lurking with the orb, and Alex puts him out of his misery. It's a 4v2. This time it cannot go wrong for Bait. Surely. Travis and Nota, in fact, make it just Travis, and they start to swarm all in. And Bait have done it. They continue their journey at the MRQ, and Paravision are eliminated. Back-to-back major misses for Jame.
For Bait, a moment of triumph, a position to have potentially taken it into after that resurgence on Dust 2, but it was denied. They had to do it the hard way. Finding series point first on Ancient, forced into OT, a flawless T side. Alex stepped up so much in that OT. Your heart's got to break for Paravision, for Belchenok, for that performance on Ancient. He did everything he could, but it wasn't enough. And for Paravision, sadly, this is the end of their major run.
Absolutely. All of the hard work they put in, unfortunately, it's not to be this time. But the fact that they were able to have that comeback, because for a moment it looked like they were going to get blown out. It looked like Bait were going to run away with that game. And they didn't choke on Dust 2 as well. They did get it over the line. They didn't force OT. They forced OT here, but unfortunately no one could help out Belchenok. And the dream for Paravision, it's dead. They joined 500, eliminated already for the MRQ, and Bait, they've got one more life left in them. A sigh of relief for them as they go again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a long run of best of threes for Bait ahead of them, but at least they get one under their belts. And what a barn burner of a game. I can't believe it. OT on map 3, exactly what you want in these major games, right? That's what this is all about. You've got to really step up when it matters most. And for Bait, that was the story across the board. MPL, who's normally the star, he had a bit of a quieter one, but it was all the pieces around him that stepped up, and that's what you want to see. You want to see all these other players being able to deliver essential 2 massive back-to-back maps. He is not the player you look at to necessarily be towards the top for Bait. He was brilliant. Hetrick, consistent throughout every single map. He was doing his job perfectly. Kenzie-Zor, a T-side menace. Bait deserved this victory.
They do. And it makes me really happy to see Essential playing well, because when he first joined this roster, it took him about 5 months to really get acclimatized to life in Tier 2, the grind, the amount of work and dedication it takes to reach the top. His roles and responsibilities all new, and a lot of external pressure put on him to try and achieve, to try and play to a higher level. And it's always been the conversation with Bait about raising the floor, about raising the standards between the likes of Alex, the likes of Essential, and Captain Kirker, it once was. You've got that reliability in Alex, in Essential now. And you're right, Kenzie-Zor adds that new dynamic. Kenzie-Zor adds a new element where you're guaranteed firepower. And he has taken to this stage, to this challenge, like a duck to water. It is really cool. When Bait play the way they play, they can be so dangerous, but it's still about finding that level of consistency. We'll take one more look at this scoreboard for Paravision. Belchanok with 109 ADR, unfortunately, was not enough to topple Bait.
Yeah, double the score count of the rest of his team. That is the end, sadly, of Paravision's major run. But not the end of the games here today. That's just the first best of 3. We've got a best of 1 coming up next. 1-1 games. Don't go too far. We'll be back with that game shortly.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Good news is no more goodbyes for the rest of today, at least. We can focus on a 1-1 matchup, a best of one between Fnatic and BetBoom team. It's going to be an interesting little debacle here because BetBoom started off well, then they lost, and Fnatic started off very poorly, and then won. So both these teams followed a completely opposite trajectory to get to this point. But for both of them, major aspirations at an all-time high.
Yeah, absolutely. And very different storylines, I guess, for both. There's a lot of players that have been in this position before that have found success and some that have not. And yeah, really interesting for both these teams. And you're right, they've had kind of inverted storylines coming into this with massive dominant victory and massive dominant loss on both sides. So it's really hard to call, I think, for both of them, the current form coming into this series, because it does feel like they can show up and look fantastic, but they can also go missing. I think for Fnatic in particular, we got to see their debut yesterday with Borup, right? It's a team that has a lot of hype coming into it because of the players that are on the squad. The signing of Jambo just a month ago, who has been brilliant for this team. Matties and Blame F have both been fragging out. Matties has been performing really well here as well. It all felt like it was going to come together, but for whatever reason, they just got absolutely outclassed by BC Game. But the bounce back against Gamer Legion does inspire hope.
Yeah, of course it does. And it's good to see that they are sort of coming to that level. And it's, as you said, it's good to see that Matties and Blame were really good in that Gamer Legion game. Like that, it's so important that these players, these individuals, are online for them, because it will give a little bit more lax for Jambo. And look, the thing is for Jambo is the pressure's on. They know that he needs to perform. You've been brought in to make the major. You better make the major. It's one of those sort of things. And obviously the Crim's personal reasons, meaning that Borup steps in as well. It's another one of these what if question mark moments for Fnatic. But if they're able to overcome this, it would look really good for them. On the other end of things, you got BetBoom. This team has been together for a little while now. This team built to win. It's the Boomich ideology with Axel moving over. You've got Magnoyez, who is absolutely incredible. Siren has really stepped up his individual level, in my opinion. I think he's been thriving under Boomich's in-game leading. And Zorti, you always know what you're going to get out of Zorti. A really reliable, dependable warper. This team has a lot of firepower. This team is very scary to play against.
Yeah, I think Zorte is one of those Orpas that really does step up as well in some of these bigger games. But I think you're really looking at the riflers here, right? Magnojez has been absolutely outstanding across both the series they've played here. Even when they got wiped out by Namiga yesterday, he was still going toe for toe. It was the others that kind of fell off. I think that's a really good sign for this team, because Magnojez, he is a newer player to the block, so to speak, right? When you compare him to players like Axile, right? He's, only 20 years old. He's been in this squad for a minute now, but in terms of playing big events, it's only been a few chances over the last year or so. And, when you come to these massive moments, this is where you need him to be able to continue the form he's shown when the pressure's a little less. And the fact that he's doing that, very good signs.
It's actually the same conversation for Matties, funnily enough, which is why I wanted to highlight them both here, because, Matties has played a couple of Tier 1 events now under his belt. So is Magno. But for Matties, the allure around him and why he got captured by Fnatic is because he was decimating in Tier 2. He's one of the... I think, in terms of potential-wise, one of the best players we've got in Tier 2 still to this day. I think he's absolutely unbelievable. I think that the ceiling he can reach has not yet been found yet, but he's finding that form, and he's doing it consistently now on this Fnatic roster, which is incredibly exciting to look at, but he's also got a point to prove. Make a major. That's the entire goal for this Fnatic team. It's been built to win. They've been going through so many roster changes. Finally, it feels like there might be a little bit of stability now, bar this, obviously, Crim's Borup iteration. There has never been a more perfect time, potentially, now with Fear being reunited with Jambo, to make that next step. So It's looking okay for Fnatic. It's looking good for BetBoom. This could either really go either way, and the veto will speak volumes to that as well. Just because there's a lot of weaknesses they share, but there's also a lot of strengths that they share. So this one can really go anywhere. I'm expecting Fnatic to ban Train because BetBoom have won it a number of times, but at the same time, it's actually BetBoom that bans it. Interesting. They want to force this Mirage. I actually really like that. Deliberately banning Train to make Fnatic ban the Anubis.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And also, you know, we talk about BetBoom having a really good streak on Train. It is a very small sample size, you know, 7 maps won. But Fnatic, they've played twice as many and they've had a really good success rate on it. So I think when you're talking 1-1 games in the MRQ, you want to go to safety. And Mirage, I think this suits both teams. I actually kind of lean more towards BetBoom here. Obviously, the numbers do as well, but just because the type of players they have, right? Magnujez, this is the sort of map that it's his bread and butter, right? And with him in the form he's in, you want him on a comfort map. I think Siren could be very solid here as well. Axile, the amount of highlights I have seen from Axile on this map, everything is great for BetBoom here. Fnatic, though, you know, it's really interesting, actually, when we had this conversation, you were just kind of talking about Jambo coming into it, what this Fnatic team looks like. You said tier 2, right? So matters when you're talking about him. I think both of these teams are in this situation where they don't want to be tier 2. They don't want to be recognized as a tier 2 team, right? Some would maybe call them that tier 1.5. They want to cement their position as a tier 1 team. Fnatic want that height again. And we know that the players on BetBoom, you know, Axel, Boomage, major champion, right? They want to get back to that tier 1 point. And this is the sort of event where this is the proving grounds for both of them.
Axel a few years ago was regarded as top 5 riflers in the world.
Yeah.
Like the fall from grace almost, and now the redemption arc. Like, trust in Boomich, it's so much with the mess that was Cloud9 and then going to BetBoom is amazing. Let's see how it all plays out on Mirage.
And after that nail-biter of a best of 3 to kick things off with elimination on the line, a 1-1 game now feels a bit more of a relaxing pace, but the pressure is certainly high for both these teams. We're going to get a B play out the gate. Siren is all alone over here, and he has a lot to do because Zorte is staying in window.
Yeah, that molly has made him feel very isolated and difficult. Look how fast they split up towards short. Siren wildly fire off with the dualies. Has got rid of the bomb. Oh, and is able to get rid of Jambo. Zorte just runs through the smoke and gets rid of everyone. Are you joking me? How have they been able to live and find both those kills? Blame F sat in the Edward corner thinking, how on earth has this happened then? He's out of bullets. That sums up the round. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's why Mirage is so good for BetBoom, because these guys can click. I love the way Siren plays that. He drops a defensive smoke that B players always drop, right? The one that you drop to go back to bench. Guess what he does? He goes towards Van. He takes the fight to them. He is still Berettas. Of course he wants to get up close and personal. They are not anticipating him here. And then Zorte flying out. He's a late rotate. Was kept at bay in window because of that molly, but he arrives just in the nick of time.
It's so bad and then so good for Siren. Like, just look at this, and then the second kill. Yeah, bye. The fact he gets the bomb as well instantly, right? And I don't think it ultimately matters because of how fast these kills came in from Zorti, but my God. You immediately, you see the first 3 seconds of that clip, and Siren's like wildly missing. You're like, all right, well, they got the bomb site. They probably got the round. It'll have to be a really good retake. They retook before the bomb was even planted.
Yeah, that's big. That's big. You saw the odds pop up on your screen there, provided by 1xBet, and they're favoring BetBoom already. I mean, obviously they won the pistol, which definitely helps, but when you look at these two teams and the kind of trajectory they are on, I can see why the bookies would be favoring BetBoom here. You know, Fnatic, for all we talk up the potential of this team, it's about realizing that potential. And that's not quite been found yet. Even though all the pieces look right, it's the execution that we're kind of waiting to see.
Absolutely. I guess, actually, that is quite funny because it is the same with BetBoom too. Like, expect these teams to be doing way better than they currently are. So it's about, okay, well, now you're playing against each other. Which one of you is actually better? What's the hierarchy looking like for Tier 2? Which one of these teams is using the other as a stepping stone to get to the destination that they want to achieve? The Major. You don't want to be playing these 1-2 games. This fight for the 6th place. You want to be winning this best of 1. You want to be winning your best of 3. You want to be guaranteeing that major spot without all the hiccups, without all the bumps in the road. Feels like both of these teams are used to going the path more trodden, making it hard for themselves.
I say it looks
That's
like
not
all
a good
5 are back
sign.
in, but no, Jambo explodes. He's having some troubles getting back in server. Meanwhile, on the A stream, Braden, they're already well into their 1-1 game. That's BC game versus Big. Oh dear. That one started 2-0 for Big on the CT side of Ancient, and then they didn't get another round on the CT side of Ancient.
Oh,
But it's ongoing, and they do
What's the
look
score?
like they're clawing it back. It's 10-5 currently. BC Game have really come into this event looking pretty good.
they're going to make the major. It's looking good for them.
And we saw them with the dominant win over Fnatic, obviously. They did lose to Metasport in the 1-0 game. Metasport have been phenomenal, I think. I mean, everyone knows that this is a team that's obviously got a lot of potential. But to see them delivering so well already in this MRQ has been brilliant. They're obviously going to be playing later today for a spot in the major.
So excited for these teams. Like on the other end of it, it's like really exciting that we're going to put one of OG and Metasport through. The same with Heroic and Amiga. We said goodbye to 2 teams earlier. We're going to say hello to Austin for 2 as well. So much excitement going on, but also so much heartache. It's a roller coaster of emotions continuously through the MRQ. And a roller coaster of emotions for me here as I keep thinking we're good and then we're not. we've been a bit unlucky with some of the techies. But that's okay. We've been podcast moding. We've been thinking a bit more about how this all transpired in the MRQ as well.
I'm enjoying the breather after the OT
Oh, yeah,
from the
that
game
was-
before. So that pushed us behind schedule a little bit. Are you surprised to see Paravision and 500 as our 03 teams?
Paravision, definitely. I can't believe they lost. I mean, to be honest, after seeing some of the rounds that they were pulling out, especially on Mirage, like it's inexcusable. Like the missing the utility as well. Like that's damning. Like that's if you can't even throw these nades properly, then fair, you don't deserve to make the major. You know what I mean? So
That elbow
didn't
smoke they
expect- I
missed in OT.
I didn't expect it, but I'm coming to terms with it now.
Yeah, I know a lot of people had high hopes for Paravision. I mean, you've covered them a lot throughout their tier 2 journey this year, and
I thought they were gonna go through. Like it's never gonna be a 3-0 sort of affair for Paravision, but like 3-1, 3-2. Like I could have seen that, to be honest.
500, I think probably definitely on the outside chance of getting through. I don't know if you necessarily would have thought 03 in such a dramatic fashion.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to get 13 rounds in 4 maps.
Was that all it was?
Yep,
Oh my.
they got 13-2'd 3 times.
Yeah, it's not. Wait. They got 9. Oh, yeah, okay, right, yeah, sure. Okay, 13-2 twice by Gamer Legion. Good to see Gamer Legion bouncing back, right? They've got to do this really difficult way, right? They've got to win, what's it, 5 best of 3s in a row?
Yeah,
Yeah, because you got 2 in the 6th place decider. So they've won the first. And they've got to win the 1-2 game, 2-2 game, and then those 2 games.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to put it back on our faces just for a moment whilst we try and sort out all these technical issues. I was just having a look, actually, at the rest of the games that are going on today. If we've got time, it'd be cool to pull up the schedule graphic as well, production, just to sort of remind viewers of everything that's happened so far and everything that is coming up, because on the B stream, you've got some really exciting matches that are taking shape. I think you've actually got Astralis versus Ents on the B stream, which is incredible. 9 Pandas versus Saw on the A stream for the other best of 1. And then those progression games. On the A stream, it is OG taking on Metisport. And for the B stream, Heroic take on Namiga. The winner of those games goes straight directly through to the major.
That's crazy. One of OG or Metisport will be making it through to the major. Like, that's remarkable. And for OG, what a story for them, right? Nicodelis has come back into this team and has been really doing a lot of great work for them. So the fact that they've been able to get to this position, really cool stuff from that squad. Swedes versus Danes for a spot in the major. But that's later on. We're back in the action here. Fnatic, despite only getting the 1 kill and no bomb plant, will invest.
Okay. That's a bit brave, but we'll see how it shapes up. They're going to try and run it back again. It is going to be the same B feeling, but Axel is here to support Siren this time. He's not on his own.
Yeah, just jump peeking with that little slither gap. He'll get the information. Oh, it comes late. It comes really late. That was not a great jump peek, but he'll still get the double kill. And then Axel in short, caught on the reload, but will be able to get his gun out in time. Flamer had found that frag. That would have been a way into this round. Maybe Jambo can offer it up. A big kill onto Zorte, but already pushing into the side. Jambo walks through the smoke in the back lines, and they're not anticipating him here. Okay, well, Axel wins that fight and wins the second too. It's all a distraction from the bench. Magno Jazz not even required.
That was so weird, yeah. Jambo's just spotted the gun barrel of Magno. He's like, wait, hang on a second. That's not my teammate. That's an enemy. And Axel just kills him anyway, so it's completely redundant, even if Magno Jazz wasn't there. Axel just gets the kills. That BXX was, of course, a little bit limp because they didn't have all the util. That the flashbangs weren't good enough. The fact that Siren gets dinks and he still gets 2 kills is a bit egregious. Now Felico for Fnatic. We're desperately trying everything. We've gone B twice, it didn't work, and now you want to go for a Palace pop and you've just been smoked off by Boomich.
Yeah, and Sorte's got full ramp control, so even if you get into this bomb site, actually, he's going to keep pushing. So that's a bit of false info unless he wraps Palace. If he keeps going, yeah, bomb plant should be secured here.
If Jambo gets this kill on Siren, we're laughing if you're Fnatic. But Boomich is still considered. Boomich is really considering this. Presence of mind. One of the best minds in the game. And Zorti will find Jambo and say, guys, look at Palace. Boomich says, okay. And he will oblige immediately. Great spray for a couple. Magno chimes in. Bomb. Don't think it's going to get down, although Blameth hits a screamer. But Mattis can't get the bomb down. Unfortunate.
He's looking for a headshot. More bullets in the chamber of this Deeg. Smoke in the face, and bullets do the job. Now, that was a bit sad for Fnatic, because Zorte, they take so long to go out because the smoke lands in their face, the incendiary lands in their face. Boomish does all this blockage utility, and they don't want to go ahead or through any of it, so they just wait. And that allows Zorte to go on this shift walk from the A side to the back of B apartments to find Jambo before any contact comes on A.
Nice shots out of Blame.
For sure.
That's all my colour for the round.
Okay, yeah.
It was just nice shots. Now we get the guns. Now we get the AWP for Jambo as well. That's important. Boomich is clearing ramp. The flash goes a little bit too deep. Fear on the angle, accompanied by Matties. Gets a double opener. Finally, something positive for Fnatic.
Yeah, first gun round and first kills go their way. An attempted aggression down ramp falls awry. Oh, still got Magno just here. Exile as well, so that is a concern. Maybe starts to lurk over towards B. Just to keep bodies rooted. 4 up. Had a chance there onto Exile.
It's a misleading dink on him that would have been heard by Magno. It's only 19 damage.
Yeah, not quite the headshot. Magno pushes forward. He wants to confirm
why.
this kill.
Yeah. He really wanted to try and get the dink.
Now Blame F starts to lurk. Siren with the AUG. I don't know if this is necessarily a common position to run the AUG. Maybe up on Van is where he started. With him falling. Exile in CT spawn. Now, you don't want to make any mistakes. They take their time with it, but this will be their first T round.
I really like the way they played that. Very systematic, very calculated. Borup doesn't overextend the angle on towards Palace. They know that BetBoom have been making these aggressive moves. Zorte moving all the way through ramp in that previous round. The double pushing towards ramp and losing players. You know in the 3 versus 5 that BetBoom will be looking for further information. So Fnatic take their time. They make sure that everything is okay. And they will get out scot-free. In fact, it's flawless. A really important moment here for Fnatic. Their first gun round, a success story. They're keeping everyone alive, is already building the bank.
You can see already the ramifications. Zorte will have the AWP. Jambo has his, but didn't really need to get involved last round. Okay, Fnatic already bringing 5 players to A immediately. There's a clear intent into this round. 4 up sits behind the incendiary. And as it fades, the hit comes through. They're going to push in. Boomage, hearing it, sending out the HE. Over the top comes 1. But Axel falls immediately. Boomage, though, strikes out with the MP9. Trade is good. A 3-on-3. Bomb's still not down.
Oh, they can swing and maybe deny this. Magno just keeps going. Magno gets rid of Jumbo and Fear. The duo from Passion UA sidelined and leaves Blame F all to play. A 1v3. Skirts around the edge of the smoke. First objective on his mission is to pick up the package. Tries to get by Siren, but Siren plays it diligently. Both these teams do not want to make any errors. So Blame starts to piece this information together. What info? What space do I have? How much can I work with? Siren on the angle, jiggles, and dinks. But Blame will at least take the kill. He can plant. It could be possible, but one stray bullet from Magno is all it will be. 9 HP, 40 seconds. Magno allows the room and allows Blame to breathe a little bit. Doesn't even have to commit to the plant on A if he doesn't want to. And he's going to take the scenic route. Zorte is holding for this currently. And knows the information about Blame that he's been dinked. So USP is drawn. There shouldn't be any missed shots. This should just be the natural conclusion to the round. Unless Blame can hit a banger. A cruel, a creep, but no. The Securities and the pistol and BetBoom through Magno get their 4th.
Yeah, and that's just Fnatic not anticipating that BetBoom team would be that fast over towards CT ticket. They're in the 3-on-3. They've fought off the players on site, and they just don't think it's going to be that quick rotate. You see Jambo gets caught unawares. He's trying to fall back. You see right there, he drops the molly, and he's falling back to a more passive line where he can play around the default boxes. If he just holds that with the AWP, maybe it's a different round, but yeah, Magno gets ahead of it all. They're just going to try running it back.
It's really interesting the flashbangs Fnatic are throwing. I'm going to put a pin in it for now, but I'm going to talk about it after this A exec. because it is all the utility. It is the molly on towards Sandwich. It's the spam from Boomage, but this time BetBoom can see the space. If they want A, they've got to try and retake it. Or maybe they can just get kills through the smoke. Magno finds Matties. Fear will at least plant, but Jambo up close is trying to be a nuisance. And the spray transfer is immaculate. Advantage Fnatic.
He's not slowing down. He's pushing further forward, and Siren will punish it. Blame F slow. A lack of utility, a problem. 3 smokes for the CTs. Borup's going to reroute, especially with the smoke landing on Palace. Starting to throw all of this utility forward. Still 2 more, still a kit as well. Fear holding for this play over the top. They've just smoked off ramp completely. They've made themselves a tunnel to scale through. And Siren sticking the bomb in front. Fear will deny it, and Blame F swings out. Boomage gets his kill, but there's no time for the round. Fnatic have taken 2. And everyone dies.
Yeah, that's really cool. I really like the idea from BetBoom. Respect them to make a little secret tunnel to try and defuse that bomb, but no, it doesn't happen. Jambo makes the hero play. Someone's got to take space here for Fnatic, especially after they're losing players through the smoke. So Jambo, this spray transfer is everything. And coming back to those flashbangs that they are throwing, Matties has done it a couple of times now. The way that the flashes are popping, the sound is emulating the same way you'd throw those top mid flashes to try and take the space and try and say to BetBoom, oh, we're coming out mid, you hear the pop on that side. So all the audio cue is designed to get the attention of the mid players to remain focused on mid. You can see that it was working. All the rotations came off of A, they dropped that molly deep in towards the boxes. I wasn't sure on the first time, but the second one, I've definitely seen that now. I think that's exactly what they're trying to emulate.
It's a half fight for the CTs. Cinematic mode. Blame F moves forward on an active lurk.
It is natural habitat. Looking for ecos.
Actually, it is the force up, so yeah, it is a bit behind this, even if the weaponry isn't the best. Jambo's found that first kill. Majez hasn't seen a thing. He's been searching for answers. Ortega is on a mission of his own. Has support by his side. Matties gets caught off. And the drop down. Borup was holding for it. You know 2 players were in towards Palace.
And that means you just accelerate towards B, surely. But BetBoom are ahead of this. I like this proactive rotate. Blame is now lurking in towards Connector, but Fear's already on site. Siren tucks in. He loves Van. You got to know he loves Van. Borup will just sideline him. Force him to watch on as the rotations were immediately coming in, but then they disengage. Now Blame is on the hunt to get rid of these players. Fear will swing with the Mac-10, but doesn't find anything. If you can remove the Boomage AK, that is everything. And that's exactly what Blame wants to do.
He's just slowly encroaching on them. We're just jiggling this every now and then. Blame F, relentless. Mission goes both ways. Oh, the molly. They really don't want to allow this hunt to take place, but now Jambo will just step in. Goodbye, Boomage. Zorte stuck in towards spawn with 15 HP. He'll swing out, and Jambo, nice shots. And it's Fnatic in their 3rd round, showing some fight on this T side, and they're in now position to tie us up.
Another thing that is really good that goes in Jambo's favour is he's not reliant on the AWP. Like, his rifle work is really good. Like, his first bullet accuracy, whether it's a pistol, whether it's a rifle, whether it's the AWP, it is more often than not always on the money. I think Fnatic done a really good job in recovering this first half because it felt like it could have got out of control. We had these crazy rounds that Magno was swinging in, denying the bomb, for example. Putting Blame into some really difficult positions.
He's so aggressive with the Mac-10. He knows what's up.
Yeah, death taxes and Blame F getting eco kills.
It's
At least he created a lot of space for the A play.
Yeah. It's a good thing to do. Be proactive against pistols. Make sure they can't, get anything done. It's just a little egregious. The stark contrast, I think, is what makes it. Jambo's going to have some ecos of his own. Yeah, he's pretty good with the rifle.
Come on.
Robot.
There you go. He's farming. He drops the AK over. He picks up an AWP because he knows that Zorti is going to be on one of his own. Glass cannon for Zorti. No utility. In fact, limited funds just across the board for BetBoom. Boomich has got a compromise down to a FAMAS.
Yeah, it does come with limitations, doesn't it? No kit either. Ragnar gets on the line. Good spam, but Fear just knows exactly what he's doing.
He's full blind. He's full blind through the smoke. He gets the spam back the other way. And now Axile's smoked off and restricted. At least you've got an aggressive Palace player in Boomich, but Zorti now needs to hit every shot.
Zorte in the pressure position. Axel slid into ladder. This could be powerful depending on what the play is from Fear. Boost up on top of the lamppost. Borup will start to move over. This does feel like A is inevitable. Flame F deep in con. Zorte is all alone here and he's about to get pincered from two different directions. Boomich just rotated off. They're really worried about window, about jungle. Blame F is not extended past that connected play. Zorte's calling it over now. Fear spotted. Axel gets that kill, but Zorte hits the deck, and that opens up the runway to A.
Yeah, they play that really well, Fnatic, and it's all because the bombs dropped. I'll give it a second because, yeah, okay, never mind. Axel and Boomich could have put a wrinkle in that plan, but instead it is kills from both Matties and Blame. Yeah, the slowdown's incredible. Like, Fear's just on top of that lamppost, holding it in case there's going to be like a deep ladder swing, in case there's any audio in towards jungle, in case Boomich looks around to reroute that, and he doesn't get given anything. So when he goes searching in towards connector, the reason why he can do that is because Blame's already deep in there. And then you've got Borup already at ramp. So Fear jumping to his death, whilst it does look a little bit miscalculated, it does look a little bit silly, he's only made that risk when his players are in position. And by him doing that as well, it confirms the location of two of these BetBoom players. It guarantees that Blame F's lurk is actually going to be effective and he doesn't have to go back and look at A. And it also means that BetBoom is so paranoid about middle that A is going to be more vulnerable, which is why Mattis is just able to walk in and kill Zorte with Boomich not being there.
Remember I said about that 10-2 half from BC game on Ancient vs Big?
Yeah?
We're in overtime.
Wow, okay.
Back-to-back 10-round T-sides from BC game and Big on the A stream. Some bangers on the broadcast on both streams. This round, relying on the pistols finding purchase.
Oh, this is interesting. So Fear has been conditioning this mid to A split so much, and they can still elect to go for it, but it feels like mid to B is the destination currently. Blame will go and have a little explore. He might go in towards stairs and carve out a pathway, although currently with his angle, it looks like he's going to be holding for the rotates. Fear needs to clear all of these corners. Magno caught quick switching. Can't be doing that. At least Axar will get Matties, and the Deagle from Siren can maybe chime in with another, but Blame at this point has pushed up Con and is trying to carve out a movement for Fnatic over towards A. They push Boomich back, but can they plant?
Not for sure, that's for sure. Now the smoke lines, that will allow that bomb plant to go down. Jambo is holding a powerful angle, but with the AWP, he has to be careful he doesn't get caught off here. This is a half by coming through, so BetBoom don't have a lot to lose going for this. Fantastic molly. Oh, forces Jambo forward. He hits the leg shot as well onto Zorte. And then he swings back around to remove one more. Eventually, will be taken down. Borup loses his fight, and it's on to Blame F, who carved out this pathway. Bomb planted for him. Time in his favor, but the bullets are not. And BetBoom team with the half by beat out Fnatic.
And it's because Fear thinks that he's in their heads. He wants to call this round out because he's been conditioning A so much. He wants to go mid to B. Surely they're stacking A, guys. but then there's no presence towards mid. Okay, objective 1 ticked. That feels really good. Nothing in towards top con. Okay, maybe they're playing on towards site. We smoked off top con, so we don't know. We don't have that info. Magno removed. But then it's Axel, and then it's Siren at the back of bench to do the damage. It forces you scrambling. It forces you to Scarper. And imagine if Zorti had fallen a little bit earlier to Jambo's kill, if it was a cleaner connection. That was just a misconnection.
Oh.
The wallbang is still really good, though.
Cheeky. Doesn't want to stick around, though, and for good reason. Magno Jazz is on the prowl and is getting aggressive. Fear is now in this spot. But a nade? Okay, no follow-up. He just doesn't want to give up his life that easily. Look at this aggressive posturing. Addies and Bora taking space. Siren doesn't know that they're ahead of this smoke. Start to reposition so we can deal with it if they are, and calls over Axel to support. Maddie's has gotten into a very forward position, surely going to be noted, and Axel catches him just about.
Look at this read. They've got 3 players over towards the B bomb site. Yeah, Zorti and Axel are low, but Siren is still unknown. Look at Jambo. Jambo was walking up short and Zorte punishes him. How do you try and rectify this? And also, why is he going so alone? I guess if he gets the kill, then Bob can activate in towards B-apps, but that's half your team mobilizing when the other half is nowhere near.
Yeah, a lot of different players lurking out all over the place at different timings, isn't it? Now Zorte's repositioned. Oh, falls off the angle as the cross comes through. So Borup is able to safely get across, but Siren's holding a drop down. Molly won't go to his position. Siren just gets the alert. Now he's spotted, now he swings, and Borup delivers on that promise. Still have Zorte, backside, burnt out by Fear. That allows the plant. No, Magno Jazz comes through in the nick of time. And Borup just needs to make sure he stays alive, or he will have $600.
Worst case scenario for Fnatic. They get the 2 kills, I think it's enough, but it's Magno Jazz again. Magno to get another bomb denial. And this time it is a fatal one. Fnatic lose out to the birds of the clock, but also the burden of just decided to go completely individual for the entire round. That was a complete contrast from what we've been seeing Fnatic earn rounds by. Being methodical, working together as a team, taking the map control in conjunction with one another. Here it was, Matty says, I'm going to lurk. Jambo says, okay, I'm going to come and lurk as well. And then Borup's just left completely on his own.
Give me B-pop. Fear tries to scale quickly with the Tech 9. And he'll catch off Magno almost. A lot of damage done. Now the pop comes. And the pop is burst. Nothing to be had here. Jambo gets a deagle shot, but everyone converges on his position. Nades, bullets, flames. This is going to be a 7-5 half. Jambo forced to watch on, does have the bomb, so maybe he can route elsewhere. With 28 HP and 1v4, you won't even get to A ahead of Bet Boom team.
He might.
Okay, they actually go middle.
Boobish went top mid. Unfortunately, plant money doesn't matter, but at least it imposes a bit more of a time restriction on Bet Boom.
I don't think he could have got past.
Well, he did.
We were just convinced that he's got that rotate, but Jambo,
Oh,
sneakers
unlucky.
on. He was going quickly, now spotted. Jambo, okay.
Ooh.
No, right.
Oh.
Immediate trade. I was ready for something from Jambo, but no, 7-5 half as foretold. Betboom team in the lead.
Yeah, they are. And it's good to see that they have actually been able to stabilize because they got off to a really good start. Fnatic, the gun rounds were really working. This A split was really effective because you're shutting out Axel because he's a short player. You're focusing more on towards Magno and Boomich. You're trying to isolate those 2 pieces and you can get rid of one of them. That feels a little bit better compared to going into potentially both of them. Siren was holding down B spectacularly. We need a repeat progress for Fnatic here. Otherwise, Bet Boom are going to run away with it. And now with Bet Boom, sort of being the enablers of chaos, having fights on their terms, especially when you've now got the likes of Magno and Axel. It's going to be a bit tricky for Fnatic, I think.
Been impressed with Siren on this map so far as well. Not necessarily the player that you're looking to, especially as the Bianca, right? But Fnatic have been putting a lot of pressure on B, whether that is with active plays there or whether that is with just a lurk that's been in place. And each time he's really stepped up. 90 ADR, 11 kills, very consistent from Siren.
Matties has 90 ADR and 5 kills.
Find those headshots.
Yeah, it's unlucky. It's one of them.
Normally a player that's pretty good at clicking ahead. But not quite converting them. Jambo's been having a good map, and on the T side, that does bode well for his CT half. See if they can get that AWP out early on him.
Yeah, he loves an aggressive fight. And this will be fun to contrast the play styles. Zorti can get aggro, but more of the time he's more of a space denier, more of a closer. Will play a lot safer.
I think his style of AWPing really suits Boomid, though. You know, in terms of like
Oh, absolutely.
the way he likes to call.
Shiro-esque.
Yeah, exactly. Jeez. Chance, but sees a lot of players, falls back, gets the info. It's going to be the con scale. Jambo. Oh, there we go. Precision, but doesn't matter. He's good, but he does not slow down.
He's so good.
He'll disengage, but he's done his job, and now everyone comes around the corner. Jambo again. 3 kills, 2 HP, and it's all under Axile. Over the top they've come, and he gets run down.
He's so good. Like, he's just so
Holy.
ridiculous. He gets dicked. He's like, I don't care. I will still kill you anyway. 2 quick kills. The tap on towards Con was so smart. First bullet accuracy, Jambo. God,
That's disgusting.
this third one. Unreal.
What a monster.
That's the start Fnatic needed. Gaining a pistol. But with the bomb plant, Bet Boom are going to force in.
Fight for mid. With the Galils, Jambo in window. Stands a little, but it's delayed take. They wait to drop the molly. So the ground's conceded. Do Fnatic look to re-aggress and take the fight? It's a swing forward, and it's Blame F going 1-for-1.
But it is Jambo getting a kill. The thing is, Axel's got a little bit of wiggle room, but not for long. Jambo just keeps on going. Jambo gets another triple kill, 20 kills to his name. And that made Bet Boom's Force Spy look like an eco.
Yeah, all right. Jambo is him. The hype around this kid is real. This is what Fnatic have been missing. I think with the playstyle of some of their riflers, you do need an AWP that can be explosive at times, can do it with everything.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think he just fits Fnatic so well. Because he can rifle really effectively. He can be aggressive, but also he can hold angles. He can do whatever you want to win the team. But sometimes in games like this, you just say, Jambo, do whatever you want. Whenever you feel like it is working, go. Because you are winning us this game single-handedly right now, says Fear. He coincidentally got the opening kill on towards this B site. Axel hoping to maybe pluck a head from shoulders, but not to be. Quite literally, it's A.
Indeed. And Matties is very alert. It's a very deep mid-commit from Blame F. He's peering under, and Matties will hear all this and can't respond. Boomage drops down. Now the reinforcements arrive. And they should be enough to clear up these players. Fear over the top, not allowing this bomb to get anywhere near a plant position. So Maddie's has a bit of a rough time all alone there. Ooh. Little spin shot. It's Fear with a quad kill. And 8 on the board for Fnatic. They take the lead. I think for the first time this map.
I was literally just thinking that. I think it is for the first time. Which feels good. And look, we haven't had a proper gun round yet. But you expect a little bit more out of this T side. Zorti with the AWP. Axel limited util to accommodate that. But at least they've got AKs. Jambo has got his sniper too. And he's going to set himself up over at B really early. 3 players lean here. It's a read that Fnatic have got.
And look who's here. It's Jambo. Blowing the smoke. Maddie's spots one. The trade comes through. Jambo misses the chance. Axel allowed to move forward. Bad. Jambo goes hunting and it's to his downfall. Still have players here. Still 2 players lying in wait. Fear looking for that headshot line. Lets the cross happen and secures the kill. That's the bomb that's dropped forward. This has to be the commitment into this bomb site. Or at least the commitment to recover the package. Still 2 players lie in wait. Axile will get out with the bomb.
I was waiting for him to leave. I was like, is that you going? Yes, he is. 3 versus 3. A lot of pressure now being applied to Blame, but I like this movement out of Fear. He's gone in towards ladder just to clear out jungle. Okay, no one's home. There's a weird timing that they maybe could have got in towards CT. With 30 seconds left, it looks like they want to re-engage in towards this B bomb site. They're hoping that Fnatic have over-rotated, but they haven't. 2 players still lie in wait here. Blame is on a brilliant angle to shut this down. 20 seconds. How wide does Zorti clear? Does he go all the way around the corner? No, but they catch wind of Blame. He gets a dink, but not the kill. But it still puts the screws in motion. BetBoom actually relocate. They deviate away from short, and they can plant the bomb on A.
Incredible. That 1 kill into Blame F, who, with 15 seconds left, so convinced it's going to be that commitment up short that he swings for the kill. Wants to secure the round there, but honestly, if he just stays tucked there, drops that smoke grenade, he had a smoke, an incendiary, a flash, still at that stage of the game. We're talking 15 seconds on the clock. Right click a smoke at your feet. You've got 2 players on B already. He swings for the fight, loses it, and loses the round.
Yeah, we've been seeing this. I think it's actually really interesting seeing a lot of this for MRQ, just about the number of little mistakes that could potentially completely change a dynamic and completely change a matchup. You're right. If he just drops 1 piece of utility there, BetBoom probably forced to go towards short, forced to go towards the setup. He can do anything except swing, and he swings. The thing is that you can't really blame him, but at the same time, it is that small micro decision that amounts to Fnatic potentially losing this round. They had the right read on the situation. Fear had BetBoom in their grasp when they go, do you know what? Let's go away. A very big wide swing out of Zorti. A really essential kill. BetBoom will keep Fnatic's lead short-lived. They have it for 1 round.
At least with the save, they reinvest. Jambo's AWP is in play, recovered.
Big completed that comeback, by the way.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? In OT, it was the CT rounds that did it too. Oh, chance for Zorte there. Free fire as he's flashed does not quite connect onto Fear. Lucky to live.
They want to fight mid here. Blame just sort of pushing the top of the smoke. Boomich. Oh, we'll just go through this con smoke. Gets flashed. Matty's Borup just trying to hold on towards A. Important double up. Spam from Axel, though, is good. And Jambo can't escape in towards the window. Boomich will catch him once more. And it's the in-game leader to push BetBoom back into this lead. And it's the in-game leader of Fnatic to try and spare their blushes. An AWP save, that would be ideal. But where's it gone?
There it is. All right, under window. So Fear's going to stick around so he can grab it at the end. Talk about explosive. I mean, you kind of expect it from a team with Boom, with a team with Boom in the name, but pushing through the smoke there is brilliant. BlameF does not know what hit him, and then the disengage back out to middle. Jambo caught, trying to scale back up into window. Maddie's and Borup do their job on A. They take down a player each. It feels like they've done everything.
They have. Normally you're begging for just at least one kill from the A anchors. But no, instead it's the mid players that do absolutely nothing. And that's a change of pace that is refreshing as well to this T side. That's something that they've just not implemented once all half long. There will be the saved AWP. There will be an M4 going back the other way. And that'll be the only investment left for Fnatic.
Jambo in a more active position. Hasn't enjoyed how the last 2 rounds played out for him. For BetBoom team, this is pretty straightforward. They want to commit into this A bomb site. Now, there are 2 pistols here, but notably Jambo is too. Trying to play ahead of the smokes. BlameF trying to play ahead as well. Jambo gets his kill. BlameF falls. Now you got to worry about this Palace pop. Matty sitting behind default with the P250. Slides out, connects on the Axile. And that's the distraction needed, but Jambo falls the P250, another follow-up kill. Not the gun you anticipated to do the damage. Fear. Oh, he scoops up the M4, but can't connect the shots. Borup? No, just one tag. Boomage will weather the storm and BetBoom onto double digits.
That's actually really frustrating because you feel like Fear and Borup are just going to swing together, and they don't. It's that half-second gap. And it's actually the rifle that swings first before the pistol. If anything, the rifle should be baiting Borup. That was the gun brought in. That was the gun brought in to be the close. You didn't think Matty to be the mid-round menace. But instead it's Boomich yet again. It's back-to-back impact moments from the in-game leader to push BetBoom to double digits. Oh. And now Fear gets legged by Zorti, but at least it's info. He's tagged and he's gone in towards shore.
Yeah, Boomage, you can see how much he wants that kill. Axile's going to scale down, maybe drop a DPG. Fear is escaped. So the HE won't hit its mark. Jambo looks for answers in ramp. He's by his side. Now there is Siren lurking over here and he'll be undone. So Jambo successful on that push. Maddie's can now post up here, freeing Jambo to move about. A smoke up out from the connector. A spam shot does not connect. The pressure on, but BlameF spots Axel lurking around that smoke. Is he ready for this, though?
No,
just
he might not
in.
be. It's such an important kill that BlameF finds there because it just means that Jambo can properly reposition, flashing towards Con. Magno, spotted, but not dealt with. There's still 2 players remaining on B. Matties is still in ramp as well for Fnatic. 40 seconds left. Where do BetBoom want to go? Because either which way they head, they're into a little bit of a puzzle. Magno is now in CT. So
Boomage
is
takes the bomb.
Boomage.
That was so dangerous, moving through the murder hole with the bomb. But they're worried about the cross to site. Wants to group up with Magno Jazz, who has now walked through and found it clear, but Jambo comes back from ramp. What a position to clear. He hears that jump up? I'm not sure, just aware of the possibility. But Zorte on the wide swing. And it's these 2 players, Boomage and Zorte, set up.
Oh my gosh.
And the sound cue, the jump up, Borup misses the chance. Zorte looks to take it back and can't click.
He didn't shoot.
He didn't shoot. Boomage has to do it all. Maddie's removed. Knows Fear was legged earlier. Borup spotted in jungle. There's a chance in this. A chance in this if Boomage can play this perfectly, but not ready for the trade. Just enough time. A second audit as Borup comes around for the defuse. Barely. Fnatic get it over the line.
I know we're spoiled because you can see the numbers, but it's still the bomb lighting up, ready to explode, and then the wires are just cut. Great work from both Jambo and Blame here. You get 2 audio cues leading to big moments in this round. Borup here, and then Zorse just doesn't shoot, but the other one, Magno, failed that jump on towards triple twice, and he thinks, oh, it's okay. They won't know. Jambo did. Important moment for the AWP to get active. Important move for Fnatic. They want to take mid, but Betboom are going to fight A. Matties is going to be alone for a little bit.
Jambo over B, not here. He's been the hero. 3 in the last round to secure it.
Surely they don't need him here, though, if they've got 4 in A.
Everyone's here. It's a force through the smoke. They want to take the fight to them. Will the swing come? Maddie's behind triple, falls to Axile. Fear jumps through the smoke to his death after taking 1. Now, Axile is low, but they've scaled through. 4 up, fully blind, dealt with Axile. Hitting sharp shots. Bombs down. CT control established. Siren has the crossfire. And look at the control. Smoke,
They don't
though.
want to save.
Smoke and Jambo. That's the key thing. This superstar in the making crawls forward looking for anything, but with this passive setup, the double play in towards CT, the lack of reveal until the last moment, he cannot get involved. Blame will fall. The AWP has to save. Betboom get their 11th round.
Yeah, sacrifice the M4 for the AWP. Fair play. It's cool to go for a round like that because you are playing kind of safe. If Matties has an M4 there, Axel dies, and he's not able to get this second kill on Borup, accommodated by that flashbang. Dire straits start to set in now for Fnatic because their money is in a really tumultuous spot. They have to force into this. They need it to be successful. So many moments from Jambo. The rest of the riflers not arriving, not helping. Meanwhile, for Betboom, you've got Axel that starts to ascend. You've got the in-game leader of Boomish that's got 2 back-to-back really important rounds for Betboom. And it's those 2 rounds that are currently the difference between Fnatic winning and Betboom winning.
This one feels like the last stand. What else can Jambo do? Double the kills of his next highest teammate. A boost up in mid, but not the fight being given by Fnatic. They don't have the weaponry to contest. They don't have the utility to contest.
It's going to be another one of these splits through con. So Jambo's going to be preoccupied. The whole point of this utility is to be a little bit of a disguise. Fear's been double mollied, but somehow is alive, and then that allows the time for Blame to swing in and get rid of Boomich.
It's really weird. All this effort to flush Fear out, but no one holding for his escape through ladder room.
Oh, here we go again. Jambo's dead. Magno surely will have this lurk. Instead, it's Axel doing the damage, and Magno's going all the way round to B. A backstab imminent.
My God.
And they're not aware.
He's just walked in. He sees 1. Sees 2. He's spotted, but the adjustment is brilliant. Not going to be ready for this 3rd player. Borup will get his, but he's fully alone on this site. The T side barreling towards him. So many players, and he can't convert with the MP9. The lesser weaponry betrays. Jambo needs to be careful. The flames already put him on notice. The bomb goes down. Matties is pushing through the apartment. Are they really considering this? Jambo fires off some warning shots, but surely that's got to be the decision to leave. Maybe if Mattis can find something. But time's ticking, 20 seconds. The kit is on Jambo. That's the enticing part of this. With no kills found, with nothing offered up, over the top, through they come. There was a chance. You could see he wanted to go for that defuse, but he has to run away.
I don't think he would have made it. I really don't think he would have made it to default in time. Fortunately, he's able to get on the Axel line in time. So he will save his AWP. He can drop a FAMAS over. But for BetBoom, they've got 3 chances, and the best one of the lot comes in right now.
Look at this. They're still scrambling with guns in the last few seconds. Jumbo sees nothing. It's a boost up from Zorte to peer down bottom connector. SMG sees very little. Blame F jiggles the angle, but now wants to group up with Maddie's. They want to clear into Palace together. While BetBoom team taking liberties in mid and a boost up from Magno. Fear caught off guard.
How many times are you going to get caught off guard by this? How many times are BetBoom going to put Magno in towards window before you realise, hey, I wonder if he's going to be in the window again?
Here we go, though.
Exceptional work, but look at Matty's. Matty still might have this round in the palm of his hand, and he just takes 1 kill. He just takes Zorti and confirms to BetBoom, you are pincered in towards this A bomb site. Jambo's still far away. BlameF's only got an MP9, and no one swings. No one looks to take space. They're going to play from within.
Yeah, this is a really difficult retake. Despite having all this control in CT, despite having ramp, I mean, it's so known. BetBoom know this is the gap. Flash forward, that's the way in. BlameF removes Axile, but Siren moving Jambo. BlameF needs to get more done. The push out from Maddie's, there it is. That's what they were waiting for. And that's a successful retake, a necessary retake to stay in this map.
That's actually an unreal retake. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Flashbang over CT. BlameF up close, gets the MP9 kill on Axel, throws the molly in towards ramp, and it doesn't spread. And you think, oh, there's a little pocket of space, but Blame is just so locked in. He clears every single angle, and he actually creates a pathway through Siren's body for Matties to come through and clear in towards Apex. What a moment. What a retake that is. That's why it's so important to take space beyond the bomb site once you plant the bomb. BetBoom couldn't, and they pay the ultimate price. An eco to play to end this 13-11. Or maybe they could do it right here, right now on Techies.
Feels unlikely, but they are just running through. Bad Fear spams back in that smoke. A jump out, that's spotted, that's calm, that's allowed for Borup to control between the two of them. And now Jambo. It's an easy hold, a single point of damage inflicted, a 1-round game.
And a no AWP game for Zorti. Has to be the AK in round 24, which means Jambo's completely uncontested on 27 kills.
I mean, he is uncontested. No one is contesting him in this server.
It's true. It's true. But also, you're not going to have all the money at your disposal if you BetBoom. Even with that half measure. Not all the flashbangs you'd want. What's the play now? We're going to try and get Magno in the window again? Surely Fnatic cover for this.
Grueling CT side for Fnatic. For BetBoom, it is a straight call. We're going to go A. We're going to end it with an execute. Matties has been under pressure on this bomb site time and time again. And with that passive hold, with this pushing towards middle, if BetBoom team go now, it's an open runway onto the bomb site.
They think it's a fake. I think it's a fake, but it's not. It is that full commitment. As you said, it's a ghost town on this A bomb site. Jambo gets Siren through the smoke, though. But will get naded and spammed the other way. An important piece for Fnatic removed by BetBoom. It's a 4v4 for all the marbles. Blame starts to lurk. Zorte looks to consider, and he locks in on this angle, and Blame will remove him. 10 HP, 2 players, in fact all 3 coming in from CT. This fight decides everything in this game, and Borup will at least get 1 back. Axel now in the corner at Firebox. They call it that for a reason. Mollied, but still living. What is happening? Borup is still alive. They need to get on the bomb. They need to get on the bomb. Okay, they do it just about. Take a breather, Fnatic. Because somehow you've just about defused it.
Oh my god, what a scrappy round to end things. A brawl on the A bomb site. Axel in 2 mines there. The incendiary was not going to spread on his position, tries to swing in front, gives up the Q, goes back into the corner to try and get up and over, but he's jumped over and down, and Matties gets through on that retake, enough to secure it. Boomage trying to get up to shenanigans in the tail moments. You think with Jambo going down with just one that maybe BetBoom team have done enough, but they'd expended all of their util. They had this weird smoke that had gone too deep in CT. They try and play around on the fade. Magno gets caught. They have no flashes to scale further. 1, 2 flashes, that would have been enough to set Magno up to go deep, to take back control, to deal with these 3 players pushing in from CT as a group. But they just have to fight in the muck, in the mire, and it's Fnatic that come out on top and send us to OT.
We're watching Axel get swarmed upon, and at the same time we've had like this cutaway of Boomich running in towards jungle. So I'm like, okay, they're just going to defuse the bomb. And then suddenly it cuts back to Boomich. He's just on sight with his knife out. Like, how's he got there? Like, how's he got there immediately? It's just a bonkers retake. One in which Fnatic are more than happy they acquired. They stay on CT side. The scale for victory now moves along a little bit to 16. As we try and look for a break point between these two.
3 in a row from Fnatic to get us here. They've done the hard work. Oh, not expecting Magno that close, but Magno not anticipating Blamev on the late cross. 2 players caught surprise, no one able to respond, so Magno calls off that fast short play. Yeah, needs to be careful. Boomage heard moving into ladder.
Magno is still in window.
You gotta know.
You have to know. He's been in here like 8 times. But with Boomich in ladder as well, that adds another layer. What a shot from BlameF. And he knows about Boomich. A double header of the highest magnitude given by Blame. And now Fear starts to slide in from short. Zorti's got the bomb. But he also has his AWP. And with Siren also converted on towards Matties from ramp, this round is by no means over.
Now, where do you want to go? Axel is lurking actively in B apps. But he's going to run back. However, this is where the commitment's coming. Is this all by design? Sorte moving forward, gets a huge kill into Borup. That's your B defense. And that should be the fast scaling. Sorte's had a quiet map. But in OT, he's found 2 crucial kills that have given the room into B.
Jambo's now looking, hoping maybe he can grab one of these players, cross in, holds the line, but Zorte doesn't go into it. Instead, he's just playing it so delicately. Will take his time, flash on towards the angle, and now he moves into that spot. Axel's tussling with Blame F and will remove him, and Zorte plays that so surgically to give BetBoom the round back. You think it's enough? You think BetBoom are done for when Blame gets that kill on towards Magno and Boomich? And yet, no. Zorte crafts something out of nothing.
Round 5 converted by BetBoom team, thanks to Zorte. And now they're going fast, extinguishing the molly. Borup's in deep short. There's no one else on B, but he will get that kill. Can't get the follow through. And Zorte onto Fear, jumping out. Now BlameF is on a very active flank. Gonna arrive very quickly. Matties will overwhelm Magno. And that's gonna give this lurk time to activate. Boomage, knife out. BlameF, hello, behind you. Jambo can't clutch. Chaos on B.
Blame? He's just not hearing it. He's just not hearing it. He's just so focused on, I got this flank timing, it's really good. Boobish has got his knife out, and I'm dead. Deep short and murky waters for Borup. What a time to call this out as well. It's overtime, it's round 2, and you decide to just smash B. Put so much emphasis in towards middle, in towards these A splits. Not gone B in a very, very long time. It's back-to-back rounds in overtime for BetBoom team in that site. And the final destination has been a victory in both occasions, and the money is battered and bruised. Famesis, a push, but it feels a little bit desperate, and Siren is ready for it. Blame will trade, but it will come at a very deep cost of his health. Jambo, now looking to scale, now hoping to maybe get a kill back. Did he spot? Axel absolutely did, but isn't ready for these players up short. Another scope on the angle, another pluck from the sky, and Zorti needs to leave because Magno's in the window again.
Oh, and he's taken down to Blamef's here, but low HP, and they know that he was here. They should be aware. Siren can calm that over. Fear fires off his shots. You're gonna go back to B. You don't know where Blamef is, but you know Fear was in short. You go off the one bit of info you had, and Fear was spotted. Fear in the open, falls down. Magno Jazz with a massive moment. And with the bomb planted for sure, Blamef will skirt around here, but with 19 HP, with no kit, a single smoke. And Zorte with the Tech 9 headshot, BetBoom posts a flawless T-half.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant. This round, it is all about holding for the extremity pushes, because you know Fnatic are going to get desperate with the limited weaponry right here. And Siren does an impeccable job. Axel thinks he's got a little bit of a time in. They just use it to go out mid. They just use it to immediately explode. And whilst Jambo is paranoid and dealing with all these players, it's Magno yet again being such a menace.
And when Jambo jumps through the window there, he breaks the blind. And you can see Magno sees the shadow of the blind being broken. So he just locks it. He knows Jambo is about to peek there.
Rather than the murder hole, call it the Magno hole. Because he's just there every round.
This is double org BetBoom buy. Org's been coming up in a big way in the MRQs.
Do they know something we don't?
Well, I mean, I guess at long ranges, I mean, for Bianca, I understand. Because your fights are long range on B, like down the apartments, or, you know, posting up from short on a rotate, CT on a rotate.
Once every 7 rounds type beat as well. Like,
Yeah. It's got more stopping power.
True. 3 chances to put Fnatic on the brink of elimination. 3 chances to put BetBoom 1 game closer to making the major.
Jambo's desperate for it. 30 kills deep. Feeling like he needs to do everything for this team right now. Not being given that fight in middle. Posts up onto short. Axel not going to overextend. Sorte is going to rotate to B. They are really suspecting this might be a play. Maybe Sorte just wants to get onto the angle. That would be to his detriment. Jambo is posted here, waiting for this, and he will find first blood.
Who else? Who else but Jambo? Great nade. Magno's like, oh, you want to go in the window, do you? That's how you counter it. You just nade me. You just stop me from going in there. Huge damage on towards Borup and Blame, and now he looks to fight further in towards Connector, but it's to his detriment. Matties has slid out of Palace and has found 2 kills. Blame removes Axile, and Siren can only watch on and look at the kill feed as all of his teammates fall by the wayside. There's breathing room. There's life still injected into Fnatic's veins, but for how much longer?
And considering these T-sides only found 5 rounds apiece during regulation, everything is always flipped on its head when it comes to OT. BetBoom team just need 1 CT round. They have 2 chances now to secure it after this first one goes Fnatic's way. Borup maybe drop underpass and try and cut off Siren. He's feeling the net close around him. I don't know if it necessarily matters so much that this hunt's coming through. They are coming from all directions. If not Borup, then Matties or Blame F. One of these players surely to take him down, and it's Matties who finishes off his triple kill.
Yeah, they might have thought he had Jambo's AWP or something, and they wanted to just guarantee that you had to repurchase it if you want it.
I mean, either way, losing every player does sting a bit. On the first CT round in particular, where you've invested 2 orgs and AWPs.
True. Great moment for Matties just to take that contact. First time he's actually been allowed to lurk out Palace, you feel all game. And now look at Blame, sprinting in towards middle. This is the timing that Axel's not going to be ready for. But with that smoke in towards Con, that acts as even more of a disguise. Oh, brilliant.
Pantsed. And now the commitment. Siren was doing fantastic in regulation when it came to holding this bomb site. And a variation. The AUG up close range does deadly damage. Broomage chimes in with another. Finally, an answer comes from Borup. But then Axel slides in. And Jambo, who's done everything for Fnatic, needs to do even more. He'll be denied. BetBoom, it takes OT, but they take the series.
Yeah, BetBoom team do a really good job in making sure that they have got everything under wraps. And with Axel having a little look in towards middle, not seeing anything, and then the decision for Magno, because he knows how powerful it is if you get in the window. So he threw a nade deep before, and then this time he just breaks it, and Axel was there immediately. Really good communication from BetBoom. They had a real stranglehold on that game. It was individuals for Fnatic that were making the difference, Jambo in particular. But aside from that, it was the way that BetBoom approached it from a tactical perspective was brilliant. And what I really loved is they just kept doing the same thing over and over and over again because Fnatic had no answers to it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And for BetBoom, yeah, that's a real big win for them, right? Because they were on the ropes there. Fnatic had grinded back. It looked like all the momentum was with them. It goes to OT and it's a complete reset. BetBoom just remember who they are, what they're meant to achieve. And it's just a lights out performance, only dropping 1 round in that overtime to secure this victory and secure a spot now in that 2-1 bracket. Joining Big, who beat out BC Game just about in another grueling game there. 2 OTs required in both of our 1-1 games so far today.
Tell you what, there's some ridiculous rounds in here that you felt like could have gone either way. Like, you'd actually look at the pistol and you think Siren should be dead, and then it goes a different story, potentially. The Magno bomb denials on CT side were absolutely exceptional. And then you had these Boomich moments. Cleaning up on the eco, and the Force Spike gets a little bit out of dodge, and he just hits those 2 headshots. An unbelievable sequence of events. Magno clear. Jambo unplayable in a lot of that game, yet he doesn't just have the support of his team. If he had the support of his team, it would have been a completely different story, but that Magno Jez Axel combo is too much to handle on any day.
Yeah, I think in particular I want to give props to Boomage and Siren too, right? Because these are 2 players that don't necessarily have the big carry potential that players like Axel and like Magno Jez you expect from, but Boomage was having a brilliant game, particularly in OT, really stepped up. So that final round was a big him playing off Axel. Siren on the B holes was always finding at least one, sometimes the multi-kill. It felt like he was always good for it. Zorte, bit of a slower one, but he had that one high-impact round when it came to the overtime. So, yeah, it felt like everyone was playing their parts at different times, and for BetBoom, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, for sure. And here's the updated standings. There's confirmation. BetBoom team and Big move to 2-1. And Fnatic, BC Game, that was the opening matchup, and they sit in the same state, 1-2. 500 Paravision eliminated from the MRQ. Up next on the broadcast here specifically on the B stream, it's going to be Astralis taking on Ents. And then you've got that Heroic versus Namiga game a little bit later for major qualification. We go to a break. 2 Newcastles will take you through the rest. We'll see you in a bit.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
We're just over the halfway point for today's proceedings in the Austin Major EU Qualifiers. Myself and Hawker are going to be taking over now as we get into some more games. And the first one, Hawker, is really interesting. It's Astralis against Ents, Glaive against his former org, with a chance to maybe break some hearts.
Yeah, of course he's going to want this, but the rest of the team will too. And on the Astralis side, again, we keep saying it's kind of imperative that they just keep on winning here with their recent, well, I don't even want to say recent at this point, with their general major struggles that they've had the last couple of majors, not being able to make it. So important matchup here for them. And again, we keep saying that the pressure is really on these bigger name teams, but you can see they're in this 1-1 bracket. Astralis may not have started well, but at least able to bounce back yesterday. And that was a pretty convincing win they got there with that 13-7.
Yes, it was, yeah. And we kind of saw it was a real team effort. Device, of course, if you did miss that game, he started off in a really quite phenomenal way. He was like 14 kills, 3 deaths. And then you started to see Yabi, Stown deliver a little bit as well on their side. And you can see the standings as it is right now. We're going to actually have our first qualifying teams coming up after this best of one, as Heroic are going to do business in their matchup against Namiga, I believe it is. As you can see right now, there it is. That's going to be the last game. But straight up first, this best of one between Astralis and Ents. It is a 1-1 matchup, so the winner of this is going to be one step closer. But as we highlighted before, if you get into that 1 and 2 kind of bracket, that's where things start to get really scary really quick. So there's a lot of pressure on this BO1.
Yeah, you want to make it as easy for yourself as possible. Go straight through as one of those 3-1 teams. So you can allow yourself the one loss that Astralis have, but from now on, no real excuses for them. And I think it is fair to say that they are still pretty solid favorites for me in this matchup. I think this Ents team have been doing well, and they are a plucky team. But just, again, based on player quality, you talk about the names on Astralis, it's just a completely different caliber. And I think it's fair to say I would expect Device to be the best player on the server here quite comfortably.
I agree. Yeah, I think if you're looking across to Ents, surprisingly, it's actually Sumdai Young, SDY, who's one of the more sort of veteran players alongside Glaive, of course, who's been around forever. But it's not necessarily the young guns that have been performing the best. Like Poddy kind of came up a while back and was kind of hotly contested as being one of those next finish Orpers, a young gun. It started okay for him, I think it's safe to say, Hawker, but I'm not sure necessarily he's reached the level that a lot of people are anticipating.
Yeah, I don't think the top end of the firepower on this team is quite there, you know. I feel like pretty much all the players are doing decently well, these newer players into the lineup. But as you said, the fact that SDY is probably been the best player on this team, that maybe tells you something. They haven't quite been able to get those real standout up-and-coming players. And that's not to say any of these guys are doing badly. It's just that you want to have at least one of those players that you look at and you say, wow, this guy looks like a future star. I'm not sure we've seen that from these ENCE players yet, but I think this is a good project to be able to slowly develop them and see if they can get there.
Yeah, and they've also been a team for a while now. You know, like it's not as if some of these teams coming into the tournament have had roster changes. For example, like Yambo, as we just saw there from Fnatic, narrowly losing out in OT. He's like a week or two away from joining the team, and so there's always going to be variables in that, especially with like Borup as well. Whereas this ENCE team now has been together for quite a long time. So I mean, in terms of CS, like obviously it's still a flash in the pan, but we have had a chance to see what their protocols are looking like now, their executes, and of course the team they're up against is another squad that has so much talent, so much in terms of experience. Obviously, at the back line, you've got Device and Cadian. They've been around the scene forever. And then these younger players like Yabi, who is a bit inconsistent. Like, I know that's maybe a cliche that we throw at a lot of players, but I feel like sometimes Yabi is up there dropping crazy ratings, and then he just has games where he disappears.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you on that front. I think it's super nice to have someone like well, obviously Device, but also someone like a Stare, who I would say has been a little more consistent with his rifling because of that. Because really, for me, it is Yabi and Stown that I'm looking at and saying, at least one of you guys should be the star rifler on this team. Maybe it should be Stown, but I think Yabi should also have that ability and has the space on this team to deliver like that. So maybe missing a little bit on that front, but yeah, all in all, still a very solid roster. And I think for Astralis, just the thing I want to see here is how they're actually going to do against an ENCE team who I think should be a bit of a bigger threat than Paravision, because Paravision yesterday, Astralis beat them, but I don't think they were really put into those stressful situations. And at times, it seems like, for whatever reason, it's the team play and the cohesion between the players that has been off. So if ENCE go for maybe some set rounds or just start to try and draw rotations, that's when I really want to see if the stress fractures start to form for Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, Paravision were a pretty big disappointment. One of the first teams, of course, now have been eliminated from any prospect of hitting the major. They were a very exciting Tier 2 project, which just hasn't worked, and that is the nature of the beast of these qualifiers. There's going to be teams that you expect to make it through that won't, and Astralis may be on the chopping block for that very position themselves. You mentioned before about Mirage, obviously, with Astralis playing that yesterday. It is a map that ENCE don't mind playing, so we could have a bit of a repeat on that one when we do get the veto across here. But I will also mention that there are quite a few permabans from both teams, so I think it's going to be funneled down to like that middle of the pack Mirage, maybe something like a Nucro and Ancient as well, which we've already discussed at length. You know, like we're expecting to see like Ancient played quite a lot in best of ones, because it's normally a middle pack, sort of middle ground map for most teams that are comfortable playing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we can actually take a look at the head-to-head very quickly for this matchup, because I do think the biggest difference and the biggest advantage Astralis could have is in that AWPing department. And these are the overall stats. So this is Device playing against a bunch of top teams. But so far at this tournament, he has been clearly the standout. A 1.53 rating in his 2 maps so far. And, you know, Poddy for ENCE, he's been decent on their side. He's got a 1.15 rating. He's been their second best performer. But just in terms of the consistency we've seen from Device, and I think he is taking on almost a bit more like responsibility in making plays at times, because I think he realizes the struggles that Astralis have had. And I think that's been clear to see. And it's not even just been with the AWP. It's been with the rifle at times as well.
That's a very good point. Yeah, he's not kind of stifled by being just an AWP. I mean, we saw yesterday Story over on Saw was having tons of impact with the AWP, but when he dropped down to the AK, was struggling just that little bit more. But I think this is a really interesting head-to-head, and it's almost like tons of experience, loads of major wins against this kind of, I don't want to say rookie because it has negative connotations, but this much less experienced player, especially at the top levels, the tier 1 sort of event. So that's going to be a really interesting one. Of course, on the other side, you know, Device, you say, now starting to come out of his shell a little bit, play a little bit more proactively. Of course, alongside Glaive, back in the classic Astralis days, where they had an era, you know, actual like a fully fledged ironclad era. often device was being set up by Glaive, being set up by his players, so he didn't necessarily have to be too sort of fluid in terms of just making plays out of nothing. So it's good to see that he's added that string to his bow, so to speak. Whereas if you're looking at Poddy, he is going to have those abilities to get set up quite a lot. That's how Glaive does like to treat his AWPers, like try and get them involved as much as possible. Natu is another player as well, by the way, to look out for when it comes to playing in tandem with Poddy. They're a very dynamic duo at times on certain maps, and obviously we're not entirely sure what the map is just yet, but I think this has the makings of a really interesting best of one, Hawker. Like, Astralis are the favourites, no doubt. I wouldn't be surprised if Ents steal this away, though.
Yeah, that's the interesting part to me, is kind of the difference we might get in play styles. I think, again, that could be map dependent, but as you said, Device, he's kind of almost getting more freedom in a sense, in part because Cadian's very happy to play in a very fluid way, and that's how he wants to call. And I would say that Glaive has definitely had to adjust slightly, and his teams are obviously going to play a little more fluid now than I think Astralis, who are just so structured and well-drilled, because Counter-Strike has evolved, and you kind of have to have that willingness to be a bit more fluid. But I do still think if Ents do come into this with that solid structure and just the ability to really like start to draw rotations from Astralis, that's when I'm super curious to see how these Astralis players deal with that and which one of those styles actually comes out on top. Because yeah, I do actually think that that's the sort of style of team. I think Glaive's style of calling, I actually think could work kind of well against an Astralis who have been maybe a little under pressure and a little lacking in terms of team play lately.
No doubt, but we are about to get some answers to the questions we were posing. I believe we have the veto ready to go. So let's see which battleground we're going to be falling into. I mentioned before some permabans. Inferno's a permaban for Ents. They never play it. Anubis has never played for Astralis, quite literally 0 times. And so we are going to be moving to Train. Interesting. I thought it would be between Mirage and Train, with more likelihood playing on Mirage, but maybe that's the decision from Ents, having watched them just dismantle Paravision yesterday on this map. They don't want to go there.
Yeah, interesting. I think, neither of these teams are massive fans of Train. I think it's sort of middling in their map pool, a little lower in both of their map pools, but I do think that Train is just such an interesting prospect as a map right now, because we are seeing a lot of teams just try and figure things out very quickly on the fly. And in case you haven't seen this newer version of Train, it plays pretty differently to the previous version. There are definitely options for Ts to just get out early if they want to. But at the same time, there's a lot of options actually for the CTs. Like, you'll see aggression throughout B at times. You can actually get in the opponent's faces. So I think it's definitely a map where it feels like we're starting to see the meta get defined on it, but it still feels like a little strange to me at times with how often you can just really early in the round, it feels like there could be a lot of pressure on teams to make sure they've got everything nailed in.
As an interesting kind of side, it kind of goes into a head-to-head as well, because obviously you focused on the AWPers here, Hawker. Would you agree that this new iteration of Train has nerfed AWPs a little bit on this map? Because I feel like a lot of the changes they made have made it harder to be static with an AWP and just shoot at long range. Like, there's a lot of weird little claustrophobic angles and little angles that now you have to adjust how you play the AWP.
Yeah, I would say so. I even think in general that A site now, like there's almost not as many positions you can kind of play on the back on the site itself as a CT that feel comfortable for you, right? I think it's a little easier for the Ts to just like close the distance a little more easily. And you often get like a bunch of that utility dropped on A main early to try and deny the Ts from being able to do that. But yeah, even if like you get into a position where you can maybe get one shot off, I actually think quite often you can kind of quickly get run down. So I agree with you. I think it's trickier on that AWP for sure. And I think that's another interesting part of this new version. I'm not sure if I prefer it or not. Like, I just loved the old Train so much. I really did. But it's fun to see for sure.
Yeah, at first I was kind of on board with the new Train, but I wonder if that's because of like how fresh it felt. Which I'm definitely somebody that falls into that, like, oh, there's a new map, this is so great, and then kind of reality settles in a little bit more. I think it does need a few more tweaks and adjustments. Personally, I do prefer the old train, but I suppose you can make the argument that Valve removed it for a reason, because at the time it had such a low pick rate with professional teams. So I guess we'll see, but I think what we're needing to see now from Poddy in particular, because we know Device can use the AK, like that's not a doubt at all in my mind. He can use the M4s as well, no problems. He has throughout his career. How is Poddy going to adapt to that? Assuming that they are going to be running and gunning a little bit more, I would say the meta of how CS is running now anyway, with the likes of ZywOo in particular, is a lot of AWPers are becoming like jack of all trade players that aren't just purely primarily AWPing. They are taking the AK on that T side especially to get up in the face and really punish as much as possible. So I want to see if Poddy has that in his locker, because so far in his career, it is a very like short career so far, I haven't really seen him with the rifles pop off to the same levels. Then again, because he's not at all the top tier events, I just haven't seen him as much, to be honest with you. So I'm going to be eager eye looking in and seeing if he can actually get the job done.
Yeah, definitely worth keeping an eye on. You know what? I've realized, Vince, I think part of the reason why I'm against the new train is because whenever I play it in matchmaking, I swear, when I'm on T side, I can never run out of A main. I feel like I'm just screwed. And then as soon as I'm on CT side, the enemies just run out and I just get owned every time. I just get blind. And I'm just like, how is this possible that I can't do it? And then as soon as I switch sides, I just get screwed. Like those fights, I don't know. I just feel like for me as a player, and this is very personal, but I just don't love those fights. And I feel like I never feel comfortable with them. Maybe I'm just so used to the old angles, you know?
It could be. I also think that the kind of choke points or the positions of the map that are super integral have kind of slightly changed as well. Main used to be a hotbed of contestation. I mean, it still is to a large degree on the outside site, of course. But I feel like Pop Dog now, or Long Dog as it's being called, is now so huge for both teams. They can both get there quick. It really allows you to kind of control the center of the map and get fast rotations. And you're seeing a lot of teams put a lot of their effort, their utility to basically fight over Long Dog. It kind of feels like, I know that they're in completely separate positions in the different maps. To me, it feels like banana control. It's an integral part of the map early on in Inferno, and in this case, Train. And if you lose out on that fight, your chances of rotating, of getting success, feel like they dwindle really quickly.
Yeah, and you can definitely see, you know, CTs, in theory, you can try and even, like, beat the Ts towards B if you want. And then you actually see Ts just have to molly it off early. And so there are different ways even the CTs can attack that. You can even try and sometimes, like, pinch it from both sides mid-round if you really want to. So, yeah, it's definitely an interesting area of the map. I think we're starting to get to see teams play it a little more often as well, which is nice, because I think at the start, it's like, maybe there were a couple of teams that were leaning towards it. I know that Falcons played it quite a lot, but a lot of teams, like in a best of one, I don't think they would have been that comfortable going towards a train. So I definitely think that says something that, you know, a team who are pretty big favorites at this tournament here in Astralis, the fact they're willing to play it, I think that's nice. You know, I think they're one of the teams that have been maybe a bit more willing to play it in general, but yeah, it's good to see. I think it needs to find its place in the map pool. So I hope we get to see it more and more here.
I think it also is maybe an indication of, maybe I'm looking too far into this. Obviously, we're just yapping along because we're waiting for the players to get ready on the server, then we'll be jumping straight into this one. It is the best one if you just join us. It's Astralis and Ents. They're both at 1-1 right now in their standings. But I think another reason is maybe because Astralis have been struggling quite a lot in terms of their map pool, maybe trying to accommodate Train. I don't want to say it's like a gimmick pick, because that's kind of very negative and it doesn't really give them much credit, but to try and maybe catch a couple of teams off guard, to float Train against teams that simply don't want to touch it. And when you look at the teams they've been playing, by the way, and this is why I think Train actually does favor Astralis a little bit more than if we went to a map like Mirage, is they are playing top flight opposition. They've played FaZe twice in the last few weeks, and they've won and lost. They've traded back and forth with FaZe. They've also played VP, where they did end up losing. That was at Bucharest just 5 days ago. So they've had mixed results, but I will say they're playing a much higher opposition of teams than Ents are when it comes to Train. And Ents have been struggling as well. Like, to put that in perspective, they have lost 13-5 to Zero Tenacity, also lost to the Falcons, but their last game was 3 days ago, and they did smash Alliance 13-4, but obviously Alliance isn't up to the level that FaZe are.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think you are right. The vetoes for Astralis, they're kind of a bit tough right now because, yeah, Anubis, they're clearly not playing. And then they basically are always having to ban this Dust 2 in the best of ones. Like they do not want to play that at all. It's not been good for them. So it just leaves you with quite limited options. And yeah, you basically have like a couple of maps at that point you can juggle between. So I totally get, you know, if you've got 2 maps, you're probably always going to want to ban. You've got to go ahead and just, you know, play pretty much all the others.
It's time for our match, guys. Let's get into it. The wait is over. Train has arrived, and Astralis start on that CT side. It's going to be instant aggression as well, with Yavi getting up onto the halls. And he puts those Julies to work quickly. It is going to stall the Ents push just that little bit longer, but SDY trying to get outside right now with that Glock, forcing away Glaive. So they have taken a bit of control here. They're keeping their options open as well, with Glaive moving on to Ivy. But the first blood has gone the way of Astralis.
Yeah, and here comes that aggression step. We'll have potentially a favorable fight, but Glaive up close, able to get him out of the round. And now Astralis will have to adjust that CT setup. They were pretty heavily stacked towards B, but Cadian has to lean back towards A. And Glaive was just holding there just to keep that area of the map for Ents, but they're still pretty heavily leaned towards this B site here. And Astralis still happy to go for a little more forward movement. Cadian getting into a better angle for A main. But Glaive is still trying to be a bit of a nuisance on this A side.
Doesn't seem like they're fully biting down on this bait as it stands. And now that bomb can start to transition outside the halls. They have the long dog control in the form of Kaspersky. So they can start to make moves. And it is just Cadian here with a USP. Now they were taking pot shots down over onto the Ivy side on the con. So this position could be completely uncontested. Cadian could maybe have a ton of impact here as he goes into his opposite IGL. And as long as he survives, the rotations will be coming through thick and fast. SDY finally puts him into a grave, but there's only 11 seconds left on the clock, and they're very worried about being pushed through on that short smoke. Yabi, in the meanwhile, putting those Julies to use at range, takes the head of Nietzsche, and now some die young is all that remains, but not for much longer. And a lot of that comes down to Cadian. His kill plus the stall was massive.
Yeah, really nice mid-round move there from Cadian. Once in that 4v4, getting into that advanced angle. And you see how awkward those angles close right here can be to clear sometimes. And that's exactly what he uses to his advantage. Realizes there might be a little opening. And I think in a gun round, it can be harder to do that at times when you haven't got utility. But here in the pistol, he's happy to do so. It ended up being a really nice decision. As you said, bought so much time for the rotate. If Yabi was there just a little sooner, might have even been able to deny the bomb plant. But instead, Ents did get that bomb planted. And so the instant force buy coming out of Astralis here.
Try and break down that economy before it can fully get flourished. And that is another element of Train that can be so devastating. You called it before, when you're playing this map yourself on the T side, it feels so punishing a lot of the time. And once that economy gets fully established on the CT side, it's going to be tons of grenades. You're going to have players pushing E-box, getting up close like Stair is right now with the MP9. So Ents know if they can cut them down to size here, they can have a real run of the roost. But instead, Stair does get flashed out. All of Ents are sat outside of the halls right now, though. And they're going to be looking to explode sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and Astralis happy to lean 2 players towards B. Sometimes you'll just see that solo B player, but good that they've got 2 on B here as these smokes come in.
Smokes put down. Cadian going to try and get through one of those, just preemptively spamming, see if he can find any players or hear a couple of tags. The bomb is being planted, so Ents have done a good job of forcing Astralis away and making some space for themselves. The flash is perfect, and the follow-up damage is good from SDY. The Cadian is up to the task to deliver one of his own, and this is where the firepower superiority will start to favor Astralis on the retake. Yabi with 2. The Glaive putting that Tech 9 to use. Devastatingly powerful up close. But Kaspersky is last man standing. A full 10-second defuse, but he's smoked off in multiple angles. Gonna have to push through. Can he deny this defuse? He could have won the round, you know. There wasn't much time left with no defuse kit, but fortunately for Astralis, Cadian was able to find him.
Yeah, and you see Astralis there. The B side often played like that now, where you're willing to sit back a little bit. You might even just allow that bomb plant because it can be pretty tricky for the Ts to get much going in the post plant there from playing those positions. And you saw ENCE themselves aware of that. They went for the aggressive move. SDY flashed into COG. Thankfully, Cadian with the USP was able to take him out. Otherwise, that could have been a real problem position. Here comes this buy from ENCE again, though, and they're pressuring that A site early.
Oh, so many flashes, but Stair goes unchecked, uncontested, and although there's a team kill, awkward on the side of Device, it feels like the damage has been done. Last remaining ENCE players between the two of them only have 31 HP to play with, and Kaspersky, the pole on the team, is feeling the effects. Device looking to try and make amends for that TK. But it does seem like this round is going to just fall into a pretty comfortable 3-0 lead for Astralis, and that's off the back of another force buy. So ENCE won't have much to play with in the next, assuming they do lose from this position.
Yeah, it's just trying that faster split towards the A side, but you saw Astralis with plenty of players there, and also just having the ability to have that utility down early. Saw so many ENCE players having to push through utility that was always going to be tricky. Cadian off to a pretty good start as well. With that rifle, he's been getting some good impact, which has always been a talking point on this new-look Astralis team. Not much here for Kaspersky to do, you would think. He's going to sneak past Yabi briefly, but I think Yabi will have him dead to rights any second now. He's really waiting for the bomb plant. Really taking the time, but eventually Kaspersky is a dead man walking. Astralis up 3-0. And I think they'll finally get a slightly easier round here. Although ENCE have a big enough losing bonus, there'll still be a bit of an investment. And Device finally getting that AWP into his hands. He hasn't really had to do a whole lot so far. I think he did get that one kill, but then a team kill has taken him back down to 0. So we'll get to see how that AWP can come into play here.
That's a bit of an unfortunate one. We just saw the TK from his perspective. We're spamming the smoke, and Stair, who was low, just walked in front of him. These things happen. Meanwhile, though, Tech9 run a gun outside of main. And Poddy, he's not given any favors, goes out alone into his grave. And in the blink of an eye, ENCE have just the 2 players left. I mean, you called it, they could have gone for a buy. I think what maybe called them away from it is always the risk versus reward of a force buy in positions like this with only 2 kills in the previous round. They knew that Astralis' economy was good enough to go for another purchase anyway. And so they decided not to. It does mean the next round is going to be a solid one, but SDY is just going to buy this time here. Tons of time on the clock, of course. And he does have the control over the bomb, so it's going to force Astralis to at least respect his possibilities of moving into Ivy or maybe wrapping around onto B site. Try and dwindle some of those grenades off as well, Astralis, if he can. But yeah, I mean, this is 4-0 all day, every day.
And again, any pressure that Astralis might have felt with the major spot on the line here in these qualifying matches, hopefully that'll be taken away from them. Again, still just a 1-1 match here, but these 1-1 matches really important. You can't go down to 2 losses or you've got a long road, a long grind ahead of you. Astralis will know that. And they'll also know that there are still those expectations on them to make a major, to finally break the curse. The longer it goes on, the worse it would feel for them. Here comes that buy out from ENCE. Again, Astralis doing a pretty good job here at getting that early utility down to deny that A main aggression. Meanwhile, double stack there on Ivy for Astralis, so they are going back to what a lot of teams like to do, just leaving Yabi solo B to begin with. ENCE not really holding across the map, though. They're grouping up early, so again, looks like we might get another one of those full-on executes out from ENCE.
Now, once that smoke starts to fade, I'm expecting Astralis to trade over a player or 2. Cadian is starting to make a move himself. But they don't have a second smoke that I can see, so it's going to be Incendiary, which has a very low half-life, of course, so ENCE now going to be pulling the trigger. Tons of smokes and flashes lit to the sky. Molotov's on top of it, Cadian fully blinded, caught in transition, should be put down and laid out with the sword. Yabi, though, with 2 is massive. Huge for Astralis. It alleviates the pressure on the site, but more importantly, activates the device. And he's not going to miss the way he's playing. As Hawker highlighted, he has had a great series so far in the qualifiers. But Glaive, he's going to put down his once teammate, his once comrade in arms, winning tons of majors together, keeping this round alive by the thinnest threads. But it will need to be a post plant in from Poddy, who's yet to get off the mark. And to make matters worse, Glaive has now met his demise, as will Poddy. And Astralis with 5 unanswered rounds.
Yeah, even if Cadian doesn't get much in terms of kills there, just the position he's playing is a really nice one to set up Yabi. You can see Yabi getting all that early information. It makes it really comfortable with the players focused on Cadian initially. That rifler can get 2 kills. For a second, you think Clay's about to turn it round with these 2. He was in a pretty powerful position here, so important that that nade flushes him out. That allows those connector players to get back in. It's 5-0 now for Astralis. They'll have to deal with the pistols from Ents again.
Oh boy. It's a rough one, isn't it? It's fire or bullets. Pick your poison. I think I'd probably pick bullets as well, to be fair, in that choice. It's a pretty horrible one. However, I'm going to snatch away a plant at least for Poddy. I mean, probably mission accomplished. You know, minimal investment in. They got max round loss bonus. And they've got an AK still in play, so maybe there's a way forward here that Ents could pick up their first round in one of the most unlikely.
I mean, the time, 25 seconds. Astralis still walking. The Vice can't do a whole deal with the orb. This could get really ugly.
Vice goes down. Oh, flicks to the head of Sundar Young. Really important kill. It's traded out Poddy into dealing with him, and that left Glaive alone. So the domino effect of Device landing that snapshot was huge, but Poddy through the smoke has the bomb planted for him, but it's not enough time for the defuse. Poddy has won that with a ridiculous shot.
Oh man, how does he get away with that? He figures, I've got to just take a pot shot. Why not? Oh man, Cadian just trying to see if he can get around the bomb train, but no. I think he took a couple of shots, perhaps. They don't get on the bomb anywhere near quickly enough, and you could kind of see that happening when they were still sort of walking up through T-halls. Way too long there, Astralis, on that rotation. And that's the way that Ents are able to win the round. They're able to steal it away just off the time.
I said, win their first round in the most unlikely of circumstances, and Poddy will oblige. His first 2 kills on the map, but how impactful. Now we need to get Nietiu off them as well. He's on the 0 on the egg right now. Sundar Young pressuring over on Ivy. Nade there to deal with him, but Astralis have looked so much in command. It's the kind of like freak round loss where if you're Astralis, you probably just shake it off and say, like, fair enough, dude. Like, that's just a ridiculous shot. We've been bested there, but we've been rock solid up until that moment. And Device, he's hitting that shot every day. He's never missing that.
Yeah, always nice to see the AWP call his own number, decide to go over and lean towards this B site. And now with Yabi finding another kill, this looks so good for Astralis. We saw ZywOo clear this angle previously. I don't know if Glaive will. However, Cadian not able to get the kill off the back of it. It's still decent information, though. And they got a good amount of A-main control early, Astralis, so they can be fairly comfortable on that A side of the map. And they can also have these 2 players ready on B.
Tapping this down, preemptively turns his back. I love that from Ents. Fake out the flash, then just go in for a dry peek. And Stown caught with his pants down and gets back for it. And out of ice, good shot. He's going to get traded out by Stare as well, however, so the 3-1 advantage will remain. The 2-player advantage is still intact. And now Nietiu, not only does he have to get his first kill off the map, but he's going to have to go for 3. There's the first one. Takes a lot of damage in the process, and Cadian shuts him down from the back. A nice try from Ents, but Astralis, again, they're just too strong right now. They're looking on form. Device continues his reign of terror in this tournament. But a really good retake.
Yeah, well combined. I think that Stown's position, maybe a little bit of an unnecessary risk to play so far in the open when you're up a couple of players already. but it's still going to set up Device pretty effectively with that ult. That's exactly what happens for him. And Ents, only the 1 round so far. And to be honest, only really Glaive getting the majority of the kills. And that is a concern here. We're saying quite a few less experienced riflers and AWPers on this Ents team. But SDY is someone you would hope with a little more experience would be able to deliver in some of these intense, high-pressure games. Haven't quite seen it out from him yet, but to be honest, it's just Ents often getting shut down in these early duels, so not sure I can really blame him. SDY, normally I'd say, is quite good in the late rounds, and we haven't had too many of those for Ents so far.
Kind of reminds me a bit, though, Hawker, of like some of the previous iterations of Ents that Glaive was playing in with like the Polish guys like Diha, Hades, etc. First pick this time does go the way of Ents, though. What feels like maybe the first time in this map, and they've actually doubled that tally. Now, there's a lot of damage across to 3 of Ents' players, but in terms of opportunities, this is probably the best chance that they've had.
Yeah, finally able to get a little success on A main. Astralis had put a lot of emphasis on that in earlier rounds, but not quite as much utility there this time. Gives that opportunity over. And still have quite a few players low, though, in all those duels that they've won. So they've got to be a little careful here. And Yabi, oh, he tries to reposition at just the wrong time. Gets caught right out in the open. Ents will take that kill all day long because that effectively confirms the round.
Oh, nice shot. Removes the dome of Device. Good to see from a neutral's perspective, because we just want to see a close game, just some good Counter-Strike. It looked like Astralis were just going to run away with this map. But Ents giving them pause for thought. And now Stow going to try and smuggle this AWP out of the round. Does nail the first shot, but the strength in numbers, he really lands the flick onto Kaspersky. That would have been ridiculous. I think he's missed one too many. He's about to get flanked from the side as well. And his days were always numbered. So, 6-2. Ents losing just the 1 player, building up a bit of an economy. And here's where things get a little bit awkward for Astralis, because even though they've won the lion's share of the half, they've been getting little paper sort of stabs here and there with their economy. So they're already into what looks like an eco or a half buy.
Yeah, you can see Astralis deciding they do need a timeout now. After Ents just able to win that round so comprehensively that there's not even anything saved. And maybe a couple of rifles being saved for Astralis could have allowed them to consider. But now it definitely has to be that lower buy. Nice to see we have a good chance of getting a game on our hands here then. And as you said, yeah, it comes off the back of Ents just finally winning some of those opening fights. And to be honest, Astralis, they were pretty impressive with the way they were playing in some of the earlier rounds with the early utility and just having players in really hard to clear angles. But this time the fights felt just a little fairer for Ents. They're able to capitalize. I think we yet to fully see whether this version of Train is going to be CT or T-sided. I feel it's been fairly balanced. But it kind of really can depend on the match, Vince. Honestly, that's how I feel right now.
I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, 6 for Astralis. I'm sure they won't be too disappointed with that so far.
No, and they're picking up steam. The momentum is starting to shift just a tad. So it's a bit of a rough start, but ultimately it's how you finish that really counts. And they can still get a good half out of this. But I do agree with you. I think it's very much team-specific and matchup-specific in terms of whether it's a CT or T-sided map. I've heard a lot of people argue the case that it's a T-sided map. Once you can get those executes down. But of course, it's also a map that teams are still adjusting to. They're still kind of coming up with their timings on peaks and utility and all those good things. So as Device is the last man standing, he'll be trying to draw away with this AK-47. Of course, they did come into this round with an eco. So any AK taken out would be a nice little boon to their buy in the next one. But I was going to say earlier, it did remind me a little bit of Glaive. Now, fortunately, that's no longer the case because the rest of the team is really stepping up, which is massive for Ents and their prospects of winning this. But when he was playing with like Diha, Hades, Kyla, in that previous iteration, there were multiple times where Glaive had to pop off with 20+ kills, and it felt like nobody else was there to help him out. And that has been a consistent issue with this Ents lineup at times. So It's good to see the rest of the troops now starting to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it might have to be that team effort as well, because as we were saying, I don't know if I see any of these ENCE players as being massive standouts on the team. SDY is capable, but I think he's more often going to be in sort of lurking positions, and he's not going to get quite as many kills total. Either way, third round about to be confirmed for ENCE. So this is where Astralis might start to feel a little pressure, because they'll know that this half can quickly slip away from them if they lose 1 or 2 more gun rounds. Device to save. Good angle for the headshot. Oh, decides to swing wide. Scared that he might be hunted down. So no AK saved on this occasion. And also a question of where that AWP goes. Cadian can afford it. He'll drop it over to Device. Device should finally be back for Astralis.
I think there's a small temptation for Cadian there, because, you know, he's been an AWPer his entire career, and he is popping off right now. He's 10-6. He's had a good game so far, under a lot of scrutiny, individually speaking, in terms of his performances and his IGLing, of course. He's had a good game. However, of course, I'm jesting, because you're going to give the AWP to Device.
Yeah.
That's your power play. It would be crazy just to ice him off and go like, I am the captain. You know, I'm taking you up now.
Yeah, the only thing I was wondering is, because Cadian did have a good spawn, but I don't know if there's too much you can do with that on this iteration of Train anymore. That's an okay nade. I thought it might do a little more. Meanwhile, Astralis have gone back to putting that emphasis on A main. They've used a good bit of utility early. Cadian's got all the way into an advanced angle. So that's allowing Astralis to reinforce this B site a little more heavily, because they'll have that early warning system over on A. Cadian should spot them if they try and come back.
My concern for ENCE, though, is they've been in positions like this multiple times where it's been a bit of a false start, a stall, understandably so, with the utility tossed in. And when they do get on the site, it's Yabi that's been picking up double kills, keeping it very awkward. We haven't really seen them fully execute onto A and push out behind it. This might be the change of pace they're looking for, but Device is eager-eyed, peering in, and Cadian is playing the close angle. 30 seconds, ENCE have got to make a move. And now he has been spotted. However, the same can be said for Device, so he has to back away. Oh, Cadian! What a shot from Kaspersky. He just pivots around and takes his head off like a turret on a swivel. The Device up close, playing possum. And Poddy, with 13 seconds left, his only real option is to save. What the hell was that shot?
Yeah, I don't know how he gets that. I mean, to be honest, I think Cadian will want that back just because he'll feel like he should have got the headshot himself. Instead, starts spraying to the body, which allows the turnaround in the first place. And I thought that was going to put Device in a really precarious position, because they were playing that setup specifically so that Device could help out, but Device also had to look back towards Pop, kind of had 2 different positions to deal with once Cadian went down. But luckily, Yabi was there to assist as soon as possible. That could have gone wrong quickly if Device didn't have that assistance, but the rotate arrives. Astralis back on track for now.
Slew of utility is not going to derail them anytime soon. Stown is getting up. This is exactly what we're talking about. The long dog position, getting aggressive with the good spawn. It's a position we haven't really seen Astralis try and exploit so far, so it could catch ENCE off guard. And I think this call has also came in because ENCE have been very slow for the bulk of these rounds, Hawker, like taking their sweet time. It's allowing Astralis to make the most of this momentary lack of real activity.
Yeah, they've been very willing to just slowly inch up on the map on the ENCE side of things. But as you said, that might be an approach that is going to struggle to work for them in this round, with another smoke down in their face. Oh, Poddy's found a pick elsewhere, though. He's actually got that opener onto the opposing AWPer of Device. Cadian finds one back. Kills all over that A side of the map right now, but Stown is still committed in long dog. And that B site is currently being left open. That's going to have to change, as Stown might think about repositioning. In the meantime, Cadian getting encroached upon. It's that lurk from SDY that's been found out. And now they might try and come back to B, and Stown not 100% ready for that angle there.
25 seconds, though. They still need to deal with Yabi, who has been surgical with his strikes. I mean, what do you do from here? Both players are isolated from one another. They have to congregate first, and there's only 10 seconds to do it. Glaive's going to get caught with a smoke out, Molotov out as well. And considering he had the bomb, that basically is GG for the round. Nitu can't do anything about this. Ents are far too slow here, Hawker. They've got to pick the pace up, but there's only one round left in the half.
Yeah, I think you're right. That looks like a round again where Ents are really trying to have their plan in mind right from the start, but then as soon as things start to go wrong in the mid round, it's just going to completely foil that plan. And you see that they don't really have that fluidity to have a quick backup plan there. And that's even with Poddy initially getting that pick out towards A, but the follow-up fights go against them. Maybe a little limp on that approach towards A. As you said, last round of the half. See if they can change anything here and at least salvage one more. Maybe not, because Stown is aggressive again, this time doubling down on A main.
Feels like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you're Ents, they try and play aggressive outside of A main. We saw Poddy do this with a Tech 9 buy earlier on and just get splattered by himself, but that's when you've had dodgy buys. I mean, you've got 2 Mac 10s in play right now, and neither of the Mac 10s are the opening deaths. They're back playing passive again. This is such a head scratcher from Ents. They've been, their bluffs have been called time after time. And Yabi now playing solo is backing off. Now the reinforcements beginning to arrive alongside him in the form of Device, which is one hell of an artillery barrage with that AWP. And just shy of 50 seconds coming up on the clock now, and Ents yet to push in. And look at this rotation. Astralis have called it again. They're getting so much intel. Oh, it's just over. They're about to get massacred.
Oh, there's that AK from Katie and in from behind. He's not even going to completely pincer them. He's just going to drop away. Doesn't want to allow them to go back to A comfortably. And with 30 seconds left, if Ents do start to go back towards A, which it looks like they might, there's just so many angles to clear here. They will not feel comfortable on this approach.
And again, they are isolated from one another. Again, it's 10 seconds coming up on the time. And again, Glaive is last alive. SDY, he said he was solid in the late rounds, in the clutches, but he had no hope in that one. A 1v4, and he goes down with just the one frag, meaning Astralis lead 9-3. A dominant first half.
Yeah, and I think that the half really gets marred by what you were saying. I would say the story of the half was that it just felt like the majority of rounds there, Ents, that they had a plan from spawn that they just always wanted to commit to. But then Astralis would just throw something slightly different at them, would throw them off of their game slightly, and Ents didn't really have the ability to adapt in the mid-round. And that can be hard to do. That can take a little time to build up. But you saw when they were finally trying to go somewhere else, Ents, it was just with such little time remaining. And credit to Astralis, they definitely threw different aggressions in. They threw a few different setups in. Some rounds pushing through A main, sometimes getting into that long dog and B area. The Ents were never really able to deny that. As you said, a little slow, maybe a little predictable at times on the Ents side. And Astralis come away with a convincing first half.
I think this also kind of factors in, Hawker, to what I was talking about after we saw the veto, where it's like the caliber of teams that Astralis are playing on Train, like they're playing FaZe multiple times, they're playing at tournaments that are, you know, straight up tier 1 or S tier tournaments, whereas Ents just aren't. And so that's why I was thinking we might go to Mirage, because we know that Ents have protocols on Mirage. We know they're a much more comfortable team when it comes to that map. And that T half, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh, but like they were just comprehensively outplayed at every single turn. Like they got a couple of rounds here and there, but keep in mind their first round they picked up, which was like, what was it, 6-0, 7-0, something like that, is Poddy landing a ridiculous smoke shot in a 1v3 to clutch it. On another day, this could have quite literally been a 12-0 half for Astralis. That's how dominant it was.
Yeah, I hear you, and I also I'm maybe a little surprised just because it really isn't a map that Ents have the officials on in general, but especially not recently. the last time they played this was about 2 months ago. And I would look at the Mirage map that Astralis played yesterday and say, okay, they won convincingly, but I don't think Paravision tested Astralis to the max. And I feel like ENT probably would have been a bit more comfortable on a Mirage. It's a map they have played a little more recently. So maybe it is just ENT trying to throw a little wrinkle into the veto, try and just catch Astralis a little bit off guard, which sometimes you do want to do as an underdog. But at the same time, you know, this is a map that, as you said, Astralis have played a little recently, and they've got some history on, which is maybe making them feel a little more comfortable. And honestly, that's how it looked throughout that first half. It did look like Astralis were comfortable with the map, much more comfortable, and also just comfortable that they were better as individuals in the way they were taking those fights. And it's definitely what we wanted to see from Astralis, a confident Danish squad here looking to take this win.
Kaspersky's going to have some opportunities though. The Julies, oh, he second guesses himself. Looked back on the Evox side, even though he could hear them running past the red train. And now Device is going to make the most of that. Give him an inch and it'll rip off a couple of heads. And although Party may get the drop on Stair, he will finally bag him. Stair only on the 3 kills, but really just hasn't been required for the bulk of these rounds. And although he dies, he does at least get valuable intel that Long Dog's going to get pushed into momentarily, so Device can react accordingly. His Glock down range, couple of speculative shots from Poddy, but nothing connecting as of yet. And it's looking for all likelihood like this will be double digits coming in for Astralis. Nitu may get one, but there's only 10 seconds left on the fuse, and there is no kit to play with. Some nice shots, building the confidence perhaps. They'll do nothing in terms of rescuing and remedying the situation. Double digits hit by Astralis. I know a lot of people will be watching this, hoping and praying on Astralis' downfall. Let's be honest, they're not the most popular team in the world, but give them credit. They're having a really good performance here, even if it is against the weakened ENTs.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after that slow start against OG, where Nico Doz was styling on them. There's definitely some teams that would not be able to fully bounce back from that, that might just let that get in their heads a little bit. But Astralis doing a good job here. And honestly, however you feel about Astralis, I feel like you've got to want to see Device at a major. Come on.
Yeah.
Device is just so
100%.
likable.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Like, the guy's such a pro. He's gone through his own problems, you know, and from a human level, if nothing else, like, I'm just rooting for the guy, honestly. He's such a crazy talent as well. Like, you cannot disrespect what he's done in Counter-Strike, obviously in the Astralis era, but even in the teams that he's played for since, like an NIP, it was kind of riddled with some health complications and issues, but he'd still show up to events and just pop off and be a really solid AWPing presence. So 100% agree, man.
Yeah, and he's still up there in terms of AWPers for me. He's definitely someone who deserves to be at a major, at a minimum. Here's a decoy kill from Kaspersky. Yappy's going to get out into A main, though, and Stair doing nice work with the MAC-10. Looks like they may be able to turn this round, but having said that, Stair is getting hunted. This force from ENT, it's not doing too badly. Into a 2v2, and Stan with that bomb, currently isolated on A. He's got to feel a little uncomfortable right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if they know that Glaive is as low as he currently sits at on 16 health, but Device is making moves, inroads onto B. The call will now come through. B is clear, but Stown, who was low HP, has now been finished off, and that's the bomb that goes with him. Device has spotted the first player. It's about lining both of these kills up. There's the first one, a little bit labored, but Glaive is low on HP. He knows that Glaive was around here before, so it stands to reason he's on the opposite side of the red train, and one bullet will seal this round up. Oh, it's a little bit rough. Doesn't have too many bullets left either. Needs to tread very lightly. But this is still 45 seconds to put this confrontation down. Oh, the spray from Device. So off. But Glaive with the 5-7 didn't push him. And now he's running around with 10 HP and a Glock. This would be such a difficult one to take if you're Device, considering the opportunities he's had. But now he decides to back away and does land the fadeaway shot onto Glaive. It's a clutch you'll want to forget real quick, but Astralis have the 11-3 lead.
Yeah, possibly the ugliest way he could have won that, but Device won't care. He gets the job done in the end on the fadeaway. But oh man, that was so uncomfortable. I'm just so surprised that Stown pulled out the molly for a second there. I figured he was just going to wait for Device to come in on the flank and try and just have two different angles to approach the bomb site. But Stout getting caught out made that so awkward for Device. And yeah, neither kill was exactly comfortable, but here comes that SG that Device has been picking up on occasion. Out towards B early again. Ents have decided to force. They're just so far down. They know they need something, and this rotation could be caught. Device trying to tap away, but not quite there.
Yeah, this effectively is Ents going all in. All the chips have been planted down. They know they will do or die on the outcome of this force buy. And so far, not a great start. Astralis, you can see the difference in terms of pace. They picked it up early, took the fights to Ents, weakened Natsu, who is now going to be the first player in. Never really stood a chance. Yabi's going to put him down. They hear SDY stampeding across on the corpse of his teammate, and Yabi will send the two of them on the bench for the time being until the next round. Astralis now can play with their food. They got another kill on the periphery onto Glaive. It looks like they are going to decide to finish onto the B site. And that smoke is going to seclude the two CTs from one another. Poddy's basically playing this one alone, and it's just the scout. Even though he's connecting shots, they're now going to divert onto the A side, where Kaspersky is waiting, but it's an MP9 at long range, and Device puts that SG to use by one-tapping him out.
Yeah, that SG fire rate may be low, but Device is just looking for headshots. Poddy's looking to clean up ever so slightly. CC stare there, realizing time to get away, just to make sure that there's no shenanigans that Poddy can pull off. With that bomb planted on A, as long as you don't give away the fights, this is a done deal in this round. And hence, they just haven't given themselves the breathing room, unfortunately, to be able to save a round and get the full gun round on board. They've had to go for these force buys. They've made them fairly competitive, but it's not looking like it's enough right now for Ents. Glaive was hoping he could be the thorn in the backside of Astralis, but Astralis showing their class here right now.
That's a really good way of summarizing it. Astralis have shown their class. They're a team that they kind of get memed on because of how expensive these players were, because of them falling short multiple times, but we know what this team is capable of in terms of individuals at least. Yabi dipping in for frags. Stound had a bit of a slow start, but really picking it up, and then of course Device has been on point. HEs and Molly's tossed in. Device going to hold angle with the SG. And in the meanwhile, Yabi already down onto the long dog. There's going to be an aggressive hit here. They're going to be pushing the go button any second now. In the long dog position, Yabi is waiting because there is a couple of smokes and mollies that have been tossed into play. But because they've been so aggressive, look at how little utility there is left for Ents. They tossed everything in just to stop this push.
Yeah, that may make Ents feel like they need to do something in the mid round here. They at least have that advanced position from Poddy, which can be powerful. And they're actually going to go for this aggression as well. Glaive up close does damage. Yabi not able to continue the spray. So a good trade for Ents. A bit of information gathered. But they haven't got that map control they maybe would have wanted. Oh, that's great timing on the aggression, though. Smoke has just come in as a fake, but Cadian still holding. He actually nearly got two there. SDY chunked down to 5 health. And now Astralis can pump back to the B site.
Yeah, picking up the pace. Looking to pick up the W here in this best of one. It would put them into a 2-1 standing in the EU qualifiers for the Austin Major. Natsu has a couple of things to say about it, though. That HE could do a bit of damage banking off the wall. About 40 in total between two players. It does soften them up into the A1S headshot range, which Poddy and SDY currently possess, and of course they have to go for this. But SDY has been sent packing. Oh, the leaping frag from Nitsu, and he nearly gets 2 from that as well. And he gave an opportunity to Poddy to clutch, but Astralis hold on, and they take this map in dominant fashion.
Yeah, and it's Stare at the end there, who wasn't really called upon the entire map, who has to come in with a 1-on-2, and he finally gets the chance to deliver for Astralis. Ever reliable, Stare gets them over the line, and a much-needed win again for Astralis here. After their opening loss, they have bounced back with 2 convincing wins. You've got to give them credit.
Yeah, credit where it's due. They were light years ahead of some rough calling. I think on the T side we discussed already. It was pretty slow, to put it mildly. And it didn't feel like they had the kind of star talent like you were discussing in the pregame that could take over and just force entries. That X-factor player where Glaive can say, go kill, and he gets 1 or 2 entries. Think of like how Mattis was playing yesterday on the side of Fnatic on Anubis. Just runs out, guns 2 players down by himself. Even on 10 HP, I think one time he got 3k. They didn't have that kind of player. Like, unfortunately, they never really got out of first tier in this game.
Yeah, and you see for Astralis that they're just so fluid on the other side. You know, they're constantly taking space. They're constantly playing with confidence and taking advanced angles. Even here from the pistol, you saw it from Cadian. Maybe not the most talented player on the team, but he's making those sorts of plays. I think that's what ENCE were lacking here. And I think you're right to point out that it's a question of maybe this is Glaive kind of realizing to an extent, I maybe don't have the players that can actually just have those sorts of rounds individually, and that I'm going to have to try and win by just having good tactics and good fundamentals at the starts of rounds. But at the same time, you've got to just have a little more, I'd say, variety in the playbook than we saw today. And it also could just be a case that maybe this style of play has worked for ENCE before. They've never really been tested with the way that Astralis have played and just taken so much away from them. And that might just have to be a learning curve for ENCE, because as we were saying, it's not really a map they have too much track record on in terms of officials.
Yeah, and there's always two kind of sides, right? Like, if you're focusing on the negatives, it's like, yeah, ENCE didn't perform very well. They had a really rough day at the office. But you have to look at the positives, man. Like, Astralis played really solidly. In terms of their aim, it was on point. Everyone really was pulling their weight. You had Cadian have one of his better individual performances in a hot minute. And even though Stair, like, was kind of absent, it's because he just wasn't needed. Like, he's typically the role player, typically the guy that's going to fill in and adapt accordingly to whatever the team needs in that moment. He's like the Swiss Army knife, I would say, of Astralis. And he just wasn't needed. So Astralis played about as well as they possibly could have after a horrible start. They've actually looked, if you just take these last 2 best of ones against Paravision and now ENCE, they've looked pretty damn sharp. So now we go into the BO3s for them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just get it done in the first time of asking.
Yeah, we will get to see their map pool tested maybe a little more in those best of 3s, which has been somewhat of a concern. But at the same time, the best of 1s are normally most dangerous for those upsets. You know, you might just lose a couple of key rounds and suddenly you're in a precarious position. But they've managed to come through that. I mean, they didn't quite come through it against OG, I think, because Nico Doz just had so many of those rounds I was talking about where he made the difference. But overall, getting up to that 2-1 match, really, that's all you need to do. And now you have a best of 3, and 1 best of 3 is all you need to actually make it through here.
Exactly. And yeah, BO1s are always a problem. Just ask Game Allegiant on that one, who did get a win today at least. However, we're done for this best of 1. Up next, we're going to see which of these 2 teams is going to be the first to qualify for the major between Heroic and the Mega. We'll see in a few minutes to jump into our BO3.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
It is time to find out which of our two teams is going to be one of the first to qualify for the Austin Major in just a couple of months. Heroic and Nemiga, both at the 2-0 bracket. I think it's safe to say, Hawker, that Heroic were maybe not the favorite to make it through 3-0, but they were definitely in the conversation, whereas Nemiga, they've had some pretty good results as of late, so it's not really a surprise to see them in this spot either.
Yeah, I think both of these were the sorts of teams where I'd say maybe you wouldn't have them as the biggest names, but seeing them in the 2-0 is not a surprise, I think it's fair to say, because as you said, Nemiga, pretty damn good form lately, and honestly just quite a scary team with how much talent they have. And Heroic, of course, I mean, not only having a big name player like Sun Pius, who I think is finding his footing again on this lineup, but also having a couple of those young and really exciting riflers. I feel like both these guys have done a good job on these rosters at creating teams where they actually are quite stacked with talent and I would even say star players.
No, I definitely agree with you. I think that both teams can kind of boast that, but I would imagine that for sort of the neutral that watches Counter-Strike maybe a bit more casually, there's definitely a lot of bigger names when it comes to Heroic. Like you just mentioned one there in the form of Sun Pius, obviously previously at Ents. He's been a player that's was touted as being like one of the best prospects, I think, with Yorp, but it never quite materialized for him. So I think with this Heroic team now, he has a real opportunity, especially if they can make it across to the Major, to really show the world what he can truly do.
Yeah, I think it's always nice when you get a player who's able to take maybe a slight step down in terms of the pressure on them, in terms of the team they're on, but also a team where he can be one of the biggest names and just get to play a very comfortable game and get to call a lot around himself. I think that will be good for Sun Pius, and I think he's been solid on Heroic here. I think I would expect over time him to actually slowly become better and better, but I think he's been good enough that it's clearly not a mistake that they've picked him up. I think he's been good, and I wouldn't be surprised if, as I was saying, he just continues to grow on this team, because sometimes you just need a little bit of time to get your confidence back and to really feel like you're on a team where you can be 100% comfortable. And I think we're slowly getting to see that from Sun Pius.
Yeah, and I also didn't mention the Falcons, where it's like this revolving door for AWPers, it feels like, and he was one of the first that kind of felt that force, and I think some people felt like he was a bit hard done by with that, and also like the obviously moving across from Ents and everything else went into it. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to do. Obviously, on the other side of the coin, though, you do have Nemiga Gaming. Their AWPer, just for a direct head-to-head, of course, is Khan, who is center of your screen, and although these players may be a little bit less known in terms of like global Counter-Strike, they have been cooking up a storm lately. They're on a 6-match win streak coming into this tournament, so hitting that sort of hot mark when it really matters.
Yeah, they've been playing a decent amount of Counter-Strike online as well. Honestly, they play quite a lot of maps too. I think that's a benefit to just how often they've been playing. They've got a pretty good map pool. And yeah, they obviously got the opening win against Gamer Legion, which was one of the surprises we had. And when I watched that game, I loved how disruptive and just aggressive they were playing. They kind of did remind me of one of the classic Eastern European teams we sometimes get at these qualifiers, where they will just play completely fearlessly. They will just play in your face. They will use their aim and their individuals to make you uncomfortable. And that can be really, really oppressive, especially sometimes in a best of one where you've come in with all your plans, all your strategies in mind, and suddenly it gets thrown out the window so soon. That can be really jarring for teams. And I think it clearly was for Gamer Legion. That's part of why they've had such a bad start.
No, I think you made a very fair point there. And in terms of our head-to-head as well, you can see Tenia against Zwei. Talk to us a little bit about why you wanted to highlight these two players.
Yeah, I'd say these are the two standout riflers on both teams, but they actually play a little bit of a different play style, I would say. I would say Zwei is the classic sort of quite aggressive rifler, and he's been really, really good so far. I know it's only been 2 maps he's played at this tournament, but he's the highest rated player so far, above Device. So that tells you the sort of form he's been hitting. Whereas Tenia on the other side, a bit more of a passive, late round player. And so that's always fun to watch when you have the best rifler on both teams having a bit of a different play style. And I would say in general, it's another matchup where I would expect that to be kind of what we look for here. Nemiga playing a little bit more in your face, aggressive Counter-Strike. Heroic, a little more happy to play some traditional European, sit back and try and control the game Counter-Strike. And honestly, that's always a fun matchup in general, but with how CS2 has been going, a lot of people seem to be favoring that more aggressive style. So who knows, maybe that will help Nemiga here. I'd say in my head, Heroic should be favorites, but I don't think there's much in this.
All right, let's have a look where we're going to be coming down in terms of our battlegrounds. We have our Veto that is ready to come in. Permaban's typically going to be Nuke and Inferno, respectively, so no surprise there.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning these teams played about a month ago, and we'll get to see if the map pool is the same. Not quite. Okay, so picks are similar, but last time they left Train as that decider. This time around, we get the Ancient, which both these teams have been pretty comfortable on so far in the best of ones. They've actually both got wins on Ancient already. In fact, Heroic, both of their wins on Ancient. So I do actually think that makes sense, especially from the Heroic side. It seems like they've slowly been shifting a little away from Train. So the one switch up they make is making sure they get Train out of there. And really, I think this is a pretty damn good map pool for both these teams. I think both these teams have a pretty good map pool in general, but these are pretty comfortable maps for both of them.
Yeah, 0 win%, as you kind of alluded to there, for Train on Heroic. And additionally, they beat Passion UA, Nemiga, by the way, 13-0 on Train not that long ago. So I think it's kind of a double-edged sword if you're Heroic. You're like, yeah, we're going to nope out of that one, actually. We don't really feel like playing that against a team that's really feeling it right now. And it should be mentioned as well, you just mentioned that they did beat Heroic last time around in a best of 3, which of course is very valuable information. And this hot streak as well, by the way, for Nemiga, it doesn't have any best of 3s within it. It's all best of 1s. So we've now reached that BO3, that mark. And you'd think that Heroic losing to Nemiga would have made some adjustments, would have figured out where things went wrong last time around, especially if you're not doing your homework for maybe making the major, then what are you even doing here in the first place? Like, I have to assume that Heroic have got some ideas up their sleeve.
Yeah, the 2 maps that Nemiga won in that series were super close, whereas the one that Heroic won actually was one-sided on that Mirage. So that would maybe give you an indication that if they have been able to reflect just a little, that Heroic would have a good chance here. And I do think, in general, you would expect the best of 3 to favor Heroic just slightly. I feel like if you are the team that wants to play a little more structured and be a little more ready for your opponents, sometimes it can be helpful to just slowly ease your way into the game, because even if you know what Nemiga are going to throw at you, on the server, it can feel a little different sometimes. You can say ahead of the game, let's be ready for aggression. Let's be ready for these annoying plays. But then if you're not actually 100%, fully focused, it can just take experiencing that to fully get ready for it. So I think that should allow Heroic a little more time to settle in here. And honestly, I just think this is going to be a great series all round. I think these two teams have been really well managed. They've got a lot of talent across the roster. I think a lot of these players are willing to make plays. And yeah, there's no reason why this shouldn't be a fantastic series here.
I am right alongside you, man. When I saw we got this game, I was really excited because I think, like you say, coming into the tournament, they were kind of both on form. They were hitting a trajectory that looked really solid. Within the confines of this tournament as well, they've both looked really good. Both got some significant wins, and they're pretty evenly matched when it comes to map pool. So I think everything is kind of set up perfectly for us here to have a damn good game. We had a bit of a, I don't want to say a disappointing game necessarily, because, you know, Astralis did look really good, but was very one-sided, right? And so I'm hoping this is going to be a close back-and-forth affair.
Yeah, and I also think it's so many times you'll see teams getting up to the 2-0 section of a Swiss system, and then it's happened to, I know, Gamer Legion a couple of times, where they might go up 2-0, and then you get that really important matchup where if you lose it, suddenly one of these teams could be playing like an Astralis next or a really big name next, and then suddenly you can actually quickly be in trouble. So you've got to take the chances while you have them. You can see the other 2-0 matchup also, OG versus Metasport. I agree with you. I think this is the better of the 2-0 matchups, honestly. I was happy when I saw this one. I just feel like this could be a really explosive matchup. And I also think that, you know, someone like a Zway on Namiga, he's only 17 years old. He's an up-and-coming Russian rifler. I think he's one of those players that I don't know if I see the massive peak yet, but I think I see him as that next generation of player where I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in the future we see him get onto one of those top teams. So I'm really wanting to keep an eye on him in this one.
Yeah, I agree. And it kind of goes into a point I was going to raise before when it comes to pressure. Now, it's hard for us to sort of attain which of the two teams will be feeling the pressure more because it's very much dependent on the people, the players, etc., etc. But like you said, one of the heaviest hitting components of this Namiga squad is only 17. You know that you are one game away, one match away from making the major at the stage 1 part of the major and changing effectively your life, right? And so I have to wonder if it is going to factor into more Heroic's favor because they do have some more experience on that roster when you think of like Sun Pius and LNZ, etc. So is that going to be a problem? It's hard for us to tell, but I do have that as like a little thing in the back of my mind that maybe factors a little bit in favor of Heroic over Namiga.
Yeah, I think it definitely helps that they're getting to play online on the Namiga side. I think that will help them be a lot more comfortable. And I also think it can really go one of two ways, Vince, because I've seen Donk when he shows up to events and he's just so nonchalant. And I even saw it from Zaiwu when he was younger. There's almost this naivety that they can have sometimes where they don't really like fully understand the moment. They're just kind of there. And yeah, I remember it with Zaiwu especially. Like, he'd just show up and it felt like he'd just play the game and it would just be like another day to him. He'd be like, oh yeah, I'm just playing Counter-Strike. Like, no big deal. So it can really depend on the player, I think. It's just so funny to me, like, seeing a 17-year-old kid just walk out on stage and just be like, yeah, this is just like another day of my life. Like, sure, okay. That's one way to view it.
That's a really good point, man. That's a very good counterpoint to it because it as I say, can go one or two ways. I remember seeing him at Katowice when they were doing really well, and it was almost like he didn't realize what he'd done. You almost saw like this look come over his face of like, hold on a second, like this is real now. It was the same with Zontix as well in that team, and maybe even Magix, to a certain degree. But I completely get where you're coming from, so that can definitely factor into it as well. And to be fair, to play devil's advocate, it's not like Heroic, apart from Sun Pius, have like crazy amount of experience. Like, there's a lot of young players in that roster as well. So maybe that's a bit of a moot point, but we'll have to wait and see if it does affect any of this. If it's going to get scrappy, if it's going to get sloppy, if we're going to see a lot of sort of botched calls and fumbles in this game, especially once it gets down to like, you know, the finish line being within touching range.
Yeah, I also think I'm interested to see someone like an X-Cloud in this game because I feel as though maybe 2 years ago or so, I was really excited to see what his progression was going to be like. And he briefly played on Eternal Fire, actually. And then he ended up having to sort of take a step back, maybe. And I was wondering if he was sort of just going to get stuck in a limbo position. But I would say for him, this is a pretty decent opportunity to show himself on an international team and on a Heroic team who, you know, they've got the history there and they still have the ambition and the ability to make majors and to make big events. And I think they've done, a good job at making sure they're still in that position because even though Heroic might not be the biggest name out of the top organizations, we were saying it for some other teams, but I'll say it for Heroic as well. They always seem to do a good job at just refreshing themselves well enough that they're still in contention for these top events. And I think it's fair to say they've done that with this team. Like, if I was to have to pick names of teams that I think were going to make it through ahead of this event, I'm pretty sure I would have put Heroic on that list of teams where I thought they would make it. And that wasn't easy to do with how many good teams we have here. But I think they've done enough to say, yeah, they should be coming into this pretty confident that they can make it.
Yeah, and speaking of the teams, you can see the list here in terms of the VRS points that they have, and additionally, roughly kind of how they factored into coming into this game. Like, I think one of the biggest disappointments to me, honestly, from what I've seen so far, has been 500. I really think that they were pretty shambolic. You saw Spellin come out on Twitter and apologize for how bad their performance was. Like, in all the games, we got to cast them once or twice, and they just look so flat, dude. Like, it was kind of rough to watch. And when you consider they're only 4 points behind Heroic, the team that we're about to cast now, they did not show that level at all. And so I think that's maybe a position where the pressure got the better of them. They kind of fumbled and they kind of quaked under that pressure. And they also played against Gamer Legion in the best of 3, which is never going to be ideal either, right? Like, you're playing against one of the best teams. And, you know, you're talking before about how Heroic would be one of the teams you'd probably put to go through. I agree with you. I think that they'd be, if I look at like Gamer Legion Astralis as like the tier 1 teams out of this tournament, I think I have Heroic just behind them in like the 1.5 bracket, you know? So I did have pretty high expectations for them, but I think it's the nature and how they've got to this 2-0 that's been a bit surprising to me. Just how clean, just how coordinated and how solid they've looked. And maybe that's to be expected, right? Because the lion's share of the team they picked up was from Sangal. You just mentioned xFloud there, previously playing at Eternal Fire for a little while. Of course, LNZ, Youngster, and xFloud were all picked up from Sangal Esports. And they were picked up from Sangal when Sangal were actually on a hot streak. They were turning a lot of heads. They were doing some really good work, especially online.
Yeah, it's definitely worked out nicely for them in that sense. I think it's always nice when you can get a bit of a core of a roster to stick with you, because the amount of times you'll see a completely new team from scratch built, and it just takes so long to get that team online that they might just never get online, because the first few months you're still figuring each other out. And by that point, if you've taken a lot of losses, you can just really struggle to actually turn it around. Just mentally, it can be really hard. So I think, again, shrewd decisions there from Heroic to be able to pull that off. And yeah, I think really the player that has been the standout to Nier, that was the pickup where I wasn't exactly sure like how he'd do, or like, I'll be honest, I didn't really get to see him too much on his previous team on Gun 5, but he's honestly been the standout for them. So it's clear that they've sort of said, okay, we'll get a core of players, we'll get some Pius, who's kind of the proven name that we know will do well, and then they've gone for that sort of maybe slight gamble on taking an up-and-coming rifler. And yeah, it seemed like he was really just basically hitting form just at the right time towards the end of 2024 for them to say, okay, we'll take this risk. And he's really just hit the ground running on this team. Like, even straight away towards the Katowice play-in stage, for example, he was putting up big numbers. So I'm excited to see him, especially because he's one of these up-and-coming players where I feel like he's not just fully about the aggressive play all the time. Like, from what I've seen from him, I haven't got the chance to see him as much as I'd want, but from what I've seen from him, he seems like a pretty methodical and stable player, and he can play well within the team, which I think you have to be able to do on this Heroic lineup, to be honest. I don't think they're just going to play all-out aggression. So I think whenever I see a player like that, I'm really excited to see him. And also, he's actually 24, so it's not like he's one of these really young players who you could argue has just been grinding and just been completely like focusing on aim. Maybe he is going to be a bit more of a stable player. When you get these slightly older players, I feel like they've almost had to be a bit methodical with the way they've improved to get to this point. And so I'm excited to see him here. I think he's the one player that I'm really looking at and saying, okay, I want to see if you've really got the minerals to be like a standout player on a team that can compete at that top level.
Yeah, because like you mentioned, he's 24 years old. He's not like some 18, 19-year-old that's going to have multiple opportunities. this might be his last chance to get to a major. Like, I know it sounds really bleak and kind of miserable and morose, but it is the truth. Like, you're 24, you haven't fully established yourself yet, but that's the key point, yet. If you do go to the major, you have some stand-up performances, Heroic make a good run, that could just straight up catapult you to that next level in terms of, like, your reputation, your notoriety globally. And, yeah, I mean, he came in from Gun 5 at the start of the year. I was excited to see him too, Hawker. And then if you remember, back at Blast Bounty, he actually was replaced with a stand-in from Madden coming in. I can't remember what the reason was. I think it might have been visa issues, but Madden played instead of him. And a lot of people were like, well, what's going on here? I thought Tina was in the team. I thought he was going to be one of those, like, main star players. So it's been a bit of a stagnant start to his tenure within Heroic, but now is his time. Now is his chance, his golden opportunity. Now, obviously, we're just filling in a bit of time here because the players are getting onto the server. We will be starting very shortly, I have been informed, to get this 2-0 kicked off. If you've just joined us, the winner of this game will make it to the Austin Major. So much on the line. A life-changing moment for one of these two teams is just around the corner.
Yeah, and we also haven't, I would say, seen Heroic at quite as many of those big lands as maybe we're used to seeing. I think they're at the early stage of Pro League, and that's where they actually got knocked out by Namiga, so they were maybe a little disappointed. They didn't get to show themselves more there. So this would be a pretty important deal for them, I think. Getting to a major and saying, okay, we can get back to this level of tournament. And as you said, it's also just a chance where, I mean, not only could you actually maybe just make this Heroic team and lineup competitive. They've shown they can do that in the past, but it's also always a chance. Every team, every top team will be looking at this Heroic lineup, and they're always keeping an eye out on which of these players are the rising talents. Which one have they sort of spotted out that we could maybe look down the line and say, okay, this is a player that we could maybe look towards. So I think whenever you join an organization like this, in the back of the mind, you've got to be aware, okay, this is where I've got to really, really hunker down, take things seriously, because this is a golden opportunity and one that I'm sure will be realized by him because, I mean, Heroic just one game away here from making it to that major. And I think it's like it would be deserved if they make it. Like they've made sure to put a good squad together. They've been grinding well. They've been doing well online. I want to see them back at the big lands, honestly. I want to see them there.
Oh, no doubt. I'm completely alongside the ride with you. And, you know, we discussed before about how maybe this is one of Tinir's last opportunities as he's 24, which is kind of crazy to say. Like, in almost every other field, 24 is still a very young man. But in CS, it's like you're washed once you pass 25. It's crazy. But also, Son Pius, he's 26 now. And I think a lot of people felt like his career had had a massive nosedive after the Falcons. You know, hotly contested in Ents, a lot of people interested in him. Goes to the Falcons, doesn't happen. He gets replaced by Dexter, effectively. And now he's in this team with an opportunity to go to the major and really show what he's worth. But on the other side, we can also talk a little bit about Namiga. I have been told that all the players are on the server right now, ladies and gents, so thank you very much for your patience. And actually, I've just been told by our lovely production, we're ready to jump into the game. All right, so Dust 2 it is. Heroic on the CT side, and Namiga on their choice of map will be occupying on the T. Now, also, some people, I was about to mention about Namiga here, because we have a bit of a tech issue to start off with. This, of course, is the team as well that Flammus used to play for on Namiga. He went to Gainer Legion from Namiga, and then now, obviously, he's been gone to greener pastures afterwards. So it is a team that's had some serious talent in it within the past, and has kind of been scouted out, Hawker, but we're ready. It's time to jump into our first map.
Yeah, and a map that Namiga have been really good on in their recent grind. 5 wins in a row for them on Dust 2. Can they continue that here in this important matchup against Heroic? They're going to start out by leaning towards the B side of things, and Heroic, they've taken a stack towards A. So if this B play were to come in, Youngster would have a hell of a lot to do with these dualies.
He's got that smoke as well, just jiggle peeking. Going to throw that down the second he sees a pixel. or sniffs out anything that is untoward. Now, mid-control is lacking right now on the side of Heroic. There was a smoke down on the double doors, which is now fading away. Smoke put down into CT, and this is going to spell a bit of a scary position if you are a youngster, but it's all a fake. It's misdirection. It's smoke and mirrors because they're now pushing on Catwalk, but LNZ is here, and the Swede has sent one player already packing. X-Flower now up to the task of taking one, but he's gone in for more. A second frag as he just flicks down and takes off the head and gives his team a 2v1.
Bomb planted briefly, but Tanir in position. He actually can't get the kill cleanly. Lear is so low on health. Eventually, they'll be able to get the job done. I thought that would be a cleaner round at the end there for Heroic, but they get the round win that they were looking for. And really, X-Floud with that third kill that he got in the end there. That was so impressive because he should not have got this, it feels like. Able to flick back down. Oh, man. That's a stunning flick that gives them the advantage in the first place. Whew. And X-Floud's always had that talent. Excited to see him getting off to a good start there in the pistol.
Oh, no doubt. A player that had a short tenure at Eternal Fire, of course, now Aurora, that Turkish team. And I think he's got a point to prove as well, because he was kind of left out to pasture. And so if he can make the major and have a deep run himself, that is going to be unbelievable for his career trajectory. In the meanwhile, though, Namiga, hot off the back of the plant, are going to force in with 3 Galils, the 1 AK, and Risky Bob. Interesting name. With a deagle. Every time I cast this guy, I'm just like, really, Risky Bob? That's what you went for?
I kind of love it. I don't know why. There's something about the name Bob. It just gets me. I enjoy it. But he's not just any old Bob. He's a risky one.
You've got to be with that deagle. Gonna have to rattle some domes.
He's not playing too risky right now. He's just with the team on short.
That's true, but
Maybe
the
it's
problem for me
throwing
is they don't have any smokes here, Hawker. They're going to have to dry peek this onto the site. They are so fortunate that Sunpius isn't watching with his scout, but it could just catch them off guard completely. Like, Sunpius has no idea. X-Cloud is now lining up the grenade, but it could be too little too late as they now explode out onto long, and Sunpius has 4 players just spraying him down.
Oh, man, just the walk-up short from Namiga, something that Heroic briefly overlooked. As you said, you could see X-File completely clueless as to how far up onto the site they could be. Must have just been a little bit of miscommunication or misunderstanding on the Heroic side. But either way, it's a really frustrating way to lose this second round because you know the difference that this can make. Winning that second round force buy on the T side, it can really devastate the CTs so early on. And you can even see right now, Namiga might just actually get 5 alive with rifles. That would be a perfect way to win this second round.
Yeah, exactly. This is the dream scenario for Namiga, realistically. The only way it could be any sweeter is if they denied all 3 of the remaining Heroic players who were able to scarper off and save their weapons. But, I mean, you nailed it, Hawker. If you are Namiga right now, that is a great call from Leah, and it has perfectly fell into place.
Yeah, I also wonder whether Heroic, is there a chance that they were just assuming that Namiga would use some utility and would make some noise if they started coming up through short? Maybe that is something to do with it, but either way, it's costed them. And here come the long fights early. Heroic, heavy stack on long. The smoke has gone into the corner, though. They're still fighting round it here, and Khan incredibly low on health. He'll get the long control, but that was costly there for Namiga, losing a player and losing a lot of health on Khan.
And really not scratching too much of the surface on Heroic either. 2 players with negligible damage on Youngster and Teenier, so they're not going to be too worried about re-peeking through smokes or trying to maybe hit and run. X-Flower with the 5-7 up on short, but he's not going to be required. On that position at least, LNZ goes out, more damage inflicted, but there was no follow-up from teammates. So although he has inflicted a bit of pain and suffering, the same can now be said for Teenier, who gets a grenade straight on his head. There's a flash in, another dink. All 3 players around 10 or less health. And although the plant will be coming through successfully, there's surely going to be Heroic's round at this point. As they finish off the weakened, limping Namiga squad, Heroic get the successful defuse in. You can see Youngster's like, where the hell's the bomb at? It's right under your nose, Chief. they're going to have this 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, well managed by Heroic. And I think we're already seeing from Nemiga, it is Dust 2, so you don't need much tactical depth. But so far, they have just been grouped as 5 everywhere that they're going. And Heroic in this round, pretty wise to that. They spot the long players early. They have so many players stacked towards that A side. And after getting that early advantage, even more damage done, Tanir's able to get onto the site with that M4. Even more damage. It just makes it so difficult for Nemiga, who go all in on that play. So a back and forth start to this map. But now Nemiga still with the ability to buy in this one. It feels like it could be a really hotly contested series, just with how this has started.
Yeah, this really does factor into what we were kind of anticipating and hoping for. An enticing prospect between these squads. And Zwei, he's just going to bypass the smoke. That's the kind of aggression you were talking about. But Youngster, he is alert to that possibility. And although Heroic do have the player advantage, mid-control now falling under the way of Nemiga, and Santa's trying to make the most of this. He's getting up close with the timing of that AUG. Tinir will put him down. And that makes this way less threatening, way less dangerous for Heroic. They've got a 2-player advantage, but they have thwarted the mid to B split.
Yeah, and I'm liking the approach from Heroic so far. I think other than that round where they let Nemiga sneak up through shorts, they're mostly just having a couple of players very ready for these early fights. You know, not just having Tanir solo B this round, having Youngster there ready to assist him really early on. Be ready for these risks that Nemiga might take. Be ready for these aggressive maneuvers. Definitely feels like Heroic are dialed in early on this one. With 35 seconds remaining. It's going to be so hard for Nemiga to find a way in. Khan would need to land some shots. Bit of information gathered, but now that's the bomb spotted and the rotate will slowly but surely begin.
Oh, important trade. If that goes the way of Risky Bob, there was a window that just slightly maneuvers into an ajar position, but it has been slammed closed. And Khan, a bit of damage onto Tinir. 7 seconds left. The economy for Heroic not really justifiable to charge down the last T. So they'll agree on a ceasefire, which will see Heroic move forward to a 3-1 lead. The perfect start on the half for Nemiga after losing the pistol, but since then, have just been lacking just that little bit of extra oomph behind their pushes. Good hold by Heroic in the end, though.
Yeah, and Heroic also just making sure to limit those trade opportunities if Nemiga are going for those early plays with some utility down. And now there is just that AK saved by Khan into this one. Ooh, nade into lower. Dodged enough by Khan. Although now an M4 would be a one-shot headshot on towards him. Pius just has to let them cross through mid, so Xfloud needs to be careful. Your short player can't be going down too quickly. He'll realize that. Jiggle peeking, dropping the molly, ducking back to the site, and calling for assistance from Pius.
Are just very comfortable to sit back. They got the positional advantage, the firepower advantage, can just hold from longer ranges, knowing that their assault rifles will prevail. Oh, Tinir, though, is moving up close, and St. Pius has him dead to rights from range. The wide swing in from Tinir, tries to transition that spray. It's good. Flashbang to accompany that, and he finishes his job. And LNZ's heard footsteps. He's going to be wrapping around the back with that MP9. He should be good for the kill. And now Lee is in a horrendous position. It's Tinir that gets fed his third in the round. And Heroic have their third round in a row on top of it.
Yeah, just a nice example of the smart decision-making that I like from Tinir there. He realized it's probably just the one saved AK, and he's already hearing that fight. So he figures if he can just swing on the other side and slowly take those fights, it's going to make it difficult for Nemiga to transfer that AK onto multiple players. It allows him to clean up a couple of kills. So smart decision just to work with his teammate there. And Nemiga now, as you said, back towards the buy. It's actually going to be a scout from Khan, while the rest of the players get rifles. And this time, maybe slightly slower from Nemiga. Just looking to establish that mid-control.
start to change the pace just a tad. The problem is that you can always fall prey to what we saw Ents. The trap of being a bit too predictable. So keeping Heroic on their tiptoes for the time being. Smoke goes out, more of a lurk smoke, and T-Near will retaliate in kind with one of his own, or Sun Pius is getting aggressive and they're going to pop flash him in from LNZ. Sun Pius on the wide swing, but everyone was looking at middle. Oh, it's backfired. They were looking at mid. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse as they lose multiple players on Catwalk. And now Namiga can pick the pace up. They've done the damage they were seeking. That is so unfortunate from Sun Pius, though. Typically, that flash is going to hit 1 or 2 as they're about to peak round, especially at this time of the round. But they were caught between 2 mines. They had 2 players up on the perch looking at mid, maybe anticipating a short push from Youngster through the lower tunnels, or maybe just a mid push through the doors. And it really hurt Heroic's prospects.
Yeah, again, you can see Heroic having a plan in mind and a way they want to try and challenge these grouped up plays from Namiga. Having 2 players commit into short with the flash, I think it's a fine idea, as you were saying. Just unfortunate execution this time round. Because once you lose those short players, you're going to be in trouble. Feels like that is what Dust 2 is going to be about for Heroic, figuring out how to deal with these grouped up Namiga plays. You have to take information at some point, and even the way they doubled up there, it could have worked nicely, as you said, if that flash was on point. Just not meant to be this time round. And Namiga lands some sharp shots to deny. So a second round on the board for Namiga, but one that wasn't really down to a proactive play that they made, more them shutting down what Heroic were trying to do. Haven't seen that long fight too aggressively in these recent rounds. Heroic able to hold on to that early again. We do have that AWP from Sun Pius now as well.
But they do have the AWP, yes. But unfortunately, it's going to cost them a lot of economy. And I think it's a good distinction to make that you just highlighted there. Is it's like, yeah, Namiga get the win, but it's mainly off Heroic's activity. And so that's not necessarily something that they can rely on round in, round out. We've yet to see them really dictate the pace and kind of boss this T side. That's maybe something that Heroic will have in the back of their minds. And let's also be real, in another world, that flash hits all 3 and Sun Pius sprays down 3 players, or they at least get the counter frags, and Heroic are leading 5-1. Namiga, though, they're getting up into Catwalk earlier this time on short, so they have picked up the pace somewhat here.
Definitely right. Maybe Heroic will decide in this round it's worth sitting back a little more and just seeing what a site take from Namiga would look like if they allow it to come on towards them. Currently 3 CTs leaning towards A, to near covering mid doors. And the utility is starting to lack a little here on the Namiga side. If they were to go in towards A, that AWP from Sun Pius might have a good opportunity here. They're going to have to rely on just a couple of flashes.
And he's got that smoke down, but they're actually dropping into CT. Sun Pius needs to do some heavy lifting. Or maybe not. T-Near's there to help him out, and it's LNZ that's held the line with 2. Leah frantically spraying through the smoke, finally finds his man. And it will yield the plant. Important trade goes against Xanta, and then T-Near goes in for more. A 3K in the round, and he is up to 9 already. So important, impactful frags here from T-Near once again.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from T-Near so far. He just feels like he's very active constantly. See here, the drop comes into CT, but T-Near able to come right back in. And that's partly because he knew those Heroic players would be pretty focused on getting towards that A side, of trying to deal with that AWPer. And then as the bomb is planted, he figures, okay, I can hear the bombs being planted. Worst case scenario, as I jump up onto the site, I'm going to have a 1v1 fight. And he takes that advantage. 9-1 now. This has been a lovely performance from that rotating player.
Oh, out to long, but gets smoked and mollied and flashed out of position. So Khan's not really been able to get the cogs turning yet with the AWP. Was an important matchup for us to talk about, obviously, is Sun Pius against Khan, but so far neither of them have really had that much impact. It's mainly been T-Near and then Leah, the IGL from Namiga, that's been popping off the most. Sway's had a couple of moments of brilliance, but hasn't really got off the mark either, and that could be a problem for Namiga if that continues to be the case.
definitely looking for a little more explosivity out of some of those riflers. Also have to see if having the AWP in the hands of Khan can change things. Maybe allows them to play a little slower and search for picks across the map. Because so far it's felt like they've had to go for these pretty committed all-in plays to finally get fights. They've not been able to get clean advantages off of the early round. LNZ thinking about going for the aggression into long doors, decides against it, and Xanta comes right back at him. Heard the player up close, able to take him down, and this A site could be vulnerable now.
Oh, the Molotov. Oh, he just bypasses it and gets 2. So he has no right to get both those kills. Maybe 1 at best. Drops to low HP. 1 HP on the board and somehow doubles up. And Heroic have been comprehensively outplayed in this one. You can make an argument for their second round off the back of a bit of a shambles for Heroic. That first round they picked up is when they just walked up catwalk. But that is the first time we've seen them just straight up win trades and then execute fully onto the site and get all the success they were hoping for. So signs of life in Amiga.
Yeah, and Sunpice there, losing that AWP. I don't know if Youngster will be able to get it back because there are plenty of players coming his way. Oh, 2 through the doors, no way to deal with them. Amiga back on track, finally able to pick up another round win. And that is all it takes to cause some economy issues on the Heroic side. And that is always the issue. If you go for this A-long aggression here, as soon as you lose A-long, those A-site players are just going to be so concerned. And it ends up actually just being the short players winning the fights, which you would not expect to happen every single time. So they're definitely overperforming expectations there. There is a timeout forced out from Heroic. They will have a bye, but there will be limitations. And Sunpice, again, able to get that AWP into his hands. Haven't really seen it singing so far. I'd like to see a little more from Sunpice here.
Interesting thing as well, though, Hawker. Like in that last round, we saw Zwei make a great heads-up decision to peek up on the little box because the Molotov, or the incendiary, I should say, hadn't fully spread to deal with that. So he's obviously not going to want to run through an incendiary and then take a fight, because the likelihood is you just get burnt out, 1 shot and you're dead. But he didn't take any damage from the incendiary until the last tick, when the damage had already been inflicted. And I wonder if Heroic are still using the same lineups, even though it has been a while since the incendiary change came in, where it no longer covers as much ground. That is a really interesting kind of dynamic that we just saw. Zwei fully exploiting that momentary weakness. The incendiary was tossed down. It had the intent of stopping the push, but he was able to just walk past it, taking basically no damage from the fire itself.
Yeah, very true. Those small differences that can be made. And again, whenever they're getting the chance to fight, they're going to take it on the Amiga side by the looks of things. But yeah, especially in that scenario, as you said, heads-up play, cannot blame him. Definitely made a lot of sense and worked out nicely. Definitely something that Heroic will have to keep in mind going forward. So we've got a brief technical timeout here. Hopefully we can keep you updated. Hopefully it won't be too long. Yeah, maybe a little surprising. I just think with the way Amiga have been playing, it hasn't really, I guess, turned into a game where the AWPers have been too important, because we're just getting a lot of these fast site takes. You know, instead of Khan having a chance to maybe slowly work the map and see if he can find a pick, it really has been either all in or just establishing map control from the Amiga. See if Heroic can handle it in this round. The utility is at least reasonable on the Heroic side. But as we were saying, a couple of missing weapons in play. Eyes on those rifles and that AWP of Sunpice. Looks like Sunpice might look for a pick early, deciding to jump up through short.
He's gone out very wide. This has an expiry date because he knows lower tunnels eventually will get pushed in, even though there's a smoke out there. It's not beyond the realms of possibility they go for the preemptive taps and he's going to get away with it. He realized that smoke's clearing, I need to get out of dodge. So, although I love the idea of it though, Hawker. I love the aggressive kind of mentality, but the timing just doesn't favor him. Unlucky.
Yeah, I think he's realized this is the sort of round where his team would want him to take a risk, take initiative. But credit to Khan, he seemed aware of that himself. Decided to flash Sunpius away. And in the meantime, Khan actually catching Xfloud in mid. That was one of those weak weapons, having to hold the mid doors. Now Tanir will go aggressive, and the flash this time on point for Heroic. So they bring that frag back. He's got to be careful. Just a FAMAS on long, and the AK puts him down straight away.
That's the third time that has gone in favor of Xanta now out and long. Maybe a weakness has been spotted. Sunpius, though, with one, doesn't snatch at the opportunity, just picks around the corner, but Khan nearly lines up for two. Nearly a collat shot. Sunpius finally gets his man, and Xanta last spotted on long. From LNZ's perspective, gonna walk head-to-head with Sunpius, and he blasts him away. Point-blank range, puts the barrel to his forehead and pulls the trigger.
Yeah, we asked for the step up from Sunpius. That's one way to deliver the final kill of the round. Up close and personal. Not always the most comfortable position for an AWPer to be, but Sunpius delivers an important triple kill there. And yeah, as you said, I was a little concerned when LNZ gets caught on long. That is a position that if you lose it so often, it feels like that A site can be vulnerable. But this time round, Heroic able to hold on to it. And now they've got a pretty good chance of coming away with a nice CT side here, Heroic. And as you said earlier, Namiga's map pick, Dust 2, a map that they're normally so good on. It's their most played map in the last 3 months. It's their highest win rate at 80%. Maybe not always playing the exact quality of teams that Heroic are, but it's a map that generally their individuals can shine on. But so far, it's been the Heroic players stepping up. And we talked about that rifling head-to-head. Tanir has been fantastic so far. And he's had one or two moments, but nothing like what Tanir's delivered.
Yeah, and Dust 2. Of course, this was one of the maps they played last time, and it was an OT victory for Namiga. They also have notable wins against Bait and Metisport, whose fortunes in this event have differed quite a bit. Metisport, of course, I believe are currently playing on the mainstream against OG. Bait have had a pretty rough tournament thus far, but let's see how Rogue can get this one done. Youngster's not really been called upon too much. It's a solid game, though. He's passed whenever he's been required. He's 6-1. Just the one death in coming up to 10 rounds is pretty impressive, but goes to show how A and mid-centered these rounds have been from Namiga's perspective.
Very true. Meanwhile, LNZ up close does damage, but Xfloud was hoping he could get set up for success, but the trades are just too quick. And Sway realizes he might not be able to go too far into the open. He had the bomb there. Playing a dangerous game, but his teammates are trying to help from short, and the kills just keep on coming. Namiga finding frags all over the map. And I thought Heroic were going to have this round, but I don't think there's anything Sunpius can do about this.
Yeah, it's time to save. The money's also straight up in the bin, so there is no possibility that he's even thinking about going for this. As you can see from his perspective, he's already backing off. Yeah, it was just kind of this chaotic round where it seemingly everything came unraveled one after each other. The pieces were taken. And this could be the round that Heroic look back on and Dust 2 and kind of grimace at, because it really is a fulcrum point moment here. Heroic are going to be broken, may have to force buy around this AWP, assuming that Sunpius saves it, and that's a big assumption because he's getting peaked right now. But also, Namiga's economy going into this round was kind of garbage. They scraped together a buy, but it wasn't good. And now they're going to explode back in with a solid buy into the next one. So this could be a 6-6 coming up. And Heroic will be ruining their missed opportunities. Nice shot from Sunpius in the dying embers, so at least they will have an open play. But whereas he had that aggressive peak last time around, Namiga will know that Heroic's finances are terrible. They'll be anticipating that Sunpius may go for some kind of hero play here.
Yeah, and we've praised Tanir for being so active on those rotations, but that time round, decided to push through the mid-smoke, and I think from Heroic's perspective, they obviously only saw the one player towards A long, but maybe they were just a little panicked in the way they communicated because Tanir felt like he had to go through quickly. Or maybe it was just a decision he made that he had to take that risk. Either way, it's one that ends up costing them. And yeah, that could be a real turning point in this map because Heroic will buy what they can. But if they go on to lose this, the last round of the half will be a similarly weak buy, and Namiga will be able to come away with a good T half.
We see aggressive shenanigans from Sunpius, though. He doesn't have the perfect spawn, but he is going to be joined alongside xFloud. The two of them are pushing. He's going to be watching for the mid-peak. Meanwhile, xFloud can get up close with the MP9. The flash, though, is good. And they anticipated this 100%. They read the script. They knew that an aggressive, almost desperate play would have to come through with a lack of utility and firepower, and the Miga have made the perfect call. The perfect read from Leah.
Sunpire sticking around there despite the flash. Might have to drop back soon. Be 100% right. Considering Namiga have been a team so far pretty willing to fight and play forward, that is just fantastic awareness to be able to deny the initial mid-aggression that Heroic were looking for. Now, Sunbias's orb is rotating back through CT, but Youngster goes aggressive, and there's not much he can do here. Zwei puts him to bed. And this is Namiga really rolling now, really looking comfortable on this T side. Tanir will fade away with the orb and try and save what he can, but even that will not be allowed as Namiga have really found their footing here.
Yeah, they're finding that rhythm. It was lacking in the first 5 or 6 rounds. They felt like they were disjointed. Maybe the spectacle, the situation was getting the better of them, but now they are finding themselves in a bit of a flow state. Some really good calls and reads, but also following it up with perfect executions. And this last round of the half is going to see xFloud just picked off in midair. But also the buy here is so bad, Hawk. Like, you got 5.7s, you got an MP9, and that's basically all.
Yeah, their better chance was clearly in that last round, where at least they had that orb. They decided to force around it. It leaves them in this position. I do feel bad for Youngster in the previous round. So many rounds that had ended towards A, that mid had been the focal point, or A had been the focal point. He finally gets a chance to hold B, and he's just got an MP9, and he immediately gets domed. But as he said, it's not really been about that B site throughout this first half for Namiga. And again, Namiga, I think, aware that the buy is limited from Heroic, happy to take their time in this one. Going a little more slowly, working off the back of that opening pick. Again, putting this pressure on towards mid doors that has consistently allowed them to cause issues for the Heroic rotations. But now as they start to assemble around this A site, this looks like a fantastic read from Namiga.
No, one of many, really. They've been, when you consider that first round they picked up was just the straight up raw push onto Catwalk, catching Sunpius off guard. I think that was maybe a little taster, an appetizer of what was to come. So it looks like it will finish 6-6 in the half. And again, Heroic will go back to that missed opportunity against a weakened Namiga. Could have been an 8-4 half scoreline for Heroic, but they'll be keeping themselves believing, having faith that they can still pick this round up. Already a third of the timer on the fuse has ticked away, though, so they're going to have to pick up the pace here. And Zwei lays down LNZ, padding his stats with a 3K. And Namiga get across the finish line as expected. So all even at half-time. We expected it to be close, and so far, it's delivered on that promise.
Yeah, and Zwei actually ends the half out-fragging Tanir, which I don't know if he had quite as much impact, honestly. These are some good kills at the end, but kills you'd expected to have come through for the team either way. I almost feel it's a bit harsh for Tanir, who started the half so well. But to be fair, as the half went on, Tanir has slowed down a fair bit. So that rifling head-to-head we pointed out in the pre-game, both of the star riflers having good performances. But it's Zwei that actually gets the slightly better of Tanir on the kill count. And yeah, just a good turnaround from Namiga, because There was a moment in that half where it felt like this map could slowly slip away from them. And if that were to happen, this series could have been really problematic. But now, it's anyone's game heading into the second half.
I think a player that I would also like to highlight, because I think he goes under the radar a lot for this squad, is Xanta. His pressure that he was putting on Long, the amounts of times that he just got a heads-up call against LNZ and just killed him, basically for free, was so impactful, because it was forcing rotations across onto Long from the A site for Sun Pius in particular, and he couldn't watch Catwalk as much. It really did play so much disruption on that first half, but that's all in the past. In the here and now, the roles have reversed, and Heroic now will be occupying the T side, but they need to be careful because Sway's moved up with the Julies into lower tunnels, and I don't believe he was spotted.
Could be really dangerous here. Oh, he's actually dealt with, though. Tanir gets him down with the Glock, and now the players from lower tunnels able to find even more. Heroic off to a great start.
No, he's saying that Tanir maybe slowed down a little bit, but he's picked it back up again. Leah, though, through the smoke, perforating the aforementioned Tanir's head, but it's not going to stop the plant from coming through successfully. LNZ dialing in the digits and punches the code in. And Amiga, all three of them from CT side? Oh, this could be just carnage. You don't expect it necessarily, though, if you're on the side of Heroic. Typically, you're expecting like a long rotation, maybe catwalk, so they may get baited into a false sense of security, but LNC doesn't give a damn. 3 headshots in quick succession, and the IGL pushes his team into a lead again.
Yeah, they had that player on long for Heroic, and they had the smoke on short, so LNZ full focuses CT. You still wouldn't expect him to get this much done. Looks like he's pistol DMing. Lovely work from LNZ, who hadn't had too many moments so far, but that is a nice one. And now Heroic back into the lead, back with an opportunity to make this difficult for Nemiga on their CT side. Barely anything for Nemiga to work with in this round. Should be a very comfortable one, especially with Heroic finding a wide open B bomb site. I've got to say, Vince, if Nemiga are able to win their map pick here, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're getting made to work for this.
Oh, yeah. As was the case last time they played each other, right? I believe it was 16-14 in favor of Nemiga, but it was really back and forth.
Got to hope they can do the same again.
This round's been anything but back and forth. It's been a steamroll. Heroic making sure they do not make the same mistake, and Lightning doesn't strike twice, of course. Go back to the first half. They won the pistol, and then they immediately lost that second round. But that was with a plant that allowed Nemiga to go for rifles. This time it was a full-on eco, so an eco bash successfully has been navigated through. Youngster down to 1 HP, throwing that smoke mainly as a precaution. Oh, he really wants to try and get in the kills. I think it's also half in his mind. He wasn't sure if he was in radius of the bomb to finish him off. Oh, I thought he got the kill at the end, but apparently not. It looked like a headshot animation came through with that MAC-10. But regardless, it's 8-6.
And this is the buy that Nemiga will really be relying on. And when you go for that second round save, you're not going to be getting that AWP out. You're not going to be getting full utility. You may not even get a kit, indeed. They'll have to play for the 10-second defuse if that bomb gets planted, but they can play with aggression, push into lower tunnels. Sway has taken a ton of damage on mid in the meantime, but they're not ready. They're not ready, Heroic. They could be done for. Just the 1 kill for now, but they are getting crunched in on.
And decent damage also to Sun Pius, who is going to shake that off. Dealing fatal blow to Xanta. Oh, LNZ's position compromised. He did do damage. A headshot connects, but it's not enough to send Sway packing. The problem here, though, for Nemiga is B-site is difficult to retake at the best of times. Sure, they have a player advantage, but 2 of them are limping their way to the site. And they know 1 bullet will seal the deal into Sway or Khan. At this point, you've got to think about economy as well. It really sucks. I'm sure they'll still try and go in for it. They are an aggressive kind of team and outfit, but they've already taken a lot of time off this fuse. It's starting to look rough. They're going to have to push through this smoke and a flashbang on top of it. And Risky Bob does get the opener. That's huge for them. Now comes down to Sun Pius. Caught in 2 mines. Does connect the shot, but is there no kit? There's no time. The round still goes the way of Heroic, and one of these players may die to the bomb if they're not careful. They should be okay. But the damage has been inflicted. 3 casualties, and the round still goes to Heroic.
Yeah, I thought Nemiga would be in a pretty good position here. Getting the tunnels control so quickly, it feels like Heroic are going to be so just uncomfortable, just so under pressure on this B bomb site. But Nemiga take quite a lot of time setting up this utility, and that could have worked fine. If they had the kit, they would have been okay. But we said at the start of the round, the buy was somewhat limited on utility and on the defuse kits. It's another round that Heroic able to get on the board. And at least Nemiga still get a buy in this one, but they've got to step it up soon here. They get that AWP out for Khan. So they make sure to get at least one kit this time round. And again, still hanging in the balance in terms of the economy game. If Nemiga can just find that one round and break through, Heroic should be in trouble. But it is getting a little close for comfort now on the Nemiga side here on their pick.
That's precisely why I said as well, they may have to think about saving, because without a kit, 2 players low, lack of incendiaries or grenades to come back onto the site with, like, you were always fighting uphill. Very disappointing outcome if you're Nemiga. Gonna have to shake off that tilt as fast as possible, but their woes continue. Their problems are far from over because their economy here is hanging by a thread. Looking at 10-6, but that is a big grenade. LNZ eats the bulk of it down to 44, but it's not going to deter them from pressing forward. Another HE now tossed in. It does also just land straight on Sun Pius, catches it in his pocket. Crossfire now also set up. They have to commit to this. There's not enough time, and they've also given up most of the control of the map. But Youngster decides it's his time to shine, and shine he shall, with 2 headshots and entry frags. And now Dozway is keeping this round alive. It's not for much longer. Khan, with the arduous, difficult task of trying to retake and clutch with an AWP against a 1v2. And now he's been spotted, and that probably seals the fate of this round. If he peeks again, he could just straight up die, and that would be a disaster. The money from Nemiga, they have to save this up. He's got to get out of there.
He's finally realizing that he just has to back away. And that's a round where Khan will be a little frustrated because he picked up the AWP, but he played towards the B site. The standard position would probably be towards A long or maybe in and around the mid doors, but he decided to take that risk of playing it towards B on that read. Does not work out. And I thought Nemiga had done enough initially at stalling out that Heroic push. You saw the Heroic players not looking too confident off the back of the initial player lost. That Youngster, massive opening kills from him. And that just leaves Xanta completely alone, isolated on long. He knows he's in trouble. And we were talking about that rifling duel. Well, it was Tanir up on top of the site that took down Zwei, that was able to trade him out. And now Nemiga taking their second timeout because they realize that Dust 2 is hanging in the balance right now. They've got to make sure they make the right decision. They're happy to force again. And again, Heroic haven't built up all that much money, but Nemiga need to break through. And right now, it's not happened for them yet.
And this really is the importance of Khan pulling the plug and saving the AWP. They would not have had a buy like this or even close to this had he have not done it. You're looking at maybe a couple of 5.7s or MP9s in place of an AWP on one of these M4s. It makes a drastic difference. And dropping down to the FAMASs affording the luxury of a bit more utility, but Heroic are looking to try and pick up the pace, maybe realizing there could be a weakness over on the B side, but it will be against Zwei on his FAMAS. And so you can't take anything for granted here. The spray is good for 1 and a headshot on the second, but they're wrapping around the back so quickly, not for the first time. Risky Bob, it's a shooting gallery, but Youngster plants his feet and gets 2. Somehow down into a 2-on-2, but he is going to be pushed once again, and he's on low HP on 19 health, but Khan's missed his sitter, and he's been punished accordingly.
Oh, that was the moment that Khan could have made the difference, but the missed AWP shot leaves him a sitting duck. And even though xFloud wasn't able to be on the right side of the map to help Youngster, again, it's another round where Youngster steps up under pressure. He didn't have much to do on that CT side on the B site. He wasn't really called upon too often. But in this round, he may have made all the difference because the reroute over to the A bomb site is going to make this oh so difficult for Lear. I think he may still feel he has to go for it though. 10-6 down. It's a 1v2. It's not going to feel impossible, but with that smoke up in his face, how's he going to find an angle here?
I'm sure the information's been passed that Youngster at least is low as well. That was confirmed damage. The spray's good. Leah now has a chance. Both players weakened. A HE and a flash for Youngster. Does he opt to use it or just stand with the assault rifle? And Leah, he is going to save the day for his team, leading by example with a 1v2 clutch. Heroic a little bit disjointed, and they get punished.
Yeah, smoke fades at the perfect moment to make sure that Leah can have that initial fight. Youngster did so much work initially on these trades, even dealing with these players who were flanking. But the upside that Leah had is that because Heroic weren't sure where he was coming from, they were feeling like they had to be a little split apart to cover all the separate angles. And that maybe ends up costing them. The high health player goes down first. And now Heroic are limited on what they can get in this round, and they may look to long.
Oh, this time it's Xanta that goes down, prey to the double push. Calm with one as a parting gift, but will that be enough to stop the onslaught, to save the site? They're looking to sequester this from the side of Heroic and pushing up close in the smoke. Risky Bob gets himself the MP9 frag. Khan missing out on that chance, may get punished, and will falls prey to Tina's AK. Oh, and through the smoke, but Tina runs out of ammunition. It's an awkward encounter, but Sun Pius is there to lend a helping hand with the scout, and Heroic straight back into winning ways.
Oh, we didn't see too many of those long fights in the first half, but Heroic, they go for it in this one, and they didn't even really go off of the spawn. They waited just a little bit longer to be able to have these players jump on out. Tanir getting the initial kill, LNZ just using that MAC-10 to be the space creator. And then they quickly decide, let's just commit into this site. We've got the 2 initial kills. Let's not overcomplicate things. Starting to turn into quite a scrappy game here at this point, Vince. Coming down to a lot of these early fights. But I think Heroic won't mind that whatsoever. They only need a couple more rounds like that, and they're going to get this map win.
And one thing that Nemiga have had some success with a couple of times, even if it hasn't yielded round wins, is these lower tunnel pushes. I have to think that Heroic at some point are going to read this and have at least one player watching. I'm thinking back to that round when they pushed up and they had like Sun Pius with a smoke lining up. They weren't able to fully punish it. So we'll see if that happens again here, because 2 more players over on the B side to kick things off on the Ts.
Yeah, I thought we might see very early utility from Heroic to try and deny that. Maybe a molly into mid doors, or even just a player watching. But instead, they're just a little slower on their approach, using utility to clear lower tunnels a little later. You saw that molly from LNZ, as well as the flash from the tunnels players. So they have made sure that there's no early Nemiga aggression. Again, Nemiga have had to go all in on their investment. But it's only 1 premium rifle to show for it. Just the 1 M4 in the hands of Xanta. And if they were to lose this round, Heroic would be in a great position to close the map in the very next one. So pressure on, and Nemiga have taken a gamble. They've stacked 3 towards B, but that leaves this A site so vulnerable.
Leah has had a good game, but the MP9 at this kind of a range doesn't afford him too many opportunities. Like, realistically, he's either going to have to burrow in deep, but then that really does put you into the Molotovs and HEs, which unbeknownst to him, Heroic don't have any left. But he's moved into the smoke on Catwalk on short side. And unfortunately, that 50-50 is not paid off, because he's given up the site for free, and now Nemiga may be forced into just saving with 5 players. Again, it just sucks so badly. But the alternative is that you dangle a couple players out here in a speculative retake, and you just end up losing everybody and have nothing to play for to save your map. Surely the chances of clutching this with no kits apart from on Leah and no real utility is so bleak. With 19 seconds left on the fuse, you just have to save.
Yeah, they've called it off. Maybe they'll stick around, see if they could upgrade to an AK or 2. But Heroic will just exit towards A long. They know that they're safe there. And so Nemiga's risk does not pay off for them. Heroic with a fantastic T side. There have been a couple of moments where Nemiga have been close to breaking through, where they've nearly put Heroic's economy in the bin. But Heroic have always stepped up when they've needed to. And it's turned into more of a team effort from Heroic as well. The kill count pretty evenly spread across the team. And that gives them 5 map points, Vince. 5 chances to steal away Namiga's map pick from them.
Yeah, and it's been pretty one-sided the second half especially. Like the first half 6-6. The second half effectively has been 6-1. Namiga have fell flat. And this is one of the concerns I had. It's like you lose a map, you're going to go back to the drawing board and really scout this one out. Meanwhile, though, Heroic are picking up the pace, looking to try and finish it right here, right now. And although Khan valiantly gets 2, eventually he's going to fall down because his site partner is no longer in the server. Teen with an important headshot onto Leah. Smoke's being tossed in. Khan down to just 8 HP. And the smoke's beginning to land and fade away this push. That's a lot of time that's going to get eaten off the clock, so they're going to have to go into window. But then you're in that claustrophobic bottleneck choke point. And Teen has been so on point with the rifle. 18 kills to his name. Molotov coming through, so he's going to back away. Bit of damage done, but Youngster's there to just shut the door on Khan. And now from above, Santa somehow gets both. But he doesn't have the kit. Yes, he has. He's just picked it up, and that allows him the luxury of clutching. So very close, but Namiga live to fight another day.
Oh, what a turnaround from Xanta. You feel like there's no way he's going to get away with both kills there. He knows there's one player down close thanks to the molly, so he takes down Tanir. But then Youngster peeking on the side. If he hits the headshot, it's over. But instead, it's just big damage to the body. And that allows Xanta to be able to just about turn around on towards him. I thought that shot from Youngster was going to do it, but look at this from Xanta. The flick around, that is so difficult to deal with. But he manages to pull it off. And Namiga just hang on in there.
That's a lovely double, as you say. Having the kit just in time for the defuse. Is that the moment that awakens Namiga? They've been in a deep slumber on the CT side. Smoke down now in the eyes of Heroic. And they will respect that. Molotov's being tossed in. I say they're respecting it. They're actually pushing straight through. They're calling the bluff of Namiga. No one's up close, but that's a solid grenade.
With the smoke up, do they really want to commit here? They don't have the bomb in position currently. It looks like they were just looking to pressure this A side and see if they could force a response from Namiga. Sumpais was still holding that cross. Meanwhile, risky Bob. Well, that is a risky game he's playing, and it's cost him. X-Flow gets him in the midst of the smoke. And now Heroic have that advantage, and they're happy to work with it.
Oh, speaking of risks, Khan felt like he had to try and make a play. If he gives up mid, it was only Zwei by himself on the side, but Zwei has kind of forged a path for himself. He decides the best way of getting through this is to fight, is to grit your teeth and just push, and that's the bomb that's been put down in the tunnels. This now a winnable round for Zwei, but he's just slightly off with his spray, but he's weakened 3 targets. And between Xanta and Leah, with only 20 seconds left, oh, they've elected not to try and push in and deal with the bombs. So they're going to allow a post plant to come in. And X-Floud has the angle. Only 8 bullets in the magazine, so has to trade across. But he's put this down into another Xanta. 1v2. Is he going to be able to wind it back again and allow history to strike twice? The bomb is being planted with just 3 seconds on the clock. LNZ and Teen both weakened, both wounded. And Xanta, the way he played that last round was so exquisite, but 2 completely separate angles. Gonna have to get the protractor out and figure out how the hell to calculate this one. But a headshot makes things so much easier. But Xanta cannot deliver again. It's asking too much of the man. And Heroic take Namiga's pick.
So close in the end there. Those last few rounds were so intense, coming down to the wire on multiple occasions. But this time, it's one step too far for Xanta and Namiga. It is Heroic who steal away Namiga's map pick. And at the end there, Tanir was jiggling towards the doors a little late. He actually lets the players sneak in. I thought that was going to cost him. But fair play to Tanir. He holds on. He makes up for it. And that is a huge map win for Heroic. They are now firmly in the driver's seat for that spot of the major.
Oh man, we thought this would be a pretty exciting match, and it may have started a little bit on the slow side, but man, it delivered at the end. I thought Xanta was going to pull it off again, you know, when he lands that first shot. I thought, right, here we go. He's got such good mechanical aim. He can definitely pick up that second frag. But here we go from the perspective of the replay, how we got to that all-important 1-0. And the fact of the matter is now, Hawker, Heroic are one map away from the Austin Major, and it's their choice coming up next of Mirage.
Yeah, such a good opportunity for them, and just so many small moments in that last round that were so important. Like the bomb getting dropped in tunnels, you think is going to be a problem, but then I love how Tanir just jumped through the smoke, just made himself as hard as possible to hit. That's allowing them to go through the smoke back into the tunnels. Just so many small moments where the round could have turned on its head, but in the end, it's Heroic who get it done, and in the end, it was Tanir top fragging. We pointed him out in the pre-game. He stepped it up throughout that second half to make sure the team got over the line. And Youngster, I would say, also had a lot of important, impactful rounds on that T side. Because, yes, he's only on 13 kills, but you've got to remember, from that first half, he was not really required because he was playing the complete opposite bomb site to where Amiga was playing. So he definitely stepped up with a couple of impactful rounds as well. And we really just saw the explosivity of some of the Heroic players coming out, which was nice to see because that was needed against this Amiga team who have a lot of raw talent themselves.
Yeah, I totally agree with you as well. I think this is one of those moments where, you know, the stats don't paint the full picture of how a game and how a player's performance actually came to fruition. Youngster was playing the classic B anchor role where you see basically nothing for like 10 rounds, and then the one time that you go to rotate, you get shut down the back, and you're like, right, brilliant, guys, awesome. So we'll see if Mirage fares the same way. He was super impactful, and it's actually surprising to me that Sunpire is towards the bottom of the scoreboard, especially as an AWP on Dust 2. But speaking of AWPs, I've got to say, Khan did not have a great game here. We saw a lot of misses. We saw a lot of moments where he kind of fumbled it a little bit. He kind of woke up towards the end, but it feels like the damage was maybe done at that point. However, guys, we're going to be jumping into a break, and when you rejoin us, we'll be ready for map 2 to see if Heroic can dial themselves in as one of the first teams to qualify for the Austin Major. We'll be right back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Dust 2 started close at a 6-6 half, and then Heroic upped their level and left Nemiga behind. And now they move to the other dusty plains of Mirage. Their choice and Hawker a map that they're actually pretty damn good on.
Yeah, it has been a real good map for Heroic. I think they will be feeling very good about their chances here. And I was also just looking at the numbers, and it is a map where Pius tends to do some of his best work. He's had a 1.17 rating on Mirage in the last 3 months. I think that's something that was maybe a little missing for Heroic on that first map. So if we can get Pius back to his best, that could be a big difference maker to really push them over the line. And of course, Tanir is also very good on this map, their highest rated player. So all in all, great signs for Heroic. I think they played very well on that first map. And for Nemiga, I think that the one positive we can give them is at least recently they have been in slightly better form on this map because they did play it against Gamer Legion. They got that win. And I said they were playing really disruptively on that map. I think that's what they're going to have to do here against Heroic, because it seems like we're expecting Heroic to have the class and be the better team overall on this map. And so Nemiga are probably going to have to try and make it a bit chaotic and just take a few risks throughout this.
Yeah, I would definitely tend to agree with that, especially as they'll be starting on that CT side. And so, absorbing too much punishment and getting behind, economically speaking, can honestly be a death sentence on Mirage. Like, it can be a very tough map to kind of come back through. But it also kind of plays into what we were talking before about how CS is kind of like probably a little bit more T-sided now. So, even if you do have a rough first half, if you're Nemiga here, you're not out just yet, but I think it's the nature and how they just kind of faded away on Dust 2 that's a little bit alarming for me. And also them even getting close in the first half was kind of off the back of Heroic making a few mistakes. Like, it could have easily been like an 8-4, 9-3 half that we were looking at. So I'm looking at Khan in particular. I think he's a very good player. It's kind of like a victim of his own success to a certain degree. He's very noticeable when he's not arriving on the server and not really having the levels of impact that you'd maybe expect. And although Zway did have a pretty good game, I think he kind of topped it off towards the end as well. So I think he's going to be an instrumental part of this team if they want to try and bring this back.
Yeah, it was maybe a little surprising that I kind of felt like we actually got a bit of a lacking of firepower from Nemiga, which I'd say is normally what I'd expect to be one of their big strengths. If anything, there were definitely a couple of rounds where I was actually impressed by what Lear was calling and the way they were prepared and ready for what Heroic were throwing at them. It just felt like towards the end, a lot of those rounds, they would come really close, and you just needed like 1 or 2 more kills in all of those trades, 1 or 2 kills to come quicker, and it just didn't happen. And that's not always going to be easy against a Heroic team who themselves are very talented, who have been in good form lately, but still I was hoping for a little more from Nemiga.
Well, it's time, guys. Mirage has arrived, and it will be Nemiga as expected on the CT side, putting the bulk of their prowess over on the B side as well, stacking into the apps, and Heroic do have most of their players over on this position. Youngster is holding the palace by himself, but Xanta, one of the better shining lights on that Dust 2 performance, sees a couple of players, takes a couple of shots and backs off, as do Heroic, keeping LNZ up close if there is a rotation to come through from the CTs. But it's more of a bait here because Heroic are just standing position. They've backed off, but they're holding the line. And it looks like Xanta may walk straight into this trap. The timing, though, may very well work against him because now he's been spotted, but he takes down both.
Wow, that second shot's a stunner onto Tanir through the side of the wall. And that will completely dissuade Heroic from going over towards that B side of the map. But look at that from Youngster. He catches Zway a little overexposed out on the A site. And that should allow a pretty safe passage for this bomb.
He's carved a path. He's brute forced his way into his CT box position. The flash is so good, and he instantly taps the head off of Risky Bob. But Leah able to return the favor. I think X-File took two separate pair of footsteps running across the CT. Oh, he's going to wait. He's going to buy this time. He's going to make sure he shuts them both down. Sun Pious information has been attained. Two of the three are known quantities. It's about where that third player is. So Sun Pious is watching for the backstab, the flank. The smoke has gone down, though. Have they overthought this one? Oh, X-File, and I'll be thinking maybe I should have just snatched the life away of that one player and thrown the disruption straight in the chaos. So it's Nemiga that take first blood on map 2.
Yeah, maybe just not quite expecting the smoke to be in play, but it makes such a difference. You can see how tricky it was for X-File to decide what to do at that point, because he was thinking, well, I want a free kill. I want to make sure I get the one frag first. But it meant he couldn't really deny the defuse in the midst of the smoke. And I think from Nemiga's perspective, they could have been expecting one in ramp, one in palace, and then that could have really played into Heroic's hands if that smoke wasn't there for the defuse. So nicely done from Nemiga in the end, but having to play retake wasn't ideal considering the start that they got off to. And now, of course, with that bomb plant, Heroic happy to go for the investment into this follow-up round.
Oh, stop. Barrel of the gun. I thought maybe betrayed Khan, but doesn't seem to be the case. And he can now hold his position in Palace if he chooses to do so, but he decides to back away and position this trifecta onto the site. Now, they may be aware that Windows Control has bypassed itself across to Heroic. This forward position for Tenia can be so massive, though, and they've kind of given up the bulk of the A pressure they had. Yeah, they still got 3 players here, but 2 of them are stuck behind the CT box, and this puts Sway into the forward position of Shadow.
It's just a shame for Tanir and for Heroic on the whole that they have Mac 10s here. They were really hoping that early utility would allow them to close the distance, but now if Tanir fights from jungle, it's against a rifle, and it's a really hard fight to win.
Oh, 3 kills in the blink of an eye, and this round is over. Down goes Sun Pious. Well, he may very well be a Mirage God, but so far, he's been forced to be mortal until he gets that AWP in his hands. And it's not going to happen anytime soon, because they did go for that force buy in the last one. They're going to have barely anything to play with here. Also, 4 players yet to get off the mark on Heroic. It's still early days, of course, but you just want to get that confidence builder. They'll be hoping they can get a couple of deagle shots off in this one.
Because if they don't, that'll be a wondrous start for Nemiga's economy. They've already got a bit of money in the bank. If they can have 4 or 5 players survive here, it would put them in good stead for a nice CT half. Clear timing might go against him, but Tanir has been caught out. Sun Pious will follow his teammate to an early grave. LNZ doing what he can. They're still fighting these deagles at mid. That's a couple of kills back for Heroic, which they'll take. And still Nemiga happy to swing, but it looks like it should work out for them.
I think all things considered, both teams will be relatively happy with that outcome. Like, sure, you've lost 2 players for Nemiga, but you're in a 3-0, and Heroic will be feeling pretty good about getting a couple kills on the board there, neutralizing a couple weapons. So you can see, in particular, it's Leah and Zway that are feeling the effects of that, the economic burn. Both $500 or less, but the rest of them are safe and healthy. And finally, Hawker, we get a chance to peer into Sun Pious and see if he can get the job done with the AWP.
2 smokes on mid early might make it difficult for Khan to deny Sun Pious this early map control. Way happy to go aggressive, but LNZ puts him down. What a shot.
I honestly thought from the perspective of Isway that he had that kill kind of dead to rights, but hell of a wide swing from LNZ. Give him all the credit. Flashbang is good into Con. It's going to force away Leah's positioning and allow Sunpius, more importantly, to make up the space. Now, though Xanta is around the corner, he should be able to see T in here now. It's a free frag. And they're also going to push out Connector at the same time. It's Sunpius. He is aware of that being a possibility. Holding the line, gets baited out, and he will die. Mid-control in the favor of Nemiga, but they've lost the A site. And although a smoke has gone down, it won't stop them from peeking up on the staircase, which I'm sure that Heroic will be more than capable of dealing with. So Xanta needs to be careful here. If he goes down, the round very well could fall with him. Risky Bob with the AWP, not typically the AWPer on the team, has been spotted as he misses his shots. And Amiga already into a bit of an awkward position. They only have a smoke and a flash to get back on the site with. One of the two players is rocking the AWP as well, so could very well decide to just go for the save. And Risky Bob was backing off to the T spawn. I would assume to look for the exit frag. But Heroic will get on the board finally.
Yeah, just enough distraction and noise on mid for Heroic there to be able to instead focus on the A side of the map with their other players, quickly run that over. And once you have so much time and space towards A, being able to push that player into CT spawn makes all the difference. Because now if Nemiga are going for the retake, there's just so many different angles and completely separate angles they have to be scared of. You have to be scared of ramp and CT spawn at the same time. It just makes it so much more difficult to come back in. And it was already going to be hard with them being a man down. They decided that that made it impossible. Looks like we will have that second AWP out in the hands of Risky Bob, taken over towards B. Khan trying to put that AWP to use on mid, but no opportunity for him behind that smoke.
And this is a scary position to be in for Nemiga, though, because if you lose this round, you've invested everything to get that second AWP in play. The only player with any kind of funds will be Xanta. So Heroic early on their T side could very well deal fatal damage to Nemiga. On the other side, though, having a double AWPs gives you a little bit more confidence in terms of playing more default passive angles. And the pressure is on Heroic to try and crack open one of these sites. LNZ watching downstairs. The smoke's going to be coming into the window side. And Xanta, who's already shown his hand up on the boxes before, in a slightly different angle, trying to get Heroic in the back if they can. But xFloud, he's peering around this corner slowly. I think he just heard a jump and nearly gets the upper hand. Nearly shuts down Xanta, who goes back in for more. Doesn't do really any damage in the process, but there is Risky Bob using the second AWP.
Still this A side being collapsed in on, though. Lear taking a ton of damage in the process of getting his frag, and he can't reposition. Those smokes fade just as Tanir finds the angle. And now Khan in CT can't really move forward with the flames in his face. He'll clear the plant. He'll go for the shot. It looks like Sunpius will get it down safely, and it's two AWPs right now. They're really trying what they can on this retake. But how the hell do you get back into this bomb site?
I don't think you can, in all honesty. Even if they get the first pick, well, where's the rest of the cavalry there? Tina has just baited out Sunpius horrifically. There's a flash tossed in, but I mean, they knew both players were in CT boxes, so it's so surprising to me that they're not playing together. Heroic. Surely you don't lose this round. It's the full defuse. One bullet needs to seal it up, and they get it done with a millisecond left on the defuse. That was nearly a complete disaster, an embarrassment for Heroic. How do two AWPers nearly retake a site with three players alive in different angles?
Yeah, that got so dicey. You feel like the player pushing in with the USP has to just be peeked from the other side. They have to just work together when they hear that player pushing in. It doesn't end up working out that way, and that just means that Tanir's position is compromised. He can get closed in on. It still works out for Heroic, though. They get it over the line, and now Nemiga on a low buy. Has xFloud got a gun? Yes, he has. Goes back to spawn. There is an AK for him. And you'd hope that Heroic would be okay here. I mean, they did just struggle against the USP pushing the site in the previous round. But this time, there's no AWPs around it. It is just the weak weapons for Nemiga. Oh, I like the stack. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, shooting with USP sometimes does feel like you're firing blanks, in all honesty, against Armor. But I mean, honestly, 1 kill's not bad, because considering how many losses they sustained in that previous round, losing 4, the economy hasn't fully built up from Heroic, but 1 kill probably isn't good enough. 3-3 the scoreline.
Yeah, it's also that unfortunate scenario where it's the back of the player's head as well, which it sometimes feels like is so hard to hit with a dink. I think if he was actually looking that way, it's more likely they could have just taken him down a little easier. Either way, as you said, the 1 kill comes in, and now Heroic haven't really gone for an early site take too often yet, but this time, all grouped towards A early. We might see this early execute come in.
Yeah, smoke's now coming through. Youngster in the Palace is maybe going to be one of the first players to come out, but he needs to be careful. There is Sway alongside Xanta in close proximity. Xanta smoking himself into shadow and hoping for the best, but he gets peeked before it can fully bloom. Leah from Sandwich, though, nearly gets 2 for his troubles. There's so much carnage and chaos means tons of time left on the clock, as it was rapid-fire frags. And now the plant is down successfully. A Molotov and a HE on the side of Heroic, but a ton of utility, including an AWP for Khan as he slowly protrudes and peers up on the CT boxes. Risky Bob making inroads through on connector. Going to be looking to try and strike together. Molotov forces Lyle and Z out into the open, and Khan will oblige, snatches his life away. Sunpai is playing in the open angle right now. Risky Bob hasn't seen him. Oh, the spray, though, is rough. It's going to cost him his life, or perhaps not. The full defuse in the smoke, and Sunpai has no idea. And this time, the Namiga get it. This time, they're able to successfully get the defuse in, and Sunpai, even though he tries the burst clock, will not deny the saved AWP. Namiga regain the lead.
Yeah, and for Heroic, the execute was well executed. The trades were solid onto the site. It looked like they were doing a good enough job to get into the 2v2, but then LNZ can't get off the site, and that's exactly where the utility is likely to go. The molly in towards that back box, and then at the end there, Sampius not realizing he couldn't get back to the bomb in time. I was speaking of a well-executed execute in the previous round. That's a window smoke that's missed. That could be really costly with Khan having the AWP. Hopefully they realize, hello, what a shot that is.
Wings X-Flap. Oh, gets him through the box. What a shot. Oh, man. But yeah, you can see firsthand Hockey nailed it. Like, they missed the window smoke. They have to utilize the second smoke just to get out. But they couldn't fully spread their wings and soar through on the middle connector. And now Xanta making the most of that. I love this heads-up call. Mid-control completely backfires, so you get aggressive through on the B apps, and you just smother Heroic before they can get close.
Sticks around, but not in an angle where he's going to get picked off too soon, but he is trapped in this corner. Sampius might know this, and he hunts him down. Now the rotation will begin from Namiga, and Risky Bob hears all those steps, so they can hopefully get into the site. That's what they're looking to do here.
Oh, that trade, though, is massive. It goes in favor of Sunpius. Risky Bob may get a shutdown, but there is a smoke as well in the mix amongst all of it. Is he going to walk straight past? Oh, he's been nailed by Team Near. He had no idea he could be up on that angle. And Sunpius puts the last nail in the coffin. Wow. Insult to injury. Namiga get a 5v3, 2 massive picks, and they do nothing with it.
That's brutal. That is so brutal. It's Sunpius who's had a quiet game so far, who really springs to life. And yeah, you said singing the praises early, but these rotating players, look at how they lined up. That was what was so brutal. Because with Sunpius getting so many clean kills onto the site, I think that's why Tanir is comfortable holding the flank, because he says, okay, Sunpius has got all the entries. I'm not really needed on the site. I can just stay in the apartments, hold for this flank. Maybe if those kills hadn't come in, he'd feel like he had to focus on the site a little more. But instead, he's holding the entire time. And Amiga will be kicking themselves off the back of that. Now they have to save.
Just one step forward and multiple steps back on the side of Namiga. They'll be bitterly disappointed with that outcome. 5v3 goes begging, and now this is just the cleanup. Get out the mop and bucket. Sweep away Namiga, get that 5-4 lead. Just Lee remains, and he has been seen on the B side. USP will not triumph over, well, in this case, it's the HE. But if not, it would have been the AK that finalizes that frag. So even in this round, to be fair, Hawk, like, they've got to buy no AWP And they're going to be missing a couple of grenades here and there. Maybe no kits as well. Like, Lear's down to 3.6k. Everyone else has gone for firepower and nades. So there's potentially 0 kits in this round. Oh, that's so grim.
Yeah, they've taken a timeout, maybe realizing that. And you wonder, is this a round where they do switch things up because of that? A lot of teams like to throw in 1 or 2 rounds in a half where they just go really hyper-aggressive on mid on their CT side with multiple players. If you don't have the full utility, maybe this is a round when Amiga would like to do that. Because if it gets into the late round and it's a standard round played out, that lack of kit and the utility being a little short could be costly for them. See if they think that's a little too obvious or not, though. Meanwhile, for Heroic, I was about to say that Son Pius was having a tough game, but he's very quickly turned that around with the 4K, the 2K in the previous. Up at the top of the board now. It does look like we'll get some aggression on mid for Nemiga. Looks like they do want to contest this at least a little, but the player in underpass has been mollied. Xanta, he gets away with one. Meanwhile, flash in, and Risky Bob gets the advantage.
Oh, just everyone
Wow.
has been sent into the Lions' den and no survivors. Heroic picked apart some really good flashbangs out on mid, but it's also their hold on to ramp. Like, Youngster's trying to push through there. He's had a good series so far, lots of impact, even on that Dust 2 B site start, and they just can't get anything done. None of the trades going in their favor, realistically. That's a great heads-up call from Nemiga, just getting ruthlessly aggressive, because you know if this gets to the late round, like 2v2, 3v3s, you're screwed. You got no kits, you're going to have a lack of grenades. Great call.
Yeah, and you could see having the mid information and having mid control for Nemiga there really makes a difference. It means those other CTs can just stay stacked on that A site, because Heroic were clearly trying to run a little distraction on mid. But Nemiga are far forward ahead of the nades, and now they'll go back to this A execute. Sway playing back on CT. He may just have to give this up.
Yeah, this definitely has the vibes of a retake, doesn't it? Like, there's no one in forward positions. You know, you don't have anyone around Palace, Balcony, Shadow, so you're going to have to give this one up and then try and fight together back as a reunited force. But Youngster is going to make the most of that opportunity up in the tall booth, and it's going to be Sway that pays with his life. Khan, meanwhile, gets one, but it's a counter frag from Xanta. Back and forth in favor of Nemiga, but caught with a grenade out is Xanta. He was low, trying to fend off and be useful for his teammates to get back on the site as they're both around stairs, respectively. And LNZ, he's aware of this. Son Pius nails the shot on the cross, changing up his angle. Doesn't want to see any more smoke diffuse shenanigans. He's already been on the wrong side of that, and he says no to Risky Bob emphatically with his AWP.
Yeah, this time peaking well ahead of any attempt at a defuse. Did not want to deal with that whatsoever. And for Heroic, a nice faster play in these CT fights. Really aggressive from Heroic. And for a second, I thought that the one player, Tanir, was going to push a little too far ahead of his teammate. But X-File just about traded it out. And then LNZ, even though he's stuck on the site, he gets some nice impact kills there to make sure Son Pius can be set up in the clutch. Fast play sets up the AWP nicely. Now Nemiga, just the one rifle in this round. Son Pius forced away early, but that's okay. He'll get away with his life. And Heroic will just try and slow this round down.
Son Pius showing there that you can use that little pixel angle as a peak. There's certain places you can hold, or you don't necessarily have to fire off the shot, but that's not one of them. Because if one player's crossed, which you saw, it's very easy to jump over and mess with the aim and then just basically overwhelm you. Wasn't sure how many players were on the ramp side either, so I like that play from Son Pius. And Youngster, again, getting the opening pick and putting Nemiga against the wall. They only have Sway here on the A site. Everyone else is over on B.
Sway still wants to play aggressive, and this might be hard to read for Youngster with that molly just in play. That is an AK upgraded to for Zway. And the ramp players don't get out in time, so he can reposition onto the site, but he's still just so exposed, so alone. He may start to get the info, but he may be in trouble getting crunched in from Connector and too many angles to deal with.
It's a valiant attempt from Zway, but unfortunately just too many players to deal with and no real presence on Catwalk. They did have a play there, but it's the MP9 at that longer range where it's basically just mosquitoes against the windshield. And now Leah up close has made so much noise, trying to draw out the shot. Be careful what you wish for, though. He's had his legs blown out, but still able to deliver the fatal blow into xFlower. But that is one of many issues he has to contend with. Now he's alone, flashes in HEs, does connect a shot through the smoke onto Sunbias, but jumps right by the very capable hands of Tania, who will put him out for the last time of this half. It will see Heroic lead by 7-5, but even though it's looking a little bit dicey, I will say Nemiga, they're not done just yet. They still have chances.
Still very much in this map, but Heroic in a pretty good position either way. It's been a more team effort here from Heroic, I've got to say. xFlower's had some really nice moments. Definitely been impressed by Youngster on these T sides as well, getting quite a few impact kills at important moments. Sunbias, when called upon, has had a couple of important rounds as well, either taking the site or just having that all in the clutch previously. Still a fairly balanced game, but we'll see if Nemiga unleash at all in this second half. Either way, Heroic will be fairly happy, all things considered, especially since Nemiga did pretty well early on there. They got that 3-0 lead off the pistol. The gun rounds were pretty damn good for Heroic, all in all.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, as you just highlighted, a 3-0 lead for Nemiga, so they only got 2 rifle rounds realistically. Rough times, and additionally, it has been a cohesive effort. Tania, the standout player on Dust 2, is at the bottom of the scoreboard, and you're seeing xFlower really stand up. He has got multiple opening duels in his favor and multi-kills. So we're talking about how youngsters have had impacts, and Pius really stepped things up here, but I think xFlower probably is the pick of the bunch as far as the stats go, but also in terms of the impact. Whereas Xanta's really been the only player that I've seen sparks from. He's had a couple of really impactful rounds from like the CT boxes, but yeah, Heroic have been head and shoulders above Nemiga. I think the 7-5 score probably a little bit kind to Nemiga, all things considered.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It feels like Heroic have been considerably the better team on this map, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the score, and it's still only a 7-5 lead for them. So still more work to do. It means that Nemiga are still very much in this map. A couple of pieces of utility from Lear deployed onto the A bomb site, but there are 4 CTs here as it stands.
Nice shot, Risky Bob cracks open the connector. Now xFlower can try and focus his attention over there, but in actual fact, it was Lear that was also protruding through on the ramp. He's going to back away as they have some control over the CT side, and it looks like Nemiga may very well dial in both pistol rounds here on Mirage, barring a huge miracle play from xFlower or maybe Youngster, who's on low HP, and if he decides to peek into window, he will be backstabbed. Whether it be by the Glock or the knife, but he does check his angles anyway and gets the reward for it. Problem is, though, that the man advantage is so heavily in favor of Heroic, and xFlower in no position to stop this plant, so he's miles away from the action. I just wonder, does he think about saving this Hawker? I mean, you got a bit of Kevlar, you got some Julies you can take into the next round.
Yeah, looks like that's what he's thinking right now. And honestly, his chance of winning the round is so minimal that I don't blame him. And that is a really quick mid-round call there from Nemiga. That was what was most impressive. It was a good call, but most importantly, they were very quick to realize, okay, this A site feels heavily reinforced. And also, I think more importantly, the bomb was left solo on ramp after xFlower got that initial kill. So with the bomb alone on ramp, they figure we can't risk this anymore. Let's just go back. We've got some good control elsewhere. We're getting in towards CT. And just impressive with how quickly all the Nemiga players were on the same page there as to what they needed to do. A couple of Nemiga players did go down at the end of that one. And Heroic, again, with the ability to go for a force here. xFlower on a FAMAS, thanks to the save Kevlar. Nemiga have lost a couple of rounds that they would have been frustrated at previously. This is one that they really cannot afford to lose here.
This would break their backs, break their souls if they were to lose this one. They'd be thinking, here we go again. LNZ up with a deagle. I thought for a second he nailed that shot, to be fair, but Xanta puts him down, and it's the only B defender I think we're into a position where Heroic will concede this, and they will just basically pay that toll with a 4-player save. Not ideal, but at the end of the day, it does give them a chance to go again in the next round, but we will be tied even up. Why? In the meanwhile, though, I don't know if I love that play pushing by himself. He's effectively gift-wrapped an AK across to the CTs.
Yeah, and that can make all the difference in the upcoming round. So I'm with you. That felt a little unnecessary, and you see the other Nemiga players all just sticking together. You know, if he has the MAC-10, sure, allow him that free reign, but the AK now in the hands of Tanir. I'm not surprised with the LNZ repeak there. I thought he might just play back with the smoke, but maybe it was a scenario where Heroic literally just called, okay, LNZ, I want you to just fake the B presence and try and force them away from B and back to A, because they probably realized the rotation was never really going to happen. Even if LNZ drops a smoke and plays defensively, I don't think he's going to be able to do enough to stall that site take. But it did end up being a pretty easy way in for Nemiga, who have now tied things up. Again, got to stay focused in this round, though. As we were saying, guns saved, including that AK you pointed out for Tanir.
Yeah, they'll be feeling a little bit awkward about how this round could very well fall into place. Nemiga looking like they may want to send Leah in first with MAC-10. Smoke well timed on the placement. And just keeping the T's at bay. The problem here, though, for Nemiga is they have given up control everywhere else on the map. As far as they're aware, there could be a rotation flanking round the back. So they have to be careful about this. Already youngsters up close on ramp. And Con is being pressured into behind that smoke. So Nemiga, they're not sure about potential flanks. They're not sure if they're about to get backstabbed.
Oh, I still don't know about this hold, though. A scout and the dualies, but you're going to get mollied out of position. And now some Pious. How do you pull this off? The answer is you don't. You drop back. At the same time, though, is saving the scout really worth it. So he's going to stick around for a kill. Xantic giving him that opportunity. 4v4 though, bomb planted. The retake feels very unlikely. But maybe Heroic will hang around and just see if they can deny Nemiga any saves. And of course, I'm sure Tanir will love saving that AK.
Oh, definitely. They want to keep Tanir alive. I think like the expendable players here, a youngster with his MP9 and Sun Pious with the scout. Like realistically, you don't want to be kicking off your first proper buy with a scout over the AWP. It is a huge downgrade in multiple facets. So Youngstar, if you can get this drop on the risky Bob, a bit slow on the draw, but still gets it done. And now the scout comes to fruition. Now, it's kind of twofold. I think they want to try and take weapons away, but also let the bomb maybe detonate one of these other players as well. It's going to force Nemiga out into the open. Leah nearly goes down with the ship. And Zwei, he actually has neutralized the AK. They can't pick it back up again. And Sun Pious dies. Oh, catastrophe at the end for Heroic. It was looking so good.
Yeah, not ideal. I didn't expect Zwei to go so far and actually find those fights, but fair play to him. He gets away with a couple at the end there. It's still going to be a good buy for Heroic, of course. They have that AWP in the hands of Sun Pious, who we were hoping would have the freedom now on the CT side to really open up. Oh, X-File taking big damage on mid, and now Sun Pious will be forced away. Damage onto him as well.
So good right now for Nemiga. Maybe proving us wrong about this Mirage. Heavily favoring Heroic in terms of all the statistics, but stats don't matter when the pressure of a Major is on the line. And Zwei deals fatal damage to Tanir. Nothing that LNZ can get in terms of success. And Sun Pious, who was low earlier, has now been finished off. Youngster can do little but try and hold on to this Galil. He decides to get aggressive behind it. This round is a done deal, though. There's the shutdown. The AK has traded hands. But there will be no further way forward as he is denied. Nemiga not just shutting down this rifle round with ease, but taking a 2-round lead on top of it.
It all just happened so fast in that round for Heroic. X-File looked like he was trying to maybe put a bit of presence on mid, a bit of pressure on mid, just to make sure that Sun Pious could get into connector onto that angle with the AWP. But it ends up just costing him his life. He goes down so soon, and then Sun Pious doesn't have support in connector, so he's in an uncomfortable position. And Nemiga just continue to hold W. And that has got to be a warning, a shock to Heroic's system, telling them, okay, remember, Nemiga are going to be playing explosively. They might just play super fast. We've got to be ready to deal with that. Thankfully, Youngster had about 8 grand at the start of this round, so he's actually able to drop an AWP. They're able to get a couple of M4s in play, and it's not an awful buy from Heroic. But it is now getting towards the point where they've got to start winning these CT rounds very, very soon. Otherwise, their map pick might slip away from them here. Oh boy, solo AWP on B.
Scary, isn't it? But Sunpai is so comfortable, so often on Mirage, has pierced the first player, falls back, knows he can't really overstay his welcome and overextend, needs to live. And Risky Bob, rough first half, has really stepped it up on the second one, up to 7 frags now. Xfloud, his mission pretty much to just hold on to the AWP, but at what point do Heroics start to try and fight for these rounds? You can't be saving all day, every day. At some point, you need to start applying that pressure back to Nemiga. In a weird twist of fate, it's kind of the adverse effects of what we saw in Dust 2, where it was Nemiga that were constantly scrambling for saves and couldn't ever muster that comeback. Heroic, in real trouble, should be able to hold on to the bulk of these weapons, though, so they can go again in the next one, but at some stage, they've got to stick the landing, Hawk. You can't keep losing a player and saving.
Yeah, we're just seeing Heroic switch these setups sometimes, and this time they leave B really vulnerable early, hoping Sunpius can do work on the hold. I mean, he does well to get the first kill, but I think as he's falling back to Kitchen there, as soon as he starts to get tagged, you see he's wanting the repeat, but because he's getting tagged by the bullets, it just makes this repeat really awkward. And it means that Risky Bob can find that angle over the top of the smoke that was just blooming. And maybe a 5v4 retake could have been doable for Heroic. It still could have been tricky, but they'd have had utility for it. But at the same time, Nemiga themselves would have had nades, so I think that's why Sunpius felt like he wanted to fight before. But yeah, another save has to come through, and Nemiga are just getting closer and closer to taking us to that third map.
I think the save is completely fair as a call. It's more like maybe not just having one player by themselves on B side. It's easy for us to armchair, you know, like hindsight this. Of course, when you have a weakened buy, you sometimes have to make sacrifices and compromises. But now you have a pretty sturdy buy. Sure, a few players are on FAMASs and low smokes, low grenades. But these are the kind of rounds, if you're Heroic, you have to start funneling back in. You have to start building a foundation that you can really get success from. Sunpi's different position on the CT boxes. This time he has Youngster alongside him, who's about to get aggro down on ramp where there are multiple players waiting, looking to try and go for that execute.
Yeah, Sunpius will look for the first contact from afar, and then maybe Youngster will be set up here. He's allowed to play anti-flash because of it, but the smokes are coming into the site. They're going to have to be ready here now, Heroic.
Sunpius hasn't pulled the trigger on throwing any of his grenades down. There we go. I was wondering when it was going to come through, whether it be a smoke or an incendiary. It is the incendiary. Flash is now down. Youngster's going to know exactly what's coming up. And the sideswipe in from Sunpius. Maybe didn't need to peek that. Play alongside Sunpius. Youngster gets a little bit too over-aggressive. Maybe anxiety creeping in, but whichever way you spin it, it's Nemiga again after losing the first player in prime position to extend their lead further. Flashbang tossed onto the CT boxes, does hit Tanir, but barely affects him. And with 14 seconds left, if he can deny the bomb plant, that may be good enough, but he's got 3 players staring him down. And now LNZ with a FAMAS, already tagged down to 13 HP. And in a post plant, all the pressure on him, and he cannot withstand the weight, the burden. Nemiga taking 11-7 lead.
Yeah, maybe just seeing those nerves creep in ever so slightly for Heroic. I feel like you've got to rely on Sunpius there, assume he's going to hit that shot. But Youngster tried to take that player down who was running out from ramp and then felt like he'd given away his position, so just thought he had to swing. Feels like he can't just sit in that corner, which can be so vulnerable. And then Sunpius gets pushed from Palace at the same time. A well-taken round from Nemiga. Good spacing from them as they come out from Palace at the right time to make it really awkward for Sunpius. But for Heroic, the map slipping through their fingers slowly but surely. They're yet to pick up a CT round here on their map pick.
That really stings, doesn't it? a map that they are typically so dominant on, with some big names, big scalps that they've taken down alongside that as well. And their CT win percentage typically around the 62 to 65% mark, so this is way off. This is not them playing at their A game, but take nothing away from Amiga. They have probed and punished and really prodded this heroic CT side and see where those cracks have appeared. And for the most part, it's been over on the B side. But now with a rifle in play, Heroic looking to try and make their last stand.
Heroic started a little more heavily leaned towards B, but they've gone back into that standard setup. With some Pius getting that B apartments control on the AWP. This time Tanir would be close by on short to try and assist if necessary. And that might be needed here. Here's the flash into mid. Risky Bob able to deal with xFloud. That could make things uncomfortable now for Heroic as some Pius goes off the angle and this B site could be very, very exposed at this moment. The smoke's about to come into some Pius' position and he's leaving the site.
Oh, he decides to press forward. I'm surprised at that. You would think the way they've been playing so far, they would have just tried to back off and save, but I guess they've hit that breaching point. They've expended all of their patience. They know they have to start fighting for rounds, but that was not the time. No one there to help him, but now Tania, against a low, weakened Leah, takes him out. The bomb was making moves over in the hands of Khan, but there's only 15 seconds to play with. He has no choice. He has to go onto the B site. Risky Bob could very well clear out this Tania presence, and in doing so win the round, but now that he's been taken out of the equation, he'll win based off time, if not kills. Tania has just clutched out Heroic's life on their map, giving them a chance to build themselves back in.
Well, Tanir have been quiet on this map, but an ace right there, just when Heroic need it to finally secure their first CT round. And maybe that's why some Pius commits through the window smoke, because he figures he'll give that little bit of space for Tanir to get that quick transfer. And then he makes the heads-up play of moving back into the B site. He figures, okay, there's one player that I know is here. If they end up on B, I want to take this player out first. And it gets him into such an annoying position, that little hidey hole at the back of the site. And he even puts the molly down into the apartments. That makes the bomb so difficult to get into position. It's a frustrating round loss for Namiga. You see, they take a timeout off the back of it. But it is a much-needed round coming in from Tanir. And maybe that can be the round that spearheads this comeback that Heroic need at this point.
If that doesn't rally the troops and get people believing again, I don't know what will. Ridiculous round from Tania. Just in the nick of time. But what do they do with it? It's a stay of execution. They still need to prove to us that they belong on this map. Namiga will be under heavy duress early doors. Youngster getting aggressive, different angle. Haven't really seen him play up close like this too many times. Molly down to top boxes. Tania's going to force them out into the open, but decides to back away. Flashing in for a potential peek for xFloud. It is good, but it's more to allow him to reposition with the HE, and Youngster has got his man. Now pushing into xFloud are the T's. It's a little bit of a labored spray on the second time of asking, so Khan does get his man of xFloud, and Youngster, who was perched up on the sandwich, sent packing, but Sunpie is still delivering with the AWP, and the HE from range, the touchdown onto Khan, leaving Leah with 29 HP to his name. And no control over the bomb, but he has now picked it up. Gonna just try and force this plant down, but Heroic will not allow him that luxury. 2 rounds in a row, and they're getting themselves back in this. The money as well, a little bit bleak on the Amiga.
Yeah, and mid had been maybe a bit of a problem position for Heroic in previous rounds. They've been losing players there. Nice aggression from Youngster into ramp, and I thought xFloud was going to hang around connector a little too long, but he tucks back into stairs, gets himself into a good position, and all that early information is just allowing some Pius to soak that in and do work from CT. He ends up getting 3 kills with that AWP, just staying static, thanks to his teammates helping him with the info. There's a nade early, soars past Khan, and as you said, the money for Namiga in question in this round, and so it's mostly pistols. It's actually Khan that goes with the AK though. Normally the AWPer of the team. We'll see if he can crack some heads.
Yeah, they could have forced a buy out here, but I think it's because of the buffer of rounds that they decide not to. Knowing if they go all in and it backfires, that is a golden opportunity for Heroic to open the door. The finish line was hidden by a thick layer of fog, but they're starting to blow that away now. With each passing round, they get closer and closer. I like the idea from xFlower, but he's missing every single bullet. Now they realize with the A1S, only 20 bullets in the magazine, he's susceptible to being rushed down. Youngster, though, and Tania in tandem, picking up kills. Nice shot from Zwei, but that's all they have to really get excited about in this round, or perhaps not. Keep in mind as well that the money for Heroic's not ideal either, so these kills are all counting.
I was a little scared for a second seeing LNZ slink back, but Sunpius has that B site covered. Now LNZ can go back to jump peeking, and in a second he should spot this player. Now decides to jump back to the site, and Sunpius on short will be known, but will not be able to be dealt with from that sort of range. 10 rounds now for Heroic, finally getting some CT success, and I was a little scared xFlower was playing it too dangerously, but because of that A information, Youngster's able to help him in connector. That makes a big difference. Still, xFlower very eager to fight there. Ended up going down and maybe opening the door ever so slightly to Nemiga, but Heroic hold on. And now this is that full buy that Nemiga were waiting for.
It's been a nice 3 rounds, but I'm still not entirely sold on this Heroic CT side. And that's why. The B site has been a consistent problem. Tania, though, I was going to say, with a HE, maybe gets a bit of success, but Santa just goes back in for a second entry, and that now forces Sunpius to fully commit to the B site. They have barely any control over mid at all, and tons of time left on the clock. Oh, they can just let this one stew for a while and let Heroic think about what's coming up next.
Yeah, and the other side of it is, do Nemiga spot any Heroic aggression? Because Heroic might feel they have to take a risk. Youngster's just now pushing into A ramp. He'll see that that's clear, but is that information here early enough? Because Sunpius is still so isolated on B. xFlower's quite far away on that rotation, but he's beginning to get the right idea. He might get back to the B site in time. It looks like Nemiga, if they do commit into this B split, Heroic have all the information they need right now.
Yeah, Youngster is collecting all the evidence, scouting, passing it across. Nemiga moving in. xFlower just needs to stay in position as it stands. They're about to walk head first into a trap. Sunpius needs the kill, connects it. Although xFlower has died, Sunpius is a real problem at the back of the site. Smoke also to allow him to relocate onto the bench, and now the backstab comes in. Youngster unsheaths his blade and plunges it between the shoulders of Nemiga. And with 13 seconds, Leah stuck in such a horrible position. It's hellacious for him, and he has to try and use that smoke to his advantage. Sprays through there, but Sunpius once again passes with flying colors, and we are back to an even keel. All the info was gathered and Youngster capitalizes.
Wow, the B players for Heroic get bailed out by the rest of the team in that round because LNZ and Tania fight apartments aggressively. They both go down without a frag between them. This was the start that Amigo were looking for. Yet Sunpius brings one back. Youngster makes the heads up play, gets all that information, gets in behind. And Sunpius allowed to, again, just play these sort of static positions where he's holding sights and he's able to work around the angles. And that is clearly where he's at his best right now. Up to 22 kills. But Nemiga will feel like they have just let a golden opportunity to get up to map point slip away from them. And look at what it means for them in this round. They're investing what they can on some players, but they've only got one AK right now. I mean, they're leaving a bit of money in the bank, Vince, but this is still so devastating for Nemiga.
Considering it 11-7, they were in cruise control. It was looking easy. The CT side for Heroic was crumbling in front of our eyes, just a collapse, a demolition derby. But here we go with Nemiga, as you say, a bit of money in the bank just in case as a blanket, a safety net, but the prospects in this round looking pretty rough, and you were on the money as well, talking about how Sunpius typically does some of his best work on Mirage, and he's been living up to that so far. But do not take your eyes off xFlower because he can shut them so quickly. 3 kills to the Turk. And although Risky Bob has taken down Youngster, he is not going to get anything else from this round. So from an 11-7 deficit, Heroic on the brink of going to a third map, they now have a qualification point to the Austin Major.
What a turnaround this can be from Heroic here on this map. They couldn't win a single CT round initially. They lost 6 in a row. Now they've had to win a fair few to get back to this point. I think it's 5 on the bounce for Heroic to get here into the last round of regulation. That B site has had its issues in the past for Heroic. Might not be tested this time. The bomb currently leaning towards A from Nemiga. And xFloud has really stepped it up here in and around Connector. But it's looking like that A side of the map might be tested early.
Oh, that smoke comes down to Palace. It's going to maybe disjoint the attack somewhat. It has been blown open. Youngster with a spray, though, doing a lot of damage, but taking it in return. Sunpice also has been put to the sword early on. There is a real opportunity for Nemiga to take us to OT. All the momentum, all of the wind was taken out of their sails. But they're able to put them back up again, and a second gust, a second wind comes through. And Leah, he's making moves round the back, taking a page out of Youngster's book with a backstab, but it may not be required because everybody is being capitulated, vanquished off the A site for Heroic. And Tania trying to use the smoke as his ally, his only remaining friend, but it will not be enough to withstand 5 players. And to OT, we move.
Just the pace of play from Nemiga is crazy in this last round. And I don't know how they got that entry because it looked like it was Sunpius just AWPing from CT who got domed. Maybe he was flashed off the angle briefly, but it was pretty much a contact play from Nemiga out towards this A site. And then the fights just keep on coming. And you pointed out Xanta, a quad kill from him. He really has had some impressive moments. He's been that standout man for Nemiga in some of their round wins. That's why top fragging slightly, but I think Xanta has been the most impressive player for Nemiga throughout this series. And now into overtime. Heroic, they'll stick on that CT side. And LNZ picking up a secondary AWP. We were saying he was having some issues as that B anchor. Maybe that will help him out here.
Especially if they want to play solo on B, but it looks like they're going to be running 2. Maybe the second part of that is going to be a bait and switch up on the balcony. You see a lot of teams doing this. Early Molotov, though, is tossed in, and now they can focus their attention in the form of Tania onto the catwalk instead. And it's not just going to be like a passive angle here. LNZ is going up to actually peek down the apps itself, so he's not leaving himself much room for error. Youngster once again gets down in the ramp, but Zwei is watching the angle. Tread lightly here, Youngster. If you go for that rotational play again, you're going to get shut down.
How do Heroic want to approach mid then? Because they've got the B-Apps info. They've got good info in A-Ramp. They must know that mid is vulnerable, and they still want to fight it. They get a 1-for-1 trade, but xFloud now decides he has to just tuck back. With good reason, because Nemiga still needs to make a move. And look at that from LNZ. That all finally coming into play. Bianca getting that kill, being able to fall back, and now Heroic in good position. But as soon as I say that, Youngster goes a little too far, and it's back to even numbers.
Tania, though, with a shutdown. Oh, would have been disappointed he couldn't double up, especially as xFloud is low. And with 35 seconds, they have the choice of hitting either site. The bomb is dropped back over on the app side, on the T side of things, so Zwei's now picked it up. Where does he decide to push with it? Almost shaking his head to the skies. Disappointed that he's all alone to fight off against 2. Going straight to the site now. Not really being stealthy about it. Doesn't have the time, doesn't have the luxury to do so. Molotov is going to give his position away. And now LNZ on the cross is going to nail his shot. But that was a very close round. It could have easily gone the way of Nemiga. Once Youngster pushed down on the ramp and he got picked off, I did fear as if Nemiga was just going to stampede over on the site. And I can understand why as well, Hawker. Like, it looked kind of foolish from Youngster. But keep in mind, LNZ had just picked up a kill in apps with the AWP. And so the call may have came through that B was being pushed, hence the rotation round the back. He kind of got baited by their own success.
Yeah, and he's had a bit of success with those proactive plays before, so not going to be too harsh on him, especially when Heroic is still able to pick up the round win. And wow, Sunpius so quick into Palace. Heroic flowing with confidence right now, taking fights all over the map. This time, Sonpai's back into ramp. Not quite on the money this time, but this time, Youngster on that close angle doesn't give away his position, and it works out for him.
That flash is so good, but so is Sonpais. Oh, another beautiful flick from the Spaniard, and he wants to go back in for more. Missing this time, but the weakened numbers doesn't really make a difference unless Xanta can do something truly spectacular. Second frag is good, but there will be no more where that came from. But take a bow, Sonpais. Those 3 kills are so vitally important and maybe just catapulted them across one step closer to the major.
Yet again, seeing just how good he can be on these bomb sites, working around these different angles. You could call it kind of a static AWPing in a sense, but the way he's having to work around these angles is so difficult. That's a great shot, and then, boom, pops up. That Palace player feels like he has to fight. And even at the end here, realizes he needs the assistance. The rotate arrives in time. And Heroic swarming out early to a 2-round lead. Look at LNZ. His players got past him. I don't know what Xanta can do with this position. Oh, LNZ feeling uncomfortable, but he will just get a bit of assistance now.
Yeah, that's forced over a second player, forced out a bit of utility as well from Xanta, and it's allowed them to take control over middle. Xanta, without even pulling the trigger one time, has had a lot of impact in this round, and it's being felt elsewhere on the map. And now they scramble for information, scramble to try and take control. But have a look at Youngster. He's down in the ramp side here. If he can take the bomb out of the hands of Zwei, and that can really throw a wrench in the works here on Namiga's side, but he's actually bypassing it by going into Palace. And now Youngster has to force himself into the conversation. He's no longer looking to be defensive, he's being proactive, but caught in the back and taken out. Heroic will not get the clean sweep. Namiga hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, you just see the gravity of Xanta there, just sucking attention of players towards him. That allows those mid players to find that fair fight against Sonpais. And then from there, Xanta even gets rolling on that lurk. Up to 24 kills now, rightfully top fragging for his team because he has been integral in a lot of their round wins. And so at least one there on the board for Namiga, but Heroic still come away with a slight advantage from the half. And now it's Namiga's turn to rock that double AWP setup. Risky Bob will be over towards that B anchor position. We'll see if Sonpais with the AWP on T side can step things up because his T half wasn't as good as that CT side we were just seeing from him. Let's see if the options are opened up to him on the T side now that he can get that AWP in his hands.
It does often seem like an AWPer that's way more comfortable playing static positions and kind of locking it down like that highlight with the triple kill in the first half of OT. It's a bit harder to create opportunities with the AWP on the T side. You're a little bit more reliant on your teammates to do their work. Smoke deployed in Palace is about to clear out though. So Zwei is cognizant of that point and he's going to hold his position, may even get aggressive as well. He's starting to push into Palace. He could go head to head with Youngster. Sides Bedrovic and backs out. Sonpais is having a quick look onto the B apps, but one of the slower rounds that we've seen so far. No early bloodshed yet.
Just under a minute left on the clock. Heroic have that mid control they were looking for. Meanwhile, Zwei going aggressive on ramp. There was a player there to near watching. Don't think he quite spotted Zwei get up close. That bomb is going back to A as these mid players continue to look for the opening, and the flash is fantastic. In the meantime, though, Zwei gets the one-on-one fight, and oh no, he tries to change weapons, but that allows the Glock of Sonpais to take him out.
This utility is exquisite, by the way, from Heroic. Pop flashes into peaks, Molotovs into just fragging out as they have to push through it to try and desperately help their teammates, and Alkan is being ripped to shreds out on the ticket booth. It was a double AWP play, and it's now down to just the solo of Khan. And if Heroic successfully get this 1v4, it will be 2 more qualification points. And he's being swarmed in from the back as well. There is a flank coming in from Xfloud. Whichever way you look at this, Khan's days are looking like they're pretty much done. Who collects the frag? Is he able to pick up any on his return? Yes, he is, but it's an even trade back and forth, and Heroic will secure 2 more match points, 2 more qualification points, and Amiga once again struggling.
2 more chances for Heroic to qualify for that Austin Major without dropping a map in this qualifier. And Sway there in ramp, an absolute mess as he tries to change weapons. But fair play to xFloud, the work that he did, the flash in for him in ladder room, just causing chaos, being a real nuisance on mid, making sure those rotations were never coming over to that A side of the map. And Heroic's A take was good enough to make sure that they had that round locked in. And now Nemiga not able to go for that double AWP setup again. Just the 1 AWP in the hands of Khan this time round. 26 kills now on Sunpius, but xFloud has been up there as well. Around Connector, a lot of his fights on mid have been pivotal for Heroic. They only need 1 more to take this over the line now.
And speak of the man you just highlighted, Molotov out of position. As you have highlighted as well, his mid control has been so good. A flash perfectly placed, a ton of damage onto Risky Bob, down to 8, and they're going to be pushing into underpass as well. It's Tina that's going to be trying to protrude through the smoke, but it's so thick it's enough to choke on, so he's going to have to just stand his position and wait for it to clear. And in doing so, Nemiga may back off, but instead, Risky Bob, living up to his name, getting aggressive behind the smoke, realizing he has to try and make a play, but in doing so, he's just given himself a cross and sacrificed himself for nothing. It's in vain. And Heroic in a 2-on-4 on the brink of securing the Major. Make that a 1-on-4 with Leah, all that remains. Make it the drop onto Dania. And does successfully pull it off, but now the information will be attained and gathered and allow the plant to come through. Heroic are about to get it done. It would be the first time for multiple of these players that they've ever made a major, they've ever been in a position like this in their career. And they're about to taste that success. And that dream is about to become a reality as Sunpius lays down the law onto Leah, and Heroic, the first team to make the Austin Major from the EU qualifier.
Yeah, it's so fitting that it is their most experienced man, Sunpius, with a pop-off performance on this map to make sure they can make it through. And honestly, the other players did their bit too. Credit to xFloud, great map from him. I liked what I saw from Youngster, and just overall, we've been saying this Heroic team, it feels like they've been built for success. It feels like they've been on the rise lately. They're a team that should be capable of making it to these top events against the top teams in the world. And they could be a team for me that are a little bit of a dark horse in that major. I could see them causing some upsets.
Oh, no doubt. I think there's definitely, when you factor in like best of ones, of course, in the opening stages and everything, like they're definitely a team that could go into people's radars and they just assume like they're going to just be there to take part rather than to take over. And I agree with you, man. Like, some really great moments. Sunpius and Mirage was phenomenal. I'm glad that you highlighted xFloud as well, though, because his work was honestly so instrumental in those mid-rounds, especially, not just in the mid-round of the portion of time, but also the mid-portion of the map itself. He was taking over, and that allows Sunpius to spread his wings a little bit and to take those fights and to feel a bit more confident that he's not going to get overwhelmed. So, overall, Heroic, congratulations. Thoroughly deserved. They were by far the better team today.
Yeah, definitely a deserved win for them. I'm glad they got the job done. And they had to fight through adversity there as well on their map pick. It was looking like for a long time on their CT side, it might just not come together for them. And they might have to play through a third map, which would have been brutal considering they worked so hard to win their opponent's map pick. But they showed us that ability to bounce back, which is really impressive. And I'll also say, on this map, they actually did it without Tanir having a really monster performance. You know, he had that one huge round that kind of got them initially going on that comeback, where he got that ace on the B site. Outside of that, he wasn't the monster that we were maybe expecting on this map. And I think that's a really good sign for Heroic, because it shows the depth on the other players is there.
Oh, no doubt. And, you know, we've already talked about Sunpius and also xFloud, but I'd also like to highlight Youngster, because he's not typically one of the players that you're looking at to have heavy amounts of frags or potentially like the rating. He typically plays the rough positions like B site on Dust 2. But he had a ton of entry frags, some really important sort of crossfire bait switch-ups with Sun Pius on the A site, where he played ramp and Sun Pius was playing on the site with the CT boxes. A couple of times you saw the nerves creep in, but he is a very young player. He's a bit inexperienced compared to some of the other guys on this roster, and I think he did himself proud. He was an instrumental part of this too.
Yeah, absolutely. I liked some of the proactive plays he was willing to make. It's something you have to do on Mirage. You have to know when to go for those forward moves. And yeah, I mean, as you said, especially that round where Tanir got the ace, getting them back into it, but other rounds where Youngster would get forward and make sure that the information was there to allow his teammates to have success. So all in all, a really impressive performance from Heroic. They'll be delighted to go through 3-0. And I think on the Namiga side, man, so close on a couple of occasions. We figured this would be a close series. I think they'll obviously be a little disappointed in the way the first map went down. They definitely showed us the signs of competitiveness here, and especially someone like Xanta showed his ability. But I think we've just got to wait to see who they're going to get in that 2-1 matchup, because there's a couple of teams there now, like an Astralis, who, if you play them, there's a lot of eyes on that game, and there's going to be a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and I also think that although Heroic were the better team, they showed great resilience and grit and tenacity, especially on Mirage. If we're being completely honest, at one point this was 11-7 in Namiga's favor on Mirage, and they will be feeling extremely disappointed they didn't at least take us to a third map, because realistically it should have gone to a third map. So I'm looking at Khan again. Like, I don't think he had a great series. He's normally a really good player. That's why I'm highlighting it, because him dropping off a little bit was a considerable factor. Dust 2, he didn't play fantastically, and neither did he on Mirage. He was actually, I think, overall the lowest performing player alongside Risky Bob when it came to Namiga. So if they do have a tough draw in the next game, well, let's be honest, any of the draws are going to be tough. But if they do end up going against like an Astralis, I mean, there's no easy games there. You've got 9 Pandas, Astralis, Bet, Boom, and Big, and then additionally there's another match going on right now with OG and, of course, Metasport. You need Khan to be showing up to the server. Like, he's got to be teeing off, otherwise you could be struggling again.
Yeah, and it looks like if OG win, then Namiga would get Big in the next round. And if Metasport win, then Namiga would get Astralis. So I think either way, that is a big name team and one of the favored teams to make it through that you're going to be going against. So you see why we were saying this match was so important for them. But at the same time, I'm really hoping that they can learn a few lessons from this one, because I know that the games are coming thick and fast. You don't have too much time to reflect, but I agree with you that there were moments here where it felt like they maybe should have been able to take over a little more, and I maybe would have liked to see a little more from a couple of their players, considering we know the talent they have, right? That's why we were really praising this team, and up until this point, they looked so good. But yeah, I'd say maybe just a little shy of what we were hoping for, but at the same time, Heroic played well and were denying them in a lot of those occasions. So it's more just those missed opportunities that you look back at and you think, oh man, like there were those moments that we really could have just broke through if we win in those tight moments. And that's what Counter-Strike comes down to.
Indeed, it does. It is very cruel at times. Congratulations to Heroic, commiserations to Namiga, but their tournament is not done just yet, as they will get another crack at qualifying. However, that's us done here on the B stream for today, but keep in mind, there is OG Metasport going on right now. It's in its 3rd map, so definitely hop across to the main stream and give that a watch and find out which of those 2 teams will also join Heroic at the Austin Major. But from us today, we're going to say goodbye, and we'll see you again tomorrow for some more epic Counter-Strike.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.